Hello, everybody. Welcome to Critical Beauty. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Tonight's topic is a group reaction to the Miss World 2025 finals that took place yesterday in Hyderabad, India. So tonight, I'm going to have George of the Pageant Empress joining us, as well as pageant historian Julio Rodriguez, good friend of mine, Wilfredo Lopez, aka Runway Poppy, and my good Indian friend Sandeep Sahal. I think it's only 6:30 in the morning in India, so he's probably still in bed. So he told me, Rob, can I be late? Yeah, sure. Whatever. Just make sure to drink a lot of coffee. So I see George right now. Let's see, admit him.
Good morning. Good morning,
Good
Rafa.
morning, George, Pageant Empress. How are you? Did you,
I'm good.
did you have a
Yeah,
did you have a good night's sleep?
I did. And I just had my breakfast too, so I'm in time, right? I'm not late,
Oh
which is the
no,
most important thing.
you're early. Actually, you know who's gonna be late? I think
Who?
Julio. Julio just texted me and he said, well, he lives in Peru. So
Okay.
right now, Lima or the neighborhood where he lives has a blackout. And he
Okay.
said, once the blackout is over, and then he can join us. And my good Indian friend Sandeep Sahal, who he just returned from Hyderabad to Calcutta where he lives, and he only had 5 hours of sleep, I think. He said he
Oh, wow.
apologized. "Rob, I may be late, so please, I apologize in advance. You know what? Don't worry. We'll see you when we see you." But I
Yeah.
want to hear because he really really wants to join in because the last time he missed our chat, and then this time I think he has a lot of things to say since he was there. He witnessed the whole thing. Um, I want to know exactly from someone who was on the ground to have experienced the whole show and how it was like. Because sometimes we tend to judge everything just by pictures and by videos and whatnot. But it's different
Yeah.
when you go to when you you've been to Miss Grand International.
Yeah, man, I was there last year and
I
I experienced the whole thing, the fun, the show, and of course the drama towards the end when Myanmar got dragged away from the stage. Yeah. It was a fun experience, I would say. And I'll be going there again. I'll go to Miss Universe and Miss Grand International to experience more drama.
yes. The thing is, okay. See, I'm tempted to go to both, but I cannot afford it. So I think
Right.
I would rather go to Miss Universe, considering the fact that Nawatt has taken
Yes.
over the Thai franchise. And knowing, I mean, we already know how grand it's going to be, the production,
Yeah.
it's awesome. But I want to see how he's going to conduct Miss Universe. You know,
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure for him because the previous organization did a fantastic job when Katrina Gray won the Miss Universe competition in Bangkok. So I think it'll be even more spectacular because I don't know if you watched the Miss Universe Bangkok. It was one of the biggest stage in the local pageant system in Thailand, and it was just a local pageant. It was not even a national stage. When Kreiona won Miss International Thailand, so yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. So you have to
oh,
come to see at least Miss Universe. Yeah,
Miss
one
Universe,
of the
okay.
pageants.
And
Yeah.
our good friend Noemi, she is the national director for Miss Cosmo Cuba. Of course, she's going to go to Miss
Yes.
Cosmo sometime in December. Now, oh, people are watching. I just want to acknowledge our lovely viewers who are watching. Jonathan, hi Jonathan. Yes, nice to see you again. Hopefully we'll see each other in person someday because we don't live too far from each other. Jayden, Josh, you here, Rafa, waiting since morning. Here we are, Jayden. We're going to deliver. Kim A, hello. I've been waiting all day since Jonathan. Really looking forward to this roundtable discussion. Guys,
By
if
by the
you
way, Raf, I watched your reaction video. I don't wait,
do you
writing
like
down.
it?
Yeah, I watched your reaction video. Yeah, like, did you got a new laptop or was that a computer? Because that screen behind you that looked brand new.
Oh, the monitor,
The
yes.
screen you were reacting. Yeah, the
Yes.
monitor. Yeah,
The
it looked new.
monitor, yeah.
That's what I asked you.
Oh, I love it. It's a LG monitor. I got it actually from Amazon. And then I also have a new
Looks
Dell
good.
Dell desktop because the old one was like 10 years old and it only had like Windows 7. Now I have Windows 11. So yeah, so I love the monitor. So everything is clear. There's no interruptions, no nothing. So I'm very happy, and I got a good price for it. So yeah. So
That's good.
anyway,
Yeah.
huh? Do you have any
You could do
computer?
more reaction video like that. No, I don't
Well,
have that big. Your one was huge. I have a like it's an old one. I have a Microsoft
yeah,
Windows 10, but I had
yeah.
it for like 5 years. It's not that big,
Okay.
the screen. Yeah.
Okay,
But
what I
your one
do,
looked massive.
yeah,
Yeah. So I
because
was
what I
like,
do,
wow, Rafa got it upgrade.
well, my setup is very simple. I do all the most of the reaction videos in my office, and then what I
Yeah.
do is that I have a tripod, a flexible tripod, and I put my iPhone on the tripod, and then I put the tripod on a console table right behind me. So I look at the camera of the iPhone where the monitor is behind me. So there's a reflection. So this is very simple. People are wondering, "Oh, how do you record your reaction video?" And it was like, okay, so yeah, Jonathan, hi. So we're here. If you guys have any questions or comments, feel free to jot them down in the comment section. Okay, positive, negative, but please be respectful because the last time we had a discussion about Miss Grand, uh, you know, people are fighting over each other and people are insulting each other, etc. And if you want me to read any of your comments, you can highlight it by paying to have your comment highlighted, and I'll be more than happy to read it because especially when a lot of people are trying to jump in and chime in. Okay. Oh, okay. Willie, we're gonna add that Wilfredo. He's here.
Yay.
JH, hi, new here. Hi, JH. Welcome to Critical Beauty. Hello, guys. Charlie Goldberg.
Hello.
You should have invited Julio and Tony. Julio is coming, but it's gonna be late because there's a blackout in Peru where he lives. Antonio, I can't make it because he's traveling. I know. Hopefully he'll be able to chime in and join us, Antonio. Jenny says Nawatt is bad news. Yeah, we're gonna talk about Nawatt. Arafat Hassan, Nawatt puppets. Yeah, yeah, we are. Yeah, George and I are like Nawatt puppets. Okay, yeah, like Papa Nawatt pays me and George tons of money to defend him.
1 million
Yeah,
US dollars
yeah,
to defend
yeah,
it. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, the word is
Allegedly.
out. We are Nawatt puppets, and we're very proud of it. Okay. Noemi can't make it because she's busy, and I don't think she watched Miss World. Jim, hello from Brazil. Hi, Flavio. What
Obrigado.
Obrigado, boa tarde. Why doesn't Miss World
I
stream
love Brazil.
from you? Where's Wilfredo? Willie, where are you? Show up.
Yeah, his video is off.
Hello. Yeah.
Nikoi, present.
Oh.
Congrats to Thailand for the first Blue Crown. Yay! We're all very happy for Thailand. Watching from Sydney. Love from the Philippines. Thank you. Antonio. Oh, Antonio, there we go. This year, the top 40 was full of surprises. Antonio, if you're going to be chatting with us
So
and
he
you've got some money
agrees.
to actually join with
He needs
us,
to come. He needs to come
you
to
need
life.
to come,
Yeah.
Antonio.
So he
You
agrees
need
with us.
to
Remember
come.
we said that Miss World is so unpredictable. He disagreed. Well, now it seems like he's seeing what we are saying. That Miss World is indeed unpredictable.
Exactly, exactly. So, well, he did admit that this year, it was very, very challenging. It was very, very difficult.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, he cannot be right like 100% all the time. You know what I mean?
That's true. It
So,
depends on Julia. Like whoever she likes wins.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, exactly. Oh, yeah, Antonio's traveling. So he's probably watching from the airplane. So, all right,
Oh
that's okay,
right.
no
Yeah.
problem. I'll keep watching.
Yeah. That's okay. Just
Keep
comment.
watching.
Yeah.
Stephen Anderson. Hi, Stephen. Hola, Rafa. Hola, George. Jojo says hello, both from Thailand. Woohoo. Hello, Jojo. Welcome. Luis
Hello.
Sanchez says, hello, guys. I was waiting for the live. I can't believe I'll be sitting here for 3 hours. Well, who knows? Maybe 5 hours. We can
Yeah.
You never know. After we're done with Miss World, we can always like segue to Miss Grand. As you know, CJ Opiaza has boarded
Oh
the
yes.
plane
It's
today.
tomorrow. Her crowning. Yep.
Yeah, she's traveling to Bangkok for her crowning ceremony today, right? Your time? Today's
No, tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Well,
Yeah.
she'll arrive here today, but the crowning ceremony is on the third of the
Yes.
3rd of June, which is tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So she's really, really very excited. And again, people
Yes.
people may like it, people may hate it. You know what? It is what it is. You don't have to, be pleased with anything, but at least take it from her point of view. Okay. She signed the contract when she competed before she
Yep.
competed in this grant. And part of the clause was that if you're the first runner-up, it is your responsibility to take over the title should the original winner either resign or it gets dethroned. In this case,
Yeah.
Rachel got dethroned, okay?
Dethroned. Yeah.
Yeah, she got dethroned. She did not resign. She was
Yeah,
dethroned.
let's get that clear. She got dethroned, and I think this is for it applies for every pageant out there, Miss Universe, Miss World, any pageant. If the winner cannot fulfill the duties, the first runner-up will take over, and that's exactly what happened. So we should just be graceful and appreciate CJ.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Before we
took
continue,
over.
I want to acknowledge and say hello to Willie, darling. Hi, how are you, darling?
Hello, hola.
George!
Hello.
Congratulations!
Look at
So
him,
happy,
like,
literally
big,
all the
happy
Thai people are
smile.
so happy right now.
I mean,
Yes,
am
and even the
so
PM,
happy.
the female
I am
PM, she
so
congratulated Opal. So yeah.
I am just happy. I sent Rafa a message. Thailand is gonna win. I'm from work. Thailand is gonna win like an hour before the pageant finish. And I posted in my Instagram and Facebook in my story. Thailand is gonna be Miss World. And an hour later, she wins. And I'm so happy. I even sent a message to Rafa saying, Rafa, we need to go live because this is the one of the earliest
The
gifts from
first.
Jesus. I'm so happy.
well,
This
you
was an amazing
are.
Miss World.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Yeah, your energy and your warmth is just like hugging the entire computer screen.
Yeah,
About
yeah, I
to
know.
pop out.
Yes.
I just noticed your teeth are so beautiful and like almost like
Fresh.
amazingly fresh and white.
Yeah.
Like, so is George. George's teeth are white. Mine is
We
kind of
use
like
the same.
stained because I drink a lot of coffee. That's why it's a little stained. But
Oh, I drink a lot of
Oh, don't drink coffee.
coffee too. I
oh, you
drink
drink
coffee.
coffee too? But what do you do
Yeah,
to whiten your teeth? I need some
I
good
use
products.
Colgate and a
Crest?
Yep.
different type of Colgate, and and I use peroxide by itself a little, and it's pretty good.
Really? But doesn't
And another thing is like I don't drink coffee all the way through. I use like this cup that have like a little
straw?
opening
Oh,
Straw.
or
okay.
a straw, so and will prevent the stains.
Oh, okay. Maybe I should start doing that because I cannot give up coffee.
Yeah.
I have to have coffee. I drink at least like 4 cups a day of coffee. I gotta have
That's too much. That's way too much access to caffeine.
yeah, that's why I
That's why you
stay
have
up.
so much energy. I was
Yeah,
thinking, yeah, you're so hyper.
that's what I'm doing my reaction meeting. I have to have a lot of energy. Okay? Give me my freaking coffee, all right? But I don't
I'm
drink
the
black.
opposite. Like,
I
I
don't
need to have like, I drink a lot of tea. I don't like coffee. It's like way too strong for me.
okay.
I think tea is the way for
Well,
me. Yeah, like,
I
it
love
keeps me calm.
coffee.
Yeah.
I'm Puerto Rican. I love coffee, but I love tea also. So when I go to Thailand, George will introduce me tea. I hope.
Oh
There's so
yeah,
many teas
Thailand is
here.
always
Like,
full of
yeah,
tea.
like,
I think the best tea is
yeah,
probably in Thailand. Yes, for sure. Yes. So
yeah.
anyway,
Nice.
so I'm happy everybody's oh look who's here. We have Atisa Manalo is watching. Hey bitches. Hi Atisa Manalo. How are you?
See you soon, Atisa, for Miss Universe.
Do you still love Wilfredo?
She just needs to go to Miss World, and then she will. If she goes to Miss World, I will be her fan number one. That's the only thing I'm gonna say.
I think she'll be over age. She's like already 27.
She
So
can lie. Other
if she
people
doesn't
do
if
it.
she
So
I'm
doesn't
she
not
has to go
one.
next year,
yeah, well,
right?
what is the age limit for Miss World? Is it 29,
I think
30?
it's 28. 28
28. Okay,
for Miss
28.
World.
Yeah,
So she
she'll
has
be
to go
over.
next year. Yeah.
Yeah, she'll be over age. She'll be over age by then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Atisa, and I say it with all my heart, Atisa will be or would have been a good Miss World.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Totally.
know. She have Miss World
Yeah.
vibe. It's like Kreiona. Kreiona, if she would have competed a different year, that when Stephanie wasn't there, she would have been excellent Miss World. My opinion,
Correct.
Kreiona is
Yeah.
more a Miss World than Miss Universe. I think Julia would have utilized her more than what Miss Universe did with her. And I think Atisa would be a great Miss World because Miss Universe is not she's not a Miss Universe number one and number two. The way that this organization is, I don't know why people are wasting their time. I'm honest. I don't know why they're wasting their time choosing girls to Miss Universe because it's a circus.
Well, now that she is Miss Universe Philippines, we just have to wish her the best of luck, just as we
Oh, I wish her the best of
just as
luck.
we
I
wish the
mean,
best of luck to every Miss Universe contestant that has been crowned so far.
Correct.
So,
and for the
Yes.
record, if she do good in the preliminary, I will be very objective. Just because I don't like a candidate, that doesn't mean that will be enough. I say, oh, no, if she do a good job in the preliminary, I will be like, she did a good job. I
mhm.
don't like her for Miss Universe,
Yeah.
but she did a good job.
I think she will. I think she will do a great job.
Yeah.
Yeah, she will do a great job. Okay, moving on. Let's read some more comments. Congrats, Thailand from H. Harvey. 3 major crowns in 1 decade. Yes, let me see.
Mhm.
Oh, Miss Thailand won Miss International 2019. Miss
Correct.
Miss
Supranational, same year.
2019.
Yep.
Miss
Yep. And
World
Miss World.
2025. Yeah, you're right. So yeah,
There might be another crown coming soon. Let's just hope.
which is Miss Universe.
We crown the right
Uh-huh.
girl, there might be a
There's 2
fourth one coming soon.
contenders.
Yeah.
Yeah, you never know. Thailand could win Miss Universe. And maybe who
Yeah.
knows? Maybe Miss Grand too, because Thailand has never won Miss Grand, right?
No,
That's true. Yeah,
Will
never.
Nawatt ever
I
crown
mean,
a
I'm
Thai
I'm not
girl?
sure with the candidate Thailand is standing for MGI. Maybe a runner-up. I'm not about the Golden Crown.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because
Okay.
her
I
speaking
think the
skills in
only
English is
time
not that great. Yeah.
I think the only person that could have won Miss Grand Thailand, she made it first runner up.
Who?
I mean, sorry, Miss Grand International.
Engfa?
When Bras, yeah, she wouldn't. She
Yeah,
was
first one up.
so
Engfa.
far the
Engfa.
only Miss
Yeah.
Grand Thailand in my eyes
That
that
you
is
like?
being one of the best. Oh yeah, I love her. I
I'm st
just love that.
okay. That's fine. But you
Yeah.
know what? I gotta prefer Coco. Coco
Which one is
Araya.
Coco?
Oh,
Yeah, from
yes.
2019. 2019. She
You
was
know
the
when Venezuela won?
yeah, the one won the
Venezuela's? Yeah.
yeah,
She said
2019
like,
when the pageant
if
went
there's
to
no
Venezuela.
Venezuela, there is no Miss Grand. Yeah.
Well,
Do you remember the
Okay,
answer? It was so funny.
Venezuela, I'm sorry. I don't know what has happened with Venezuela. I mean, Venezuela failed to make the cut in Miss World this year. They failed to make the cut in Miss
Yeah.
Grand. So I don't know what's happening. Maybe they need a new leadership. So is it? I think it's
this
Miss
is
Venezuela.
this is what is happening, and
Yeah.
this is my opinion. Osmo Sosa is no longer, and number two, we need to move with times. The powerhouses of pageantry, some of them are going down because they're still stuck in the old formulas, and they try to copycat the formula that Asian countries like Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines are trying to use. When national directors understand that they need to use the formula that embrace their own style, is where they're going to be backing them up. What worked from Asian girls, their poses, their body language, work for Asian queens for a reason. What works for Latinas doesn't work for Europeans, and etc. I've been saying that.
Yeah.
I think that they need to revamp and be their own self. Philippines has been a powerhouse before, but they learn what to do. Thailand is like a wake up moment, and then Vietnam came along, and even Indonesia.
Yep.
And Indonesia do well
Hey,
in Miss
Mm-hmm.
World.
It's Southeast Asia. The Southeast Asian
Yeah,
countries doing very
Yes.
they
well.
and India is kind of retaking back her status of one of the original powerhouses in pageantry. But again, Venezuela and other countries that they still stuck in the 80s and 90s formula beginning of 2000, they need to revamp. I mean, at Miss World, this competition was so different from the previous one. Like Julia Morley was very clever. She was able to use kind of like the Miss Intercontinental kind of formula.
System. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But even though she's the original, for me, she's not the one that put it correctly in the map. But she was able this time to kind of, you know what? Let me pick the best of every continent so I can have my ambassador. So
Mm-hmm.
that was
Yes.
very clever and give opportunity to other people like because again, the platforms that work for each continent, the situations are completely different in every country. What is going on in India, for instance, is not the same thing that is happening in Mexico,
Well,
and vice versa.
India has been struggling to win any title ever since Miss Femina India organization, got rid of all the major franchises, and now it's all split into different organizations.
Yeah,
I mean, India was doing very well under one organization,
I
but
agree
now
with
it's all
you.
split.
Yeah.
So that's why India is struggling. India is struggling, and
Well,
it's gonna
no,
be,
well,
it's
not
gonna
only
take a
that,
while. It's gonna take a while. Whereas, I mean, even with Binibining Pilipinas, Binibining Pilipinas had a lot of different franchises. Now their
mhm.
girls are so. They're not really doing like go all the way through. Uh, yeah. So we'll see. This is why it's so important that the pageant organization maintain the loyalty of these organizations. Binibining Pilipinas was very loyal to Miss Universe until the new IMG took over, and then they got rid of Stella Marquez and
Yeah.
gave it to Jonas Garfield. It's the same thing with all the other franchises. There's a lot of like disorganization and fracture going on. So anyway, hopefully someday, I'd like to see India rise to the occasion again, but we need a good Indian organization to take over these major franchises, just like Femina Miss India
Yes.
did.
Well, when I was talking about
Yeah.
India, was more likely about their beauty with the purpose situation, but it's good that you brought that up as well. My point is that Julia Morley and the organization was very clever this year to separate each continent, to choose the strongest ones per issues, per project, per talent. So that will give more opportunity to kind of choose the best of the best. I'll go from there. Because years ago, the Miss World from Mexico, the one that 2000,
Andrea Meza.
18? Which one?
no, the
No,
one that
Vanessa Ponce de
Oh,
Leon.
Vanessa Ponce de Leon.
Vanessa.
Vanessa Ponce
Yeah.
said something
2018.
in an
Yeah.
interview
Yeah.
that stayed with me and which was true. She said, the way that you can win Miss World is you need to beat your continent. Once you beat your continent, then you can go ahead and beat the other people. But your first step is to beat your continent, your region, which is true. You need to be powerful, and I think it's the best way to choose the finalists. I think it's a good way to say who's the best one per continent in everything. So it's like,
Yeah.
okay, we have the best of the best from the continents. Now let the games begin.
Okay,
That's something that I like.
yeah, okay. That's a viable reason, I think. Totally. But it really
Yeah.
depends again on a franchisee. If they're really, really serious, to get the next round, to win the next round, they really have to work extra, extra hard. Totally. That's the only way. Squishy Bear, Atisa, what's up, girl? Wapato, Rafa, your reaction video was so hilarious. Okay, I uploaded my reaction video to Miss World. If you guys have not seen it, please take a look. All right, I think so far
Watch it. It's funny.
it has
Yeah.
like 13,000 views, but very small likes. So you people need to like my reaction video. All right, thank you, appreciate it. George, how is the atmosphere in Thailand after
It is.
winning?
It is beautiful. Even the PM has congratulated Opal, and after she does the homecoming in Bangkok, she will shortly meet the Parliament House in Bangkok and have a private interview with the PM of Thailand, who is also female. She is one of the few female PM in the world, so it is a huge honor for Opal to win the blue crown. It's the first historical crown for Thailand. So yeah, there's a lot of great things happening. Yeah.
Okay, so do we know when is she going to back to
They
Thailand?
haven't got the exact date yet. Probably sometime this month. It's not
Okay.
confirmed yet fully, but it depends on the schedule because Miss World is traveling so many places. So
Sure.
hopefully end of this month. But yeah, she has already been congratulated by so many people. Yeah, even I think that the Princess of Thailand congratulated, if I'm not wrong.
Oh, wow.
Princess. Yeah,
That's
she's also a
amazing.
fashion designer who Opal actually modeled for the Princess of Thailand. So a lot of big names, like big people, important people, and influential people have congratulated Opal so far within
Yeah.
the 2 days. So yeah, it's a big deal.
Do you think Antonia Porcel is going to participate?
She might be a bit overage by next year.
No.
she's
What I mean
like 28
participate
now.
is she going to participate in the welcome ceremony? That's
Oh
what
yeah,
Yeah.
all the TPN girls, everyone will be there. Yeah,
Okay, that's
she's part of
wonderful.
that.
That's
Yeah.
wonderful. Okay, Ruth, Thailand for Miss Universe. Rafa, did you see that Sahar Binyas, the original Miss Universe Canada 2012, was crowned Miss Universe Persia today? Yes, I actually posted about it on my Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
I
Sahar
saw.
Binyas, Sahar Binyas, Miss Universe
Yes.
Canada 2012, okay,
Correct.
was not able to go to Miss Universe 2012 because she had injured her leg or her foot, whatever.
Yes.
So she was replaced by another girl, Amwa Wadua, some African girl. Anyway, so the opportunity presents itself. Okay, we're gonna have a Miss Universe Persia. Would you be interested in joining? And lo and behold, she
Mhm.
paid her entry fee and then she wins. Okay, but you know what? I have a sneaking suspicion she bought the Miss Universe Persia crown because the organizer, the director, she's a shady
Okay.
person. She's very shady. Okay, she blocked me when I tried to ask her like legit questions, like, how come your original winner? Do you remember the winner, Miss Universe Persia, the original one, 2020, 2023, 2024? She's a nurse. Actually, no. Her brother used to be the husband of Britney Spears.
Really?
Yes, trainer slash
Ah,
ex-husband of Britney Spears. Yes. And then when I
Let
asked
me
the
check.
organizer, when I
Okay.
asked the
Huh?
organizer, how come I haven't seen any walking videos
Okay.
of your newly crowned queen? And then after that, she blocked me. And I started getting suspicious. Not only me, but all the other people started getting suspicious. Like, where the hell is her walking video?
Sam.
How did she perform in a swimsuit competition? And actually, Putra Pasarela was one of the judges of Miss Universe Persia. Yeah,
Ooh.
that pageant took place in
Yeah.
Italy. I think it was Venice or Florence, one of those cities. But anyway, so that was the case. So like, okay, whatever, girl. And after she blocked me, I stopped supporting her damn Miss Universe Persia organization. And listen, the more I think about it, like Persia is not a country, okay? It's not a country. It used to be like an empire a long time ago. But the only reason why they use Persia instead of Iran is because to bring back the old glory of Persia, all the victories, all the might and everything. But Persia does not exist.
Also, the name Persia sounds much better than like Iran, because you know in America, in the US, when people think of like Iraq or Iran, it's not exactly a great like connotation that is linked with that name. So maybe that's the reason she kind of
It is a very
wanted to go
negative
away from that.
connotation. Yeah,
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 like the
yeah.
media doesn't really support that. Yeah.
I know. But anyway, so good luck. I love Sahar. I also heard that when she won Miss Universe Canada, she had lied about her age. She said she was like supposed to be 27, but people were saying she's not 27, she's actually 32. She had lied about her age. And now she's telling everybody that she's 40. Do your
Well, it
math.
doesn't matter. There is no age limit now, so
Do
it's
your
not like
math.
it matters anymore.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
doesn't matter anymore, okay? But I
Yeah.
like her. I checked out her
She's
Instagram
beautiful.
profile,
Yeah.
and there's a
Mhm.
picture of her. There's a picture of her with President Donald Trump. I liked it right away.
All right. Okay.
All
Let's
right,
not bring
woo.
politics again, Rafa.
No, like people are commenting. Somebody said, "I hope you don't win Miss Universe just because of this picture." That's so stupid. What do you think? Noemi is watching Thailand for Miss Universe. Yeah, I remember Noemi. You called Thailand as the winner. Okay, you did.
Yes.
But okay, if you guys saw my follow-up video, it was a short clip on April 22nd when Opal was dethroned by Miss Universe slash Nawatt. I
Mm.
made a reaction video about that. Okay, and I said specifically, and I hope that Opal wins Miss World so as to give that to Nawat and to Miss Universe. And look what happened. May 31st, Opal
I
wins.
Mm.
think I
And a
think
big
that
slap in the face. Slap, slap, slap,
she
slap.
this was
Come
her
on.
pageant. This was Oppo looked beautiful. I was like it literally when I sent you that message, Rafa, before the pageant even end, like an hour before the pageants end, I was like just praying God that they don't send her with an effed up dress. And when I saw her going out with that dress, I said, "Oh, we're good. We
Yeah.
are good." Because
And
I
you know, the
was so
funny fact
scared.
about the gown is it's the GL Garlet, so he's a Thai fashion designer, and he also made the evening gown for Christiana Pelaskova, so last year's Miss World. So it's a back-to-back victory for the gown designer too. So yeah, he knows how
I
to
think
make Miss
that
World
she
dresses.
looked beautiful. She didn't, even though in Miss Universe, and that dress wasn't for her. I was kind of disappointed
No,
with her.
no,
Hmm.
it
She
was not.
she looked so beautiful in Thailand, and when she got there, I was like, she looked like a lost little girl among other people with the dress wise. I was
Mm-hmm.
expecting something more because this is the thing that people doesn't realize or national director needs to learn. Every national director, starting with my own country and finishing with my own country, Puerto Rico. If your girl wins so powerful on nationals, she needs to look better on an international level, not downsize it. And when she went to Miss Universe with that dress, I was like, oh, that's not good.
Yeah,
No.
I mean it was good, but it was not like Miss Universe level.
That
Like
wasn't a
when I
Miss
saw that
Universe.
gown, yeah,
Yeah,
the
it was.
No, not
caliber,
those
right? Yeah,
angel
yeah,
wings. I think that she went to the dollar store here and just
Well,
put
you
it.
also have to ask the girl, do you feel beautiful wearing this dress? That's a
hmm,
very important question.
that's true.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
However,
She look more beautiful now, and she felt more beautiful now than when she was on Miss Universe stage. Also, the environment
correct.
in Miss Universe
yeah.
was a shithole.
But
That
Yeah,
kind of
I love this gown that she wore when she won Miss World.
yeah,
It's a garlotte gown. You
it's
know,
really regal, yeah, and like
yeah, it's
yeah,
very regal. And then again, that boa is a good luck charm. Remember,
yeah,
Czech Republic
it
one with the
is.
boa, same
Yes,
designer, and they posted,
same.
back to back boa queens, so to speak. You know, because boa is like trending. Pretty soon, everybody's gonna be wearing a boa. Okay,
Yeah,
oh
and I
my
think we
god,
have to
no,
remember when
no,
you're
no, no,
joining
no, no,
Miss
no.
World, you need to have a gown that is stunning. Like you know, we both me and Rafa we had Indonesia and I was like Miss World, but when I saw that lilac like purple
you
light
didn't
pastel
like
purple
it.
gown,
I saw
I
your
did not
reaction
like
too.
it. I was like,
Yeah.
dude, like you work so hard for like Beauty the Purpose, talent, like the organization really messed up her chances of even making further. When I saw that gown, I said, oh, she's not making top 8. I'm sorry, you did a great job so far, the pre-activities, but you're not making further than that because the gown was not a Miss World standard.
Yeah.
It was
I
so
didn't
bad.
You may be right. Yeah.
Indonesia.
Gown could go
I
on
think I
anything.
was
Yeah.
just only rooting for one person. Even as a Puerto Rican, I was proud of my girl, how far
Yeah.
she made it. But
I
for
like
me,
Valeria. I love Valeria.
That was
Me
I,
too.
beautiful, her gown too.
Yes,
I,
she was
Yes.
I
beautiful.
thought the only thing I was kind of like, is just she didn't make the top 8. I wanted her to talk, but I knew
Yes.
the Americas with Martinique, Brazil,
See,
they were some
I would have
contenders.
replaced Martinique with Puerto Rico. Yeah.
Any day. Any
Any
day. After
day.
listening to
Can I,
how she
can I,
speaks,
Yeah.
Puerto Rico, hands down. Yeah.
can I be honest with you? I was hoping that was uh and Brazil, please don't kill me. But I have in my top 8 holding hands Puerto Rico and Martinique, and this is the reason why. Puerto Rico showed evolution. The blessing of Miss World taking more than a year to be celebrated gave her the chance to literally morph to what she was there. Puerto
Mhm.
Rico didn't miss any. I think Puerto Rico is this is one of the few contestants that from beginning to end, her wardrobe was on
Yes.
point. She didn't
Yes.
miss a point
Mhm.
from
Correct.
beginning to end. She
Yep.
didn't f it up. Not like
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
happened with.
Consistency. She was consistent all the way through.
It
Consistent.
was
Yeah.
Yeah.
beautiful. She spoke from the heart. Her platform was beautiful. I mean, she looked like a Miss World. So I was like,
Yep.
we might have a chance for that top 8. Like I was like,
Yeah.
okay, maybe we can break the curse of top freaking 40 and move up a little bit more because I was hoping for that. Um, but again, when I saw Martinique, this is the thing. Even though her English wasn't the best, she was speaking from her heart. And that's something that I love. It's like Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even
That's
though I
true.
was reading from
That's agree.
Thailand
Yeah.
from the
Yeah.
beginning,
Yeah.
when Ethiopia opened her mouth, I was like, oh shit. I still rooting for Thailand, but
Yeah.
Ethiopia made me shake a little. And I wouldn't be disappointed, but it's because, again, you need to be elegant, poised. You need to have the whole freaking package to win Miss World. And
Right.
if you notice, these girls, doesn't matter where they're from, their accent or their English capability to speak with, is something extra. And Martinique had that angel charm. And Martinique is not always lucky when it comes to pageantry.
Mhm.
Ethiopia, like she didn't even expect it because it's very
Yeah.
rare.
I was totally
It
surprised.
is.
Lucas
Yeah.
said
Same.
Like
because
I had.
normally we see Indonesia. Normally in the top 5 we have Brazil, Most of the time we have India. Most of the time,
Venezuela.
I want
Yeah.
not Venezuela. After her last winning, Venezuela's been going down the hill like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah,
Like
they need to
Venezuela's
revamp.
glory in Miss World
Yeah.
is being down. Like they need to send a queen that is elegant and they need to get out of the only plastic surgery and
Yeah,
body, yada, yada, yada.
who doesn't look like an old-fashioned like Hollywood glam star.
You know who they need to send from Venezuela? They need to send Miss Universe Venezuela, Amanda Dudamel. She was
Yes.
first runner-up at the Miss Universe.
Universe
She is the prototype they need to send at Miss World from
she-
Venezuela.
But not the personality.
Maybe she
Not the
needs to
personality.
compete. She needs to
Unless she goes back to be the way that she was when she won Miss Venezuela. That's a different story because when she won Miss Venezuela, she was amazing. When she went to Miss Universe, I was like, what the H happens to you? Like she was kind of robotic, kind of like out there. I didn't like that Amanda. I like the Amanda that won in Miss Venezuela better.
All right, let's move on. Atisa Manalo, they could describe everything with one single word. Okay, whatever. Poland's top 4 Q&A was as long as her BWAB video. Yeah. Was there no time limit to stop speaking for
There
what?
was 45 seconds, was it not? At least in top 8, there was top, like the host said it. There was
Martinique
45
ignored
seconds.
the time limit. She went beyond 45 seconds.
Yeah, 45 seconds.
Yeah. She
And
was looking-
Poland went way more than, like I was timing
God.
Poland. She went like 1 minute plus. So I don't know why she kept going on. I know like she was sharing her personal story of I think was it Haiti? Like she went somewhere in a hospital and talking to some child, and they talked about like they had the same like football team supporting, which I don't really support sports. I don't know, but yeah, she was just kind of sharing that. But it went on and on and on. I thought, okay, when are you going to stop? Because that clearly missed the mark. The question is asking a completely different story, and you're giving us like too much thing. It was too much information. I'm sorry. Poland. I don't know what she was doing in top 4, by the way. I did not have Poland anywhere near that.
Yeah, Poland was another big surprise to me. Charlie Goldberg says Times of India does not need Miss Universe. Miss Universe needs Times of India. Miss World is the brand that makes money in India. Yeah, that's true. Not Miss Universe.
It's true.
Najmi from Indonesia. How are you? Yeah, Putri, Indonesia holding Big 5 pageant before, including World. And look at what happened after the license. It's the same thing with Putri Indonesia organization. Different people now handling different pageants. You know, this all this fracture was just that happened. Different licenses taking over. Horrible idea. Horrible. Stephen Anderson, I think Miss Supernational Puerto Rico 2025 is plus size. Is that correct?
I haven't seen the pageant.
she-
I just saw the picture, so I just need to see the pageant to see what is going on. I
Right.
just saw like the pictures of the winner, so
She doesn't
Not
look
wrong.
plus size on the
Yeah,
photos.
nothing wrong with a plus size. Nothing
Yeah.
wrong. So again, it's all about diversity. It really depends on the judges whether they're ready.
I
to
don't.
put a plus
But this
size
is the
there.
thing. Supranational Puerto Rico will have a year to get ready. She's not going now. She's going next.
Oh, she's not
for
going
next
next
year.
year? Oh, is it the next
so
year?
she-
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
right.
that's one of the things that the Supranational for Puerto Rico is already chosen. So I think this one goes next year. It's just I saw some pictures.
Yeah.
I have a girl that I worked with when she went to Miss Grand United States. She represented Rincon in this edition. She's amazing. But when I saw the winners, I said, okay, I haven't seen the pageant. I just saw some pictures. There was a girl, a blonde one, a beautiful blonde woman that I was like, oh, she can go to Grand or International easily. But when I saw the pictures of the winners,
Well, she has a 1 year either to lose all that weight or to gain more weight.
no, but I'm talking about the 4 winners, the one that they crown. They crown Grand, Cosmos, Supra, International. I don't know if I'm missing somebody else. So I'm like,
By the way, if you're going to talk about Puerto Rico, Mr. Supranational Puerto Rico is fine. Have you guys seen his photos? He
No.
is delicious.
Oh, yeah,
He's
no,
so
he is-
handsome.
he
He
is
is
HOT. Like, please win.
gorgeous.
Like,
Yes, like
he
I would love to see him get that
gorgeous.
title. Rafa, you
Well,
need to
they
see it. He is
Okay,
so
well-
hot.
They crowned
You need to see his photos.
Oh yeah, he's hot. Like, yeah.
they just
Supranational
crowned,
Puerto Rico.
they crowned Men of the World in the Philippines 2020. Spain won. Mexico was
It's
first.
so
Yeah,
adorable.
Mexico was my
Yeah.
favorite. Spain.
I like Mexico more, but yeah.
Yeah, in Spain, I don't know. He's like blonde, and I'm not even sure if that's.
He has like a baby face.
Yeah,
Not
like
really my
baby
Yeah, he
type.
face,
was.
Yeah.
like your typical like Ken doll. Okay, whereas
Yeah.
Mexico looks like real, for real.
Honestly, he's
Yeah.
like a twin. In the gay world,
Yeah,
he's like a
Yeah.
bottom queen. He's like a bottom. Like, yeah, come on, baby,
Yeah.
I don't
make
know.
coffee.
I thought it was just like really bizarre. Oh, Hiniba Amush says someone said that when they were selecting the top four from the top eight, they selected according to height, and I cannot unsee it. I don't know.
Height.
Oh, they
In
base it on
what?
height from
No, I
top
don't
eight
think
to
so.
top four. They base it on height. I don't know. I will not bash Thailand this time because Kevin Dassam is in the Philippines now, and I like him. Kevin Dassam is Manhunt International. He's from Thailand.
Oh yeah, it's
He
happening
is
next,
hot.
but this month. Yeah, in June, the final for Manhunt International.
Yeah, he is gorgeous. Stephen says Opals when made the Philippines Miss World Asia and yeah, can we talk about all this continental shit, these titles? Okay, I don't understand. Like, how the fuck? Sorry, how the hell
Rafa
did
did not swear.
Australia win Miss World Oceania if there were only
Doesn't
two
Australia always win
countries? If
Oceania?
there are
Like
only two countries from Oceania competing,
there's always
Australia
like
and New
Australia and New Zealand.
Zealand.
Yeah.
Usually they're like 14 or 15 from the Oceania. Australia, I hate that. It used to be like Asia and Oceania. Now you're gonna split the title just so you
Why
can
is this split?
another girl the Oceania title. It's the same thing with Miss World Americas and Caribbean. You at least Caribbean they have like 8 or 9 Caribbean countries, but
Yeah.
to split the title, Miss World Americas went to Brazil, and then Miss World Caribbean to what? Martinique? Yeah,
Martinique.
Martinique.
yeah.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
I just
Which,
don't.
Yeah.
can I be honest? I don't understand the separation of the Americas and the Caribbean.
What
Like,
about
I mean,
Europe?
I know
It should be Miss Europe and the Middle East. You should split it.
exactly.
Miss World Middle East.
Like, it's just. I mean, yeah, I was like, okay. like, well, I mean, I guess you're the one for the content. Like,
It's so weird. Okay, speaking of continental queens, as you know, okay, the Philippines won Miss Supranational Asia 2024,
Yeah.
and then Miss Universe Asia, and then
Asia.
now Miss World Asia. So you have the Philippines have all these 3 continental queens for Asia. I can't think of anything else. I
yeah,
think
but
this is the first time that a country
I
has
remember
all the
the one that
continental
went
queens
to the
that three.
like they went to Miss World from the Philippines. I read a comment somewhere that said, "Oh, Thailand is lucky that they didn't put swimsuit because Philippines have a bang body. Miss World doesn't care. Miss
No,
World is more than just having an
No.
amazing body. I
Yeah.
mean, as because if that would have been the case in the 80s and the 90s, with all the surgeries that Venezuela had, she would be winning Miss World every freaking year. Like, let's be honest. She was beautiful. She was one of my favorites to winning her year Miss Universe Philippines, to be honest with you. And when they crowned her for Cosmos, I was happy. I was like, ooh, she's gonna do pretty good. And then
Mhm.
she went to Miss World Philippines. I said, okay, she's gonna do good.
Yeah. And you know what? I
But
think Krishna will go back to Miss Universe Philippines and probably go to Miss Universe,
I
similar
hope
to
so
Katriona
too.
did. Yeah.
I
I think
think
she'll
I
do
think
better.
I see her
I
winning
see
Miss Universe Philippines.
she's a Miss Universe material or Miss
Yeah.
Cosmos, one of the two.
Totally. Cosmo Universe, but I'm hoping for
Yeah,
Universe. She needs to
Universe.
yeah.
Yeah.
I like her for Miss Universe. When I saw her competing, I remember the dress was like black and then the silver is like a nut. I remember her. I was like, oh my god,
Yeah.
she's gorgeous. And she got what, second runner up, I
Second
think,
runner
that
up.
year.
Correct. Yeah.
So
I think
for
second
me
runner up.
was
Yeah.
like, okay, but she was a strong uh, contender because that was the year that Michelle won or the year after.
Yeah, yeah. You know that the batch of Michelle, the Miss Universe Philippines batch of Michelle, is so successful because Pauline
Hmm.
was runner-up at Supranational, CJ won Grand International now, and Krishna and Miss World Asia, and of course Michelle has like the highest amount of subtitles in any Miss World, pageant
Totally.
history. Like she has like 10 subtitles.
Yeah,
So like
so
it's quite a
so
successful batch.
the Miss Universe Philippines organization is really doing an incredible job.
Yeah.
Cheers, hello, Mama Jonas Gofford, if you're watching. We love you, doing a great job. All right. Moving on with the comments. Bhagirat, hi Bhagirat. Good morning from India. How's everything in India? I know everything's hot, right? The weather's hot, and that's what made Miss England leave, among other things. It's awfully too hot in India. I can't stand the weather. Bye. Noemi Melendez, Miss World was between Philippines and Thailand. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, honestly, if there was no continental separation, I think
This is
Philippines
what
would
I
probably
mean.
be holding
If
hands.
yes, if there had not
Yeah,
been any continental bullshit, all the six, seven
yeah,
Asian countries would have made the top 12. Definitely.
yeah.
But since Miss World is all about diversity, equity, and inclusion,
Inclusion. Yeah.
DEI, we have to be like fair by giving some chances to, the other delegates. And this is what I don't like about this whole thing, this whole pageant. If all the Asian girls are very, very competitive, why would you want to put in obstacles for them to go further? Just for the sake of putting two girls from the Caribbean or two girls from Europe who are much weaker, into the list instead of all the six or eight Asian girls that are much stronger. So that I don't agree.
You
So
know, Rafa, it's kind of
it's
funny,
Miss
like in Miss
World, it's their
Universe.
system, bye, fine.
You know, Miss Universe like always talks about like inclusivity, diversity, and accepting so many like countries or different body type, all of that, like amazing marketing strategy. But the true pageant that celebrates inclusion and diversity is actually Miss World, because when was the last time we saw Martinique or Ethiopia ever making a cut in like Miss Universe? Maybe like 2000. I don't even remember when I was like last time they ever placed in those pageants. I think was it Ethiopia in 2000 when in Hollywood hosted. I think there was Miss Ethiopia, right?
No,
I
like
forgot. Anyway,
2006.
Yeah.
2006
yeah,
with
2006.
Zuleika, Miss Ethiopia.
Yeah, I think there was one, but it was a long time ago. My point being that we don't really see small countries actually placing high in Miss Universe. So like as much as they love like saying, oh, we celebrate all different types of like all of that, I just think it's just marketing strategy. It's not really, they don't really believe in those
No, they
things.
don't.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
But
Noemi says Martinique had no business being there. Charlie said
for
Martinique is a strategic move from Julia. She has major beef with Miss France, and Frederic
Can we talk about Miss France and
Martinique
placement?
is a payback. What?
Can we talk about Miss France not placing in top 40? Like,
Was
what
that
was that?
shocking? Was that shocking or what?
It was at least like top 40. I would have put it in top 40
Yeah, like
minimum.
where the hell? See, this is what I mean. She was playing with her own emotions. Okay, she talked about her personal story.
Yeah,
She had tumor in her abdomen or
yeah.
whatever, and then she felt very unconscious, and she cried about that during her Beauty with a Purpose
Head to
presentation.
head.
Not
Yeah,
when she cried, everybody thought, "Oh my God, she's gonna make the top. She's gonna make the top 40." Because Julia
yeah.
went on stage to console her, just like Julia went on stage to console Somalia. Okay,
Somalia. Yeah.
Somalia and France, are gonna do top winning, but she failed. She didn't do it. So emotions do not necessarily work. Okay,
Or
the
do
only
you
reason why
think?
the only Somalia
Or,
went up there is because her face. She's gorgeous. She's stunning,
yeah.
and her
Or do you
her
think that
project.
maybe because Miss France is now prioritizing Miss Universe after they won Iris won Miss Universe, it seems that they're only sending first runner up or second runner up to Miss World. Do you think it's because Miss France is not giving them the importance to Miss World as much as Miss Universe?
Well,
What do you think?
if I can,
France was first runner up in 2019, and she was not the original Miss France. Opheline,
Oh,
Opheline,
really?
yeah,
She was runner
yeah.
up.
She was not. She was not the original Miss France.
to be honest with you, I don't think there's any beef about it. It just this is the thing that I mean, you need to speak from the heart, but you kind of need to remember that, like we said before, tears with the white T-shirt and whatever. You know what I mean? I mean, Somalia have a beautiful story. Like that was something real, something that happened. And I know everybody have their own story, but you don't want just to choose a queen because they have a bad story. You want to choose a queen that, yes, she has a heart, but that have certain control. Because technically, when you go to hospitals, when you go to to provide happiness, if the
Right.
kids see you crying and breaking down, they're gonna cry too. And when they see a queen, in
Yeah.
their mind they're seeing a princess. They don't even say queen, they see a princess that's going to bring happiness. At that moment, pain, sorrow, tears goes away, and it's all happiness. Cry
Yeah.
later, but not at the moment. And maybe sometimes,
Yeah.
I don't say that you cannot be in touch with your emotions, because I'm a crybaby. Like when one of my girls do good, I'm a crybaby. I own it. But there's a you need to know to control yourself, because how you going to be the delivering a powerful message, and when you start the hour message, 45 minutes you spend there crying. Like, I know that might sound insensitive, but it's the truth. Like, you're gonna deliver a powerful message, but have control of your emotions. Don't break down because you're wasting your own time to deliver a powerful message of hope and bravery.
Correct.
That's my
I
intake.
think.
So
I think maybe Madam Julia saw the Voice for Change. Miss Universe Thailand. When she was Miss Universe Thailand, she was doing a lot of social work too. She was visiting different hospitals in Bangkok, helping elderly people, women who have breast cancer, and people who are in very harsh conditions. And Opal was visiting hospitals, and you could see her actually being genuine and having heartfelt conversation. Maybe Madam Julia saw the video because it was also part of a Beauty to the Purpose. That shows that even though she was seeing people on the verge of death, she was not really crying. She was not really losing everything because she was carrying herself with dignity and
she was
she was empathetic, but still at the same time she was not losing it. Unlike Miss France or Somalia, who was breaking down in front of everyone.
Exactly.
So I think maybe Madam Julia saw that she could actually carry on really well. She can present herself well, even in those harsh conditions where a lot of us would just break down, right? Like if you see people on deathbed, I don't think I'll be able to even hold a conversation with them because it is such a difficult situation to be in. So maybe she saw that video and said, okay, Opal could handle this type of situation. Maybe.
Yeah. She's not like a drama.
It's probably the purpose.
She's not a drama queen like the other girls are.
Is that, for example, and I know the scenario is completely different, but it's like when Puerto Rico won Mr. World, he was a different Mr. He was a person that was humble. He was a person that didn't.
Why wasn't he in India, Danny? Why wasn't he there?
I have no idea. I was hoping that he would be in India, but he wasn't. He sent a message that he was doing an event in Puerto Rico, I believe. I was surprised that he wasn't there. But when Puerto Rico was there and shining, we said Puerto Rico is the winner because he was a different type of mister. He was genuine, and for me, he was like a representation of even you're a man, you can handle things and be sympathetic. We're coming from a country, Latinos, we are being raised to you don't cry, you're a macho, you cannot show any type of weakness. And this Puerto Rican candidate was completely different. He was more humble, he was human. And I think that's one of the things that allowed him to shine through the competition and win the title. Opal, in this case, she had this angel. She spoke from the heart. She was able to deliver an amazing message without running her mascara.
True. That is true. I noticed
she
that.
knew, and that is the thing. You don't need tears to win. You don't need to appeal to.
She was very
sympathy,
poised all through the competition.
And that is one of the keys to win Miss World. You need to be poised.
Yeah.
You need to have this angelic aura, that freshness,
this calmness. You have to be very calm and relaxed.
Calmness. That's yes.
So
you cannot crack under pressure. Because
All right, so moving on. So if there were no continental segments, Philippines and Thailand would have been the top two. Somebody says, Rafa, I'm based in South India, and this time there are lots of rain in summer. Yeah, it's what do you call that? A monsoon rains, I would think, in India. They paved the way.
Monsoon season.
They paved the way for Thailand to win by eliminating Namibia, Brazil, and Ireland. And it was clear in the top four, no one came close to her in Q&A. Yes, true.
Not really.
You know who I was?
Ethiopia was
not
a good
really.
speaker.
Not really. Honestly, no. For me, I was surprised that South Africa didn't make it. And South Africa
we have to talk about
is a strong contender. And South Africa, when I saw her interview, I was like, oh my gosh, because she is the prototype of Miss World, and she didn't.
Yep.
Like, I was like shocked. Like, what in the world of universe?
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I like Ethiopia, but what happened with South Africa?
Yeah, to me, Ethiopia was like the biggest surprise. She wasn't even anywhere in my list. No, not.
Well, she was in my top 40, but I did not have in top 20 Ethiopia. I watched the video and I thought, okay, there's something there, But like I because of the sash factor, I didn't really like notice it too much. But I think South Africa not placing was definitely like the WTF for me, the biggest WTF.
Why do you think she did not place though? Any
Do you think
theories?
it's the age?
No,
Could
I
it be
don't
the
think it's the
age?
age.
She's only
I don't,
19. No, it's not the
Ethiopia's
age.
19. Ethiopia's 19.
Stefan,
Is she 19?
She's
yeah,
19.
Wow.
Stephanie was 19, I believe, when she won Miss World.
Let me
With
check the
Nelia, when she won in
ages.
the 70s, she was 18, 19. So it's not age.
Yeah,
I
it has nothing to do
mean,
with the age.
I wonder what it
It's the
is.
maturity
Yeah.
level, I think. It's the
I
maturity.
wonder what happened in the interview because if unless that changed, but I know interview is like a big chunk to make it to make the cut to the top 40, has the most points. And
Well, they were
to
also
be
being
honest,
observed, so behavior is also very important.
exactly. And how
Punctuality, the way you treat
so
the staff.
exactly. But interview is one of the things that if you don't know how to communicate, and you, like Rafa says, just because you win fast track or whatever, that doesn't guarantee a crowd. That's true. But
Yeah.
interview, if you enter because the interview, that means that you're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
You catch the eye. But if even with the interview you do not make it, that is game over. Like
That's true.
That's kind of surprised because like I do think South Africa is like really good at she's well spoken. I've actually interviewed her for my channel. She speaks really well. Even on like a live stream, she knows how to handle like difficult like questions, like even the controversial topics she was able to handle with ease. So I don't know if it was the interview, maybe there was other things going on that could lead her to unplacement.
But I wonder if they were doing the interviews points were to choose based on continents as well. Like if they analyze everything per continent versus everything. Like these are the ones that go through the continents. And I wonder when it comes to the continental part, she was one of the weakest in her continent. Or didn't make it because Ethiopia spoke beautifully. I'm sorry, she's
She did.
gorgeous. And when she
She's,
spoke,
yeah,
you can't tell why she was there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Again, I don't think age has nothing to do with it. If Julia likes a woman, like a contestant, it doesn't matter what age she is. But usually she prefers women, like let's say 23 and below. So like between 18 to 23.
So young.
Yeah,
Young girls. Yeah.
Because younger women tend to, I guess, be more obedient, I suppose, to the organization or to Julia. It's funny too when you think of it though. Julia is what 80, 85. And you can see that she's very frail now, even on
Yeah,
stage.
she is.
I mean,
Yeah.
Stephanie had to like accompany her on
Hold
stage
her hands.
to hold her hand because she was like very very
Yeah.
frail.
85. She's 85. Yeah.
She's 85. Oh my God! So every year,
85. I just checked.
every year the girls are getting younger. I mean, they're old enough to be her great granddaughters or something.
I was surprised. What happened with Meg? Because Megan was normally being the one of the hostess. Although I'm happy that, and I need to say this because with everything that happens in Puerto Rico, with the debacle and whatever, and the legal issues and stuff, seeing Stephanie in Miss World, that was like a slap on the face of certain people in Puerto Rico, which I'm super happy about it because they were blaming Stephanie for the losses and whatever happened in Puerto Rico. Like Stephanie was the almighty giver. And seeing Stephanie hosting, like, when a girl is back doing all this event, especially Miss World, there's a reason behind it. Stephanie looked beautiful. She was a great hostess. Of course, when she speaks beautifully. She's in arts and she sings. So come on, but that was for me like a celebration. But I was kind of surprised that I didn't like Megan wasn't on stage because I think we've been so used to see Megan hosting lately. It's like what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe she was busy with the work because maybe it was a conflict of schedule planning. But yeah, I would love to see Megan maybe next year as a host because she does a really good,
I think Megan
smooth
Stephanie
presentation. Yeah.
Krishna
could
for
be like
MGI, somebody says.
the what?
Krishna for MGI. I don't know. I think she's better suited for Miss Universe, really.
Oh no, somebody says that Megan was pregnant and had a baby.
America and Asia were the strongest.
Oh, she's pregnant. Okay, that makes sense then. Look after your
No,
health.
sorry, Noemi, you're wrong. It's Africa and Asia were the strongest groups this year.
It was Africa. Yeah, Africa and Asia.
Africa and
Yeah,
Asia.
correct.
Opal deserved that win. Don't care what Filipino haters say. All right, Rafa, I'm based. Okay, well, I don't know why were the Filipinos hating and bashing Opal, but she deserves it. She's real humble. Well, everybody bashes anybody else.
Everybody batches everybody. I'm so
bashes each
sorry.
other.
And it's not everybody, just a group of fans that they are fanatic, not
Trolls.
objective, and
We're just online trolls.
they
Oh,
are just
Hiniba says Miss Ethiopia competed in Miss Teen Universe in South Africa last year. I think she's now like 9 or 20 years. Okay. Oh, okay. Why? I didn't know that. There is a beef between Julia and Miss France. Endemol that owns Miss France is still trying to buy Miss World, though they pay the highest franchise fee in Europe. They never send them in a year in that winter. Yeah. Well, the whole idea, I know the whole history about Miss France.
Yeah.
Because, in the olden days, Miss France, whoever, Endemol did not, they just sent Miss France, the winner of Miss France. They didn't have any Martinique, Guadeloupe, all the other Réunion. I mean, all those are parts of France. Okay, they're overseas territories of France, and that's why.
Overseas.
Yeah. So that's why this started the whole problem between Miss World and Miss France organization. Miss World South Africa looks like Natasha Joubert. You know what? I kind of noticed that. South Africa kind of looks like Natasha Joubert. Miss Universe South Africa 2020, who did not play Miss Universe, and then she went back competing in Miss South Africa, and then she won Miss South Africa 2023, I think.
Yeah.
She has some traits.
Yeah, this is some like the kind of like very cherubic face, beautiful.
Oh, the only thing that her
I
hair
think she looks more like Rolene, don't you think? Like the Miss World, she reminds me more of Rolene Strauss than Natasha.
No, Rolene is prettier.
No.
Rolene, yeah.
You think she's more
prettier? Yeah, I think.
But you know who I would have?
Natasha got married, I think.
But you know who I would love to see Miss World? The one that went to Miss Universe and then she left.
Mia, Miss South Africa.
The deaf girl.
Miss South Africa.
Mia Luru.
Yeah. I would have loved for them to send her to Miss World. I would have loved to see her shine there. Again, I think she would have a better shot because of her platform. I don't know. She's been more Miss World than Miss Universe.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
I can see it.
If she couldn't survive all the tension and the hectic schedule of Miss Universe, do you think she can survive Miss World, which is longer?
Yeah, but you cannot compare the schedule for the stupid Miss Universe that you are in a hotel room 24/7, dying, getting depressed. You and Will ended up with a white T-shirt making a video. Just saying.
All right, sir, we get you. We get you, baby. Julia already knows who would be selected, to be honest. Well, she knows she already has the winner. She just directs the judges who to pick. And then, that's it. That's the truth.
Rafa, were you surprised that Spain did not make the top 40?
Yes,
Spain made in a lot of places. Yeah, like top model, head-to-head. She was not even there. And her project was about a sign language. So quite similar to Mia, if she goes to Miss World, quite similar. So how did she not make even like top 40? Yeah.
Daniela, the top 8, how did they pick their top 8? Because there's no interview happening with the top 20. No, because there's no... The competition, okay, the Miss World show that we see on TV, on the stage, it's not a competition. The competition was already done before that. The interviews and the challenges and whatnot.
Yeah.
What they do during the actual show is that they have judges, okay? And then everything starts from scratch. So they already have the top 40. In the top 40, they make the cut to top 20, top 20 to top, top 8, etc. And then 8
top
to
8.
4, and then winner. So that's the Miss World system. So there's really no competition going on, on stage per se. So because we already know who's going to be the top. The judges already know who's going to be the winners for each continent.
Technically, the competition is happening at the moment of choosing the 8, I guess, because they already know the continental queens. Maybe when they hear them to talk, it's just to kind of validate if they're correct in their decision.
Right.
because technically everything else is being done. It's like in Miss Grand. Miss Grand technically when the final show happens is just to choose
Yeah.
either they need to choose already the top five because the top 10 is already been chosen almost because the top 20 is being
Mm.
chosen because of the whole freaking competition plus the preliminary and the practices technically, and then when you if you made the top 10 from there it's like kind of validate if you literally are there for the top five or they need to replace you, but
Yeah.
All right. Megan Young gave birth 2 weeks ago.
Oh, congratulations.
Congratulations. Who is her husband? I forgot. I think she's married to is it a politician or something? I forget. Comment
No,
below.
I forgot. He looks like a Filipino Chinese, right? Like tan
Oh,
skin
yeah,
guy.
that's
I forgot
yeah.
his name.
a
I don't think
businessman
he's
or
a
something.
politician. He's not a politician.
I
No.
don't
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't went to her wedding. She invited me.
I know.
It was sweet.
Well,
Yeah.
did she
It's like a
did she
private
invite Julia
ceremony.
to the wedding?
The what?
Did she invite Julia
Julia.
to her wedding?
Well, no.
Rolene Strauss was also married. Did she invite Julia to her wedding? Rolene?
I don't know.
So, Ava says the thing is Miss World always chooses the best and genuine queens who actually make an impact. And I'm ready. I'm really very happy with all the winners to date. Okay, that's one
Yeah.
thing that I really like about Miss World.
Yes.
Okay, so they always pick the right winner. Okay,
Correct.
beautiful face, like what Antonio said, the princess type. The
Now we
princess.
see it, right?
Now we
Yeah.
see it. Now I
Now
understand.
we see it after Opal won. I was like, okay, what do you mean? Because I was so confused when he said that. I was like, what do you mean princess? Then I saw Opal with that gown. I was like, okay, I see it. I
Well,
got
look,
it.
look at the
Antonio.
entire look.
Yeah.
Look at the entire
Mhm.
look. Oh, George, you and I
Yep.
picked the same picture with her like praying.
Yes.
I don't know how to
Yeah.
change the background on my Zoom. I'm so mad about it.
Are you using a phone or are you using a laptop? There's two
You're using a
different ways to change
laptop.
the background.
You're
My
using a laptop,
tablet.
right? Yeah, go to your settings. Go to YouTube.
Yeah.
There are tons of tutorials on how to
That's what I did, and
Just
I'm like, you know what? I don't
learn.
have time. I need
I
to
find do it in
join.
Spanish, if you don't in English. Yeah, you know what? You can also change all these filters. I think you can do also many fun things with filters. Let me see what I can do. Let me
yeah.
see. Let me see if I can change my appearance, my video filter. Let me see here. Oh, it's in the studio effects. Let me make my eyebrows really thick.
You can put makeup too.
Do I look evil or what?
I like it though.
All right. There's also have this thinner eyebrows. This one. There you go. Look at George. He's wearing sunglasses. Should
Okay,
I
George.
should I put on a
You know what?
mustache?
I'm done with you guys.
Hola, señor.
Oh, I like it.
¿Quieres
Hello.
This one? Or this one? Do I look like more manly, you think? Oh, or this one?
Congratulations, you graduated.
Yes.
So you see, you have all this wonderful thing like.
You can, yeah, you have so many filters you can put on.
But I guess the question is, do you guys pay for the Zoom? Like, do you have a
What?
membership?
No, it's
No,
free.
you have to.
It's free.
Yeah. Well, mine it's
You paid it. I
I
didn't
pay.
pay. Yeah.
Okay,
I
I don't pay documents. No. Okay, I will play with this later on because I can't right now.
I'm an alien. Woohoo.
Purple people eater. I like that look on you, George. So cute.
Yeah, like Miss France did not make the
how do I
cut,
get
so I'll
rid of
just put
this
the
There.
hat for her.
But that was fun. So those are all the things that you can
Yeah.
do with Zoom. All right.
Yeah, so
Sorry
many things.
guys for that little silly episode. All right. There's a child. Megan named her child newborn child Julia. No, just kidding. Oh my, Mikey, you're gonna give me a heart attack. If you have a mango-shaped face bun, it will shine like a moon. What?
What?
Mia would turn 30 this year. Mia is what? Oh, Miss Universe South Africa. She would turn 30.
Miss South
Oh,
Africa?
okay.
Miss
Yeah.
South Africa, yeah, definitely. I have nothing against Opal. I just don't get all the candidates walk and the 40 was called. Was there anything between the contestant to do after 40 before 20 was chosen? How about from 20 to 8? It's just too complicated to explain everything. Because if you if you've been following Miss World very close, like Antonio and Julio, too bad they're not here so they can explain better. That's the way how they choose the winner eventually. So it's not very easy to win Miss World.
Yeah.
Because you have all these different challenges and whatnot. And then again, you have the judges voting, on a separate occasion and stuff. So they
An
also
interview.
and interviews
is-
and presentation.
Interview,
Beauty
yeah.
with a purpose. You have to create your
Yeah.
Beauty with a purpose video. And then you have to talk about your intro. I think you have to submit 2 videos, introduction and also your project.
Beauty
So
with purpose. For activities. Yeah.
And then when you
Yeah.
arrive at the venue,
yeah.
then you have to talk about your
Yep.
project person to the organization, to the other girls, Okay, Megan Young is married to Michael Diaz. He's an actor in the Philippines. Thank you for that information.
Oh yeah, actor. Yeah.
Let me see, guys. Please make a video reaction for CJ's crowning to it. I think George is going to do a reaction on CJ's
Yeah.
coronation. Yeah.
It'll be fabulous.
I'd love to, but
Yeah.
I don't have any time. I'm just so busy. I'm just so rapid with all these things going on. I have 3 more interviews this week. I'm interviewing the Miss Grand Netherlands contestants as well as Miss Supranational Malaysia on Wednesday. Another stunner, Ashwin woman. This woman is fabulous. I can't wait to talk to her. Oh, can we talk about Argentina? I'm sorry, but what was Argentina's business in the top 20? Yeah.
She did not hear it. Did you notice?
I
You know
know.
when
He
the
was
host
so
was
surprised that
announcing.
they need to
Yeah, she was like,
repeat
"What?"
it again.
Where
Twice.
Did I make it?
Like, where did she come from? Ethiopia, Argentina, like Nigeria, Nigeria.
Yeah, but Nigeria looked good, Rafi. Look at the gown of Nigeria.
yeah.
That gown
Yeah,
was
but
stunning.
Argentina,
Was
her
fabulous.
gown
Yeah.
and her shoes. And
Yeah.
the whole ensemble, I'm so sorry, but I was like, even her, she didn't believe that. Me?
She's like, "What?"
Are you sure?
In top
Do you-
40?
Do you say, can you say it in Spanish, please? Español, did he say Argentina? Okay, I'm going.
She took
I
her
mean,
time. Yeah.
Yeah,
The whole
Argentina was
ensemble was
another
awful.
big, huge surprise. You know what?
No, that one was
I'm
awful.
glad that she made it. I mean, we can't all
She
be.
seems sweet. Like,
Yeah, she
did you
was
see her
very
introduction video? Yeah, she was sweet on the
And
videos.
her English
Yeah.
is like flawless. I mean, she's multilingual.
I-
She says she's an
I
interpreter.
think she teaches she teaches English
right?
from
She
not
teaches
wrong.
English, so
Yeah,
that's
she's
that
English
explains
teacher.
Okay, so if she's an interpreter and she teaches English and she didn't understand the English accent, Miss Argentina. Something is wrong in this picture.
Maybe she teaches American English. Maybe
Maybe
that's
she
why.
does.
American
Oh.
English is different. Yeah.
Miss
That's-
Argentina! God forgive me. I mean, when I saw her going, I'm like, oh wow, that's
Oh dear. So Argentina was a
That's
big
that.
surprise. Let me see.
What about Panama? Did you guys have Panama on your list? I thought Paraguay would make
Panama.
it instead of
You know
Panama.
When Panama was mentioned, I thought
No.
I thought of our good friend Ed Dominguez, because Ed Dominguez used
Oh, yes, Ed, yeah.
used to be the national director of Panama, but I think I remember him saying
Yeah.
that he stepped down and he had somebody else taking care
Someone else to fill up.
somebody
Yeah.
else in. But I was happy for Panama. Another surprise, I didn't see her, but when she came on stage, okay,
No.
well, girl, I know now. I understand now where you were picked,
But do you think that they were just put there because of the continents and because they needed to put somebody
mhm, probably.
Like to fill up the spots.
mean like a
with
filler?
empty spots.
to fill the like a fillers?
You know what? I would have put maybe like Canada. Where was Canada? Like she was like the first
Oh my gosh, she was like
indigenous native
Totally.
Canadian.
Canada, like,
How did she not make at least like top 40? Canada.
what about Colombia? How come she
That would have made such. How long has it? Like, did Colombia place last year? Like, or is this
I
like
don't
2 years on
think
placement?
Colombia plays.
The organization is not doing
Again-
well. I don't know who is handling the Miss World Canada. Colombia
because
organization.
They're sending the wrong girls to Miss World. That girl is actually more like Miss Supra quality, But I don't know what happened. Somebody were you the
Or
one?
Miss
Oh,
Grand.
were you?
Yeah.
Were you? Or I think it was Julio who said that Colombia's Beauty with a Purpose project did not look real. It was like fake. She faked everything.
It was not me. It was Julio for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was Julio.
Yeah, okay, whatever. And then I noticed too that a lot of these Beauty with a Purpose projects that they selected, I was hoping they would pick, like, let's say Madagascar, project of defending the people in her country that suffer from
Right.
albinism.
Albinism.
Okay, like I would have
Correct,
wanted
yeah.
to reach out to those people. Somalia was
Mhm.
was awesome. Female genital mutilation,
Yeah.
all that stuff. Very
Yes, that was really good. Yeah.
very, very, very good project. But mostly children with disabilities. A lot of these projects, children with disabilities, children who lack good education, and then of course you have
Yeah.
Indonesia's project.
Yes,
Pipeline,
access to clean drinking
for
water.
pipeline.
Yeah.
Yes, drinking water, which is essential. I think every person on earth deserves to drink clean water. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I think that project will continue. I'm sure in the future, other
Yes.
contestants, will
Yeah.
probably promote that project. I mean, there's so many projects that, we can do, like we can materialize.
I think one thing I noticed about the Beauty of the Purpose project is try not to do a project that is a bit like controversial or like taboo subject in a particular regions or countries. Like Somalia's project, yeah, that was way too controversial for Miss World, because something simple as access to clean drinking water, she could also apply the same strategy to countries in Africa where there's still a lot of people who are dying from starvation, they don't have access to water. So I think Miss World is targeting those projects that could be done in other countries throughout, not just only in the candidate country, like not only in Indonesia. You could also apply this in other places where people do not have water. So I thought that is quite smart. You have to think logically, am I going to do a project that I'm going to get backlash by my local country, like the administration or the government, or is it going to be a project that I will be getting support by the authorities, the government, the politician will actually help me in order to build this project even further. So I think we have to think strategically, this project will be a long-term effect, not just like a short-term. Yeah.
That's
I believe too that.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
I believe too that if you follow the SDGs, something that Miss International just acquired, Miss Cosmos, even Miss Universe, I think if you follow the SDG guidelines, that would be a good strategy about when to make your platform. And Somalia, was very controversial, but if they would have put it in a way like women's rights and go from there.
A woman's health, yeah.
Like women's health and rights of her own body, I think would be a better way to promote, to show it, because, the first time I heard about female mutilation, castration, was when I was watching American Next Top Model. I don't remember the season.
Season 10, Fatima. Her name is Fatima.
Fatima.
Somalian.
From
Somalia.
She talked about it.
She became an advocate.
She was talking
about it.
Yeah.
So that was the first time that technically, publicly, on American television, was exposed that things like that continue happening. And I think if Somalia would have used one of the SDG appropriate for women's health and women's care and rights, that would be able to kind of morph it like what is needed to protect women in different ways. It's sad to say that today's day still women have no control about, what they do to their bodies and things like that.
Right to their bodies.
Which is
especially if you're a 6-year-old girl. You don't.
It's like.
I mean, you don't have any right to be forced to be subjected to this horrible practice.
Yeah, because technically it's like they're just converting you in an object, in a sexual object.
Yeah, you're not even treating them like humans, right? Like you're literally treating them like second-class citizens in your own country. That is so sad to see. That I know, like, it's too controversial, but there are certain traditions that practice this. I do not agree with this. Obviously, like I think it should be like banned.
It should be banned. It should be abolished. All these barbaric tradition. I really don't care.
It's not
culture.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's culture or tradition. Not all cultures and traditions are morally correct. Okay. Especially if it's a question of infringing on basic human rights. Okay.
Yeah, like hurting humans or hurting bodies, it should not be part of a tradition. I'm sorry. Or like I think was it Kyrgyzstan? One of our project was also about, I think, bride kidnapping. I think that was also quite like
Kyrgyzstan,
very controversial topic. That is also something I don't agree with. I saw the video and I was like, what is going on? Like, how are you kidnapping girls in this modern day and age and like making them brides? Like, WTF?
And apparently, it's an ancient tradition. is an ancient.
Yeah, like, but you should
Yeah.
not do that. Like, I think that's like basic human courtesy of like treating other people with kindness. You don't
Well,
kidnap
this is-
people and make
but-
them, okay, you're my
But
wife.
where the hell are the feminists? What are they doing? They're not doing anything. Are they?
But this is
Exactly.
the
Why are they
thing.
not doing it?
This
The
is-
ones
What are
who
they
are
doing?
like against pageants.
All these feminists are whining and bitching about. It's like, oh no, we'd have not a fair salary, equal salary between men and women, like all this stupid salary and all that shit. We don't want any more. There's no inequality in salary. Okay.
You know the people who are always
I
like
think-
protesting against like beauty pageants and things. They think like beauty pageants are not uplifting women. They're like kind of degrading them. They're like objectifying women. Those people should be protesting against these things, like Miss Somalia's project, Miss Kyrgyzstan, because those are actually affecting millions of young girls who are innocent victims, and due to some tradition apparently, which I don't agree with that. I think it's bullshit. Yeah.
But that is the reason why I believe that, like they say that pageants are not relevant. Pageants are relevant because these women are being brave. They are following a tradition of brave women in history that raise their voice, use what they have to raise a voice of conscience and education. We are on 2025 when human rights are shaking. I mean, it's people criticize about countries that little girls get married with old men. That happened in America. I live in South Carolina for heavily sex, and all the stories that I heard that by age 16, if you're not pregnant, you are late. In the olden days, they would get you married in United States. Or they will get you married because it's going to be for a better family that way they can give the family of the bride money to survive or whatever. It's not something only happening in the Middle East or whatever. Happens all around the world, and sometimes because
That's
of the
true.
economy,
Unfortunately,
they will literally trade their kids. It's like, I'm sorry, sweetie. I mean, in the olden days in Europe, they will literally say, hey, I need to send your older sister to their house of wash and wash, and that way she can work for them. Because they don't have the money or the income because the crops that year was bad, so they need to send their daughters out to working as mates for other families. In that way, they can. It's not something new. It's just sadly to say, people are focusing on politics and religion versus human rights. I do not care what do you believe politically speaking. I have my spiritual belief that Jesus is my savior. That doesn't mean that you need to believe it. I know what I believe, but I'm going to respect your belief. Rafa is Republican. I'm conservative in certain ways and liberal in other ones, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to be killing Rafa or whoever doesn't agree with my belief. I believe
I'm a liberal, if you're wondering. Yeah, we're completely different in terms of politics. I'm liberal Democrat. He is conservative, but we still are here.
We all get along with each other.
We all get along because we put the things aside. That's what people need to understand. It's like, can we put aside the stupidity about politics and religions and just think as human beings have some common sense? And since you preach all about love and acceptance, work for the society, provide equal education to everyone, the things that are needed. So they say that pageantry is not relevant, but you see these women every freaking year working hard in their countries, building a platform to help their society through private organizations or helping the government, because either the organizations established there, they don't care about them, or number two, they don't have the resources of the common sense to finally educate the whole community, the whole society, and provide the things that they need.
Education.
It's 2025. It's not to see countries that are powerful, and you still see people like in India, like sanitary napkins. Come on. That's something that is sad to see a powerful country. You see areas in India and other powerful countries that the lack of education or care about communities. So I don't know.
Because of corruption and greed. Corrupt and greedy.
Yeah, I think it's just the leaders are just being selfish. Like you said, the corruption is a big part of it, the lack of education, and also kind of, they know that if you treat like half of the population, let's say female, as second-class citizens, they know they can still have authority and power. So I think it's sad to see, but humans love to have power, right? Like we have seen it time and again, British Empire, like the French and the Spanish colonization. I think we have all kind of been through the historical books. They time and again has shown that humans love power. The moment they have power and can control other human beings, they feel that, oh, I'm special. I'm like a king. So it feels like those countries that we're talking about, they don't want to give female the right to their bodies, whether it's through female hygiene, whether it's the giving them the same equal payment for job opportunities, because I know a lot of places they do not have the same wage for female and male. So I think they just want to feel that they're powerful by abusing the system. And I think this is so sad to see we're still talking about it, because we have the privilege of living in countries that are way developed, and there are rights for female, but we cannot say the same for other countries. And hopefully through pageantry, those ladies representing those countries that are still quite backwards in terms of the tradition and the corruption can help move forward, because these girls have been educated in Western countries. Like Miss Somalia, she went to school and university in London. Yes. So hopefully she could implement those rules that she has learned and had the knowledge and access to education be implemented in her home country too. And hopefully we see that the changes.
Right. I think it's important though to talk about these things that very few people talk about. So that's why I found Somalia's purpose project, FGM. I don't think it's controversial, not for me, because I've read so much about it. But I think what the mistake that she made was that she only talked about this. She only talked about other people suffering from it, including herself, but she did not really do something more innovative or more practical as far as promoting this.
I think she talked about the issue, the problem of FGM, but I think she could have talked more about the solution. Like, how can we combat against this taboo subject? How can we maybe work with the government workers or in administration to find a resolution? Because at the moment, I just feel like she talked about step one, but we don't know what is the solution. What is the next step? Because at the moment, it just feels like just one. There is no parallel way to go. And I think she could have gone much more further through her project to help other people.
Exactly. Think about the problem, what is going on, what you lead, and then give me a solution. Speak with organizations, but one of the number one step is to be the face of the solution. Letting these girls know, hey, I was able to survive. Look what I accomplished. Yes. I want to be there with you to provide you the tools, my advice, emotional support. In that way, you can heal from within and move forward. Because you can be hurt all your life, but if you don't get the tools to start healing, you will not be able to move on. And I just read a comment about, can we move on about Miss World? I'm not talking about nothing else, but we're talking about something related with Miss World, related with the purpose. This is something real, whoever wrote that in the chat. This is real. Beauty with the Purpose is something that every girl, when they compete, is serious for them. This is not a platform that they just created to compete in Miss World. They've been working for years that help so many people, so many countries. With or without the international crown, they work hard for it. And Miss World organization, bless you, recognize that. So I wanted just to address that you guys think that we're not talking about Miss World. This is part of Miss World. Do your homework. This is part of the Beauty with the Purpose project. We're talking about things that are happening today. And comments like that make look pageantry superficial. We're talking about something that is important, that is Miss World. I'm Beauty with the Purpose.
Yeah, so I think that's one thing that all pageant fans, or at least those who are very new to Miss World or know very little about Miss World, I don't know. I think, was it you, George? I mean, there was a reason why Julia Morley launched the Beauty with a Purpose. I think something has to do with her young child who got very sick and eventually died. I think this is the reason why.
That was not me. I think it was Antonio who said that. I didn't say that.
Was it Antonio? Okay.
Maybe it was Antonio.
Maybe it was Antonio.
Yeah, that was created like in 1980, 1981 when Beauty with the Purpose started.
Her daughter.
And also, people forget that Miss World, when it started as a bikini competition. Like Miss Universe, Miss World, it started to sell swimsuit products.
Catalina
over the time. Correct. Over the time, they adapted with time, and also there were a lot of feminist protests, especially in the Miss World pageant that happened in London. In the venue, they were female. They were burning the bras and undergarments and stuff. They were literally throwing tomatoes and things on the stage because they were protesting against beauty pageant. that's how Madam Julia started the Beauty of the Purpose project, to adapt with time, to help people, because she was attracting millions of live viewers. We're talking about like even more than what we get right now, the live viewers, right? So like a lot of people were looking at Miss World just as superficial, pretty girl parading in swimsuit, that's it. But after she started Beauty of the Purpose project, then we started seeing, okay, you know what, there is more to it than just out of physical appearance, which is the girls are using a platform to help other people, especially underprivileged people in their respective countries. And I think that's what we have to remember, that Miss World has 74 years of legacy. And it did have some controversial. I know there are some Miss World fans who will say, oh, MGI is all about controversy, Miss Universe is all about controversy. Miss World also had it for a while.
I think
it started to change.
Miss World is the most has been the most controversial.
If you look at the history, there is so many controversy. Yeah. So we have to think logically that why Miss World started the Beauty of the Purpose, and people who are quite new to it, they need to know that there is a reason behind it, and that's because Madam Julia wants to make a difference in the world, and she has helped so many people through this charitable organization. Yeah.
And every time, also, I remember too. You remember when the pageant took place back in 2001 in Nigeria originally? So
yes.
It infuriated a lot of religious Muslims.
There were protests happening.
Yeah, they were protesting, and then they condemned one Nigerian reporter, a woman, Amina Lawal. I remember her name, Amina Lawal, who was very critical. She was basically responding against the negative comments done by the religious Muslims, especially the men. And then she said something that, oh, any of those girls could be your Prophet Muhammad's wife. And that infuriated the Muslim men. And they started burning stuff, businesses.
Yep.
So they got scared.
They had to move the pageant to London because of that.
They moved the pageant back to London. And then even in India back in 1996, I remember there were a bunch of conservative Hindus.
They were protests. Yeah.
They were protesting. And also, again, when it took place in 2023, there were some protests from feminists.
Yep.
And also this year, there were still some protests going on. Yeah, so you can't satisfy everybody.
Yeah.
There's always going to be people who will be against beauty pageants, whether you like it or not. Ahmed said, Miss South Africa allegedly did not want to do much interviews with the Indian media and stayed in her hotel room a lot of the days. I wasn't surprised she didn't make it. There you go.
Oh, maybe that was the reason. Yeah.
There's the answer. You just cannot stay in your room, okay, and ignore the Indian media. That's why Philippines made it this far, because the Indian media loves her. She would always acknowledge their presence. She would always spend some time. It's the same thing with Thailand and all the other countries.
You need to be accessible being a beauty queen. Like, you need to talk to the local news outlet, because I remember Opal went, I think a week before the Miss World started, she got in touch with the local designers in Telangana. She did a lot of interviews with local media, and that's how she managed to get attraction way before the contestant even arrived in India. So I think you saw like the local boutiques were like promoting Opal, saying like, oh, we should support her. She's such a lovely lady. She took the moment to promote the local fashion designers, local products, right? Essentially to the world stage. And I think what you have to think properly. You're going to the host country, do some research, learn about the tradition, the customs, the people, talk to them. If you're not being accessible, and if you're just like an ice queen, you don't want to do interviews, that says that as a Miss World, you're going to be difficult to work with. Right, that's it. Yeah. You'll have a hard time being in ring as Miss World.
I can't be bothered with
you cannot do that. You cannot do that.
But that's the reason I always said that in order to win, you need to be not the most intelligent, but be the best communicator. This is a social media time. And in order to be appealing to people, you need to be accessible. You need to be an inspiration to others.
Correct.
And I need to correct myself, because I was doing a research about it with the purpose, because of how it started, and I made a mistake. Wasn't 1981, was 1972. My mistake.
Okay,
I need to correct that. It's just I was trying to find exactly what started, and that's when I came with the correct years. My apologies, fans. Hey, I'm human. I make mistakes. But it's 1972.
And the protest that happened in London venue during the Miss World was 1970 when Grenada won. I think her name was Jennifer Houston. She's the first ever, if I'm not wrong, she's the first ever black woman, a woman of color, to win the Miss World crown too. And she had the iconic golden crown. This is also the same year when South Africa sent two delegates. One was called Miss South Africa, another one was called Africa South, which is also very controversial, which a lot of the global leaders from around the world were against this. It's extremely controversial to have two girls representing one country, and I think a lot of people know that due to the history of South Africa and the
And both
It's
of
really
this
bad.
women,
Yeah.
both of this women made the top 5. Africa
Yes,
South.
first runner-up and I think third runner-up,
Yep,
fourth runner-up.
something.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yep. So talk about being fair. Yeah, there
Yes.
world there have been a lot of unfair stuff going on in this world, I think.
So guys, know your history before you come for the
Due to
pageant. Know your
due to
history.
politics, due to politics.
And
Yeah.
this is the thing as well that we need to understand too is who created and where the home base of each organization is. We need to think about the history with the British, with
Yeah.
other countries, and as well we need to understand that at those times there was a lot of things that needed to be learned. There's a lot of time that needed to adapt. You know,
Yes.
we're talking about people from Europe that, I mean, looking in Miss Universe, how long, I mean, they have a first Miss Universe, Black Miss Universe from Trinidad and Tobago in 1977,
Yeah.
the Neil Commission. How many years passed to have a second Black one? 1998, Wendy Fitzwilliam.
Wendy, right?
19,
Trinidad and
yeah,
Tobago.
Wendy
Yeah.
Fitzwilliam. And then we
TNT.
have another one in a row with
Yeah.
Umpule Wolagobi that
Botswana.
competed in
The
Miss
first
World,
Black African woman.
like
Correct.
African
Botswana.
woman.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So look how much passed. Sometimes, again, no organization is perfect because it's guided by humans, and we are not perfect. And if we put in the midst the cultural backgrounds of the creators or owners of the pageants, that reflect through their organizations and they evolve. Miss World is not a perfect organization. It's been through a
Yes.
lot of controversies,
Yeah.
but they still know how to handle it in the most proper poised manner possible. The
Characterizes it.
characterizes
Mhm.
Miss Julia Morley and the organization. Period. Is Julia is not Nawatt. I
Thank
mean,
God.
thank God. Every pageant again is based off who is the owner who created. That is the reason, sadly, to say we will never see a beautiful African woman win Miss International because it's not the standard beauty for them. Because
Exactly.
the sponsor
Yeah.
for Miss International is a spa, people with money.
Yeah.
They are not going to choose somebody that is African, no matter how beautiful it is. Let's
That's
be
No,
reality.
honest.
they might crown African. They'll not crown a dark-skinned African. There's a difference because South Africa can send a
Oh
white
yeah.
girl. She
Sorry,
could win. Yeah.
a black girl. Let's say it
A
that way.
fair,
Black girl.
like at least a half white, half black girl.
Half.
They
Yeah.
Yeah.
like
Like
fair
Zendaya
skin.
might
But,
win. Yeah.
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 but
But like
somebody
dark
is
skin,
like
they will
a
not crown.
dark skin will
Yeah.
not win. Uh, and this is gonna
Miss
sound kind of
International.
terrible.
Miss International.
Miss
Yeah.
International would never. I mean, the moment that they start, I mean, because they get beautiful women, dark skin, beautiful women,
Yep.
they would never crown them, even though if they deserve it, because of the sponsors, because of who is giving the putting the money into the mix. So it's the same thing. In Miss Universe, it's more famous in the American countries, in the Latinas, because what's more easy because of the market. But in Miss World, it's more difficult to win or classify because of the investors, their vision, culturally speaking, what they're looking for. They're looking for somebody more poised, more elegant. And again, no pageant system is perfect, but at least Miss World has grown in and tried to learn from their mistakes. There's other organizations
Correct.
that instead of
Yes.
learning from their mistakes, they continue going down the hill, making promises that that they never make that they never
Yeah.
accomplish or stay true to it, or they just get worse and worse and worse. So
This is an interesting comment. Julia Morley once said she doesn't prefer an appointed delegate. Opal did not undergo Miss World Thailand. She was appointed considering she's Miss You third runner-up, meaning Julia's mind has changed. Yeah, you know what? I was visiting different pageant phase pages, and I ran into this I saw this comment and I thought it was very interesting. Was the crown for Thailand bought or planned from the start? Because Opal is a last minute delegate, appointed delegate. Julia said she didn't want appointments. She was the Miss Universe crossover. Julia had implemented a rule a no crossover rule since 2018, especially for Miss Universe. And then she resigned from her third runner-up in Miss Universe. No, she did not resign. She was dethroned.
Just wrong. Yeah.
Miss Joe, with no assurance of winning unless it is promised to her in the first place. Something is fishy. She won Miss World despite formidable odds. What do you think? Comments? Do you think she bought the crown, or her national director, Madame Pui,
No.
bought the crown?
I don't think so. I mean, honestly, I don't think so. I mean, people can change the rules whenever they want to, number one.
Yes.
Number two, Miss World Thailand situation is completely different. The situation was different because there was a situation and they needed to get a delegate right away. And
Yeah.
they got there were two names in the hat, Antonia and her, either or. They already represented Thailand within the organization, so technically they already competed within the owners of Miss World Thailand organization. Just
Mhm.
because they didn't compete straight on Miss World Thailand, but they competed within the organization. So maybe that was the look that they were able to use. I say maybe I wasn't there, but me, I would be like, hey Julia, this is what we got right now. This girl competed under our management, Miss Universe Thailand. Do you think that
Yeah.
is okay? Because she already went through our process as under our organization that holds the license of Miss World Thailand. And that might be the reason why she say yes. Because if we, I mean, I'm sorry, but who's
Wait,
gonna have
can
so
I
much money
can
to
I
buy a
comment
title?
about the crossover? Wasn't Lebanon the Miss Universe Lebanon too, and she crossed over to the Miss World? So who said that the crossover was not allowed in the Miss World pageant?
Oh, some random fan. It's a random
Because
Some
fan.
random fan.
Lebanon was, well, yeah, she competed in Miss Universe previously. Then she went to Miss World.
Yeah,
Well,
that's true.
Namibia, Miss Universe,
Namibia, Miss
crossover.
Cameroon. There were so many
Cameroon as
crossovers
well.
this year. So
Yeah, there were several
yeah,
There's so
so
many,
crossovers. Yeah, and there have been
there's so many
well,
contestants that
yeah,
yeah, like
and that's after
Gina
2018.
Swainson
Yeah,
from Bermuda, Miss
yeah.
Universe 1979, first runner-up, and then she competed in Miss World and she wins Miss World.
There've been so many over the
Yeah,
past years. So
several,
like,
several. So that's why
I think crossovers are good. Like,
you really have to study
yes,
the Miss World history because it's a very, you're
mhm.
talking about
yeah.
74 years of history. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
similar to what
pageantry was
Katrina said. Yeah, like you're never rejected, you're redirected to a different pageant, and maybe it was not meant for Opal to win, because I'm actually happy she did not win Miss Universe, because with the current leadership and the management of Miss Universe, I think she probably will
yeah.
not have a great reign. So I'm happy that she's moving on to a different pageant, and now she has the blue crown. She's going to do a lot better things, and with a supportive team too, because I know that Miss World organization will probably travel to like 20 plus countries, and she'll be able to spread the advocacy of breast cancer, which is very close to her heart. So I don't think people are just saying, oh, she bought the title just because, yes, she was crowned a bit later, but she already had a project. She already was prepared to go to Miss World. It's not something she just woke up one day and said, I'm going to do a project about breast cancer. She went through it. She, as a 16-year-old, she had the tragic news of having breast cancer. So over the past 5+ years, she started her Beauty the Purpose project. So you cannot even blame her for, she was like last minute option. No, she was not. Yes, she was crowned a little bit later, but she already was working on this project, and she's now going to continue with the Miss World organization much further and help millions of other women out there through breast cancer.
And I really don't think it wouldn't have mattered though if she had if she had been crowned Miss World Thailand like 3 weeks before Miss World, because she was already prepared, as she said,
she already was prepared. Yeah.
Opal was saying during the interview that Thailand has waited for this crown for more than 74 years. Girl, Thailand made their debut at Miss World in 1985. Well, technicality.
But the pageant started 74 years ago, so I think that's what she's trying to say. Like, since the start of
wasn't
Miss
there
World.
a dark-skinned Miss International who represented Colombia?
Yeah, Colombia, not Africa. We talk about African country.
Yeah, we're talking about
Colombia is not in Africa.
Yeah, she had African descent, but she was not.
But she's not.
She wasn't from the African continent. She was from
But
South
what? Okay, people, learn your moment on colors, people. She is what we call intrigueña, coffee and milk, like Valerie from Puerto Rico. That's the darkest that they will crown. Nothing below that. Nothing dark, nothing Umpule, nothing Wendy Fitzwilliams.
Yeah.
No, that's what we're
because the
talking about.
Japanese are racist.
We're talking about like
We're-
Zozubini Tunzi when you talk about like African black.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And or yes,
Our,
zucchini
our
or
skin tone,
empule.
the coffee and milk, this olive skin tone or whatever, we're trieños. We are mixed. When we're talking about dark skin, we're calling about the Sopo,
Cafe
Naomi
au
Campbell,
lait, the cafe au
Josie.
lait complexion.
Okay, I mean, come on, people. Jesus.
All right, moving on.
That's doing pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. What?
You like my new glass?
Should we talk
love
about the
it. What are
top
you drinking?
20? Or do you want to go to top
It's
8?
Celsius.
Having.
The no crossover rule was implemented in 2017 to 2022. It was actually a rule, though. I don't know these rules. I mean, every pageant just make all
It
these
changes.
these arbitrary rules. You know, she's like demand. I'm sure when Julia kicks the bucket. I'm sure when she passes away. I'm sure whoever's going to take over Miss World, they'll probably make some changes.
It will change again.
Maybe they'll
Yeah.
go back to the old ways, like the Eric Morley ways. Who knows?
Yeah.
You know.
It keeps changing.
All right. Why do you think Indonesia didn't perform her talent during the finals?
I wanted to see that. You know, every year the talent winner performs
was
in the
shocked.
finals. I wanted to
Yes.
love to see her play the piano on the stage. But what happened?
Yes. Well, Jacqueline Fernandez instead entertained the
Yeah.
audience.
I mean, she was fun. I won't lie.
She was
Her
okay.
Oh, I
performance
love
is
her.
quite fun. Yeah.
I love
her.
her.
As
I
many,
love
if you didn't know
her.
who Jacqueline Fernandez, Google, she was Miss Universe Sri Lanka 2006.
Sri Lanka.
She did not
Yes,
place
in Hollywood. In Hollywood,
Miss
yeah.
Universe.
No, she did not
But
place.
She did not place, but she's one of those many stories of beauty queens who did not place in their respective contests, but went on to Hollywood and became big
Like
name
Wonder Woman.
stars.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she's
Like the current Wonder
she's
Woman.
much bigger than Urvashi
Rautela.
Rautela, okay? She's much bigger than
Don't tell her.
Rautela.
I hope she doesn't watch this video because she probably say like she's the very first woman in the entire universe, the planet, the globe, to win the most amount of titles.
One of the judges actually, I thought was Urvashi Rautela. She looked like Urvashi Rautela. Like,
I thought too. One of the judges looked like
For a
her.
moment. Yeah, for a moment,
right?
I focused it. Okay.
like,
Yeah.
like what was? Yeah, she had did you see her lips? I mean, her face was like bloated. But her lips.
It's the cosmetic
looked good.
enhancements.
And she had you can see the lip liner around her lips.
It's the Botox.
Like, girl,
Yeah.
did you look at yourself in the
Fillers, lip
mirror
fillers.
and stuff?
Yeah.
Like, what did you?
But
Who's
I
your
will give
makeup
her.
artist?
I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. After the pageant, she spoke lovely things about Opal and all the Miss World contestants. I know that physically she was a bit just done. She was done to the max. But she seemed quite genuine because she has done a lot of philanthropic work during the COVID time. That's what Madam Julia said.
Her name is
kudos to her.
Sudha Reddy. She's an Indian businesswoman, entrepreneur, and philanthropist.
Philanthropist,
Never heard. One of the other judges is the Indian actor Sonu Sood. He was also given the humanitarian award. Okay.
Oh yes.
Now, can we?
Yes, I remember him.
Remember? And Manusha Chilar, Miss World 2017.
Yes.
She was one of the judges, looking stunning, fabulous.
Absolutely.
And I was so happy to see Namrata Shirodkar, Miss Universe India.
I haven't seen her in so long. The last time I saw her was like Miss Universe.
Yes.
Way before I was born.
Do you remember her? Do you remember her iconic answer? Do you remember her iconic answer to the
During what?
Q&A?
During which pageant?
Miss Universe.
Miss Universe?
Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh my.
1992.
That probably is the most
1993. I'm sorry.
unintelligent answer
Which
given
one?
by an Indian
Margareta, I
beauty
thought that was
queen.
1995.
No,
It's not 1995.
1993.
No, it was
Namrata Shirodkar
1990.
competed in 1993.
1992
was
yeah.
Madhu Sapre.
And I think she
followed
went to.
by Namrata.
No, not her. The one
The
before.
question
Yeah.
was, do you think you can, if you had the chance to live an eternal life, what would you do? Well, and she said something. I don't believe in living eternally life because I don't think we can. So people, of course, made fun of her answer. I thought it was. I thought it was a good answer.
I mean, she was honest.
It was honest. It was an honest.
I mean, it was
answer.
honest. It's just how she delivered the answer could have been much
She was
better
top
because
6 in Miss Universe.
Yeah.
yeah, she was.
Like,
top.
first of all,
She went to
Okay.
The question was stupid anyway.
Miss Asia. Yeah, the
Yes,
question
she
was like,
compete,
but
she
I think she
competed
could
in
have
Miss Asia
handled
Pacific.
it
She was
much
first
better.
runner-up, Asia
Miss
Pacific,
Asia. Yeah,
1993. Yeah.
yeah.
So I wasn't having
See,
to say
again, a
Namrata.
crossover,
She
guys. A
hasn't
lot of
changed.
crossovers.
She
Yeah.
hasn't changed. Namrata Sri Lanka hasn't
But this
changed.
is
She's
the thing when
beautiful.
Put on a little
in the
weight, but
glory
she's gorgeous.
in the glory of pageantry in the olden days was so beautiful to for the people that is being studying pageantry, not just being fans, studying pageantry.
Yeah.
We know that in the 70s, in the 80s, especially, and the 90s, there was a lot of crossovers. A lot of girls that went to Miss World
Yes.
and made it to the top five, competed in Miss Universe, and then they either make it or win. There was one candidate that was Miss Photogenic in Miss World and Miss Photogenic in Miss Universe too. You know, and certain Latin countries, part of their preparation for the girl to go to Miss Universe was to send into other pageants as preparation, like in Miss Puerto Rico. Whoever we Miss Puerto
Yep.
Rico at that time will go to Miss International, here, there, over there, prior to go
Yep.
to Miss Universe. That's how Dayanara Torres
Yes.
ended up
Yes.
being semi-finalist in Miss
Yep.
International. Then she won a title called Miss Elegance on an airplane or something like that. I don't remember. And then finally she won Miss Universe. So those crossovers
She
are
competed
amazing.
too in Queen of the World,
Oh,
1993.
Queen of the World. That's where
Queen of the
she
Yes.
World.
competed on an airplane. That's where that one on the
Yes.
airplane. Uh, and then yeah, that was I bet how that one happens. So so those crossovers happened so much, and at that time was the moment that we started learning and having that eye of, oh, these girls can be the triple threat. These girls
Yep.
work for this and that, and that's how a lot of people, how a lot of people. Sorry, somebody was sending me a private message and lost my train. That's how us learn to have the eye to identify girls from the beginning. Like in Puerto Rico, I always said they use the team pageants just to kind of start eye who will be the next Miss Universe Puerto Rico, who will be the next
Right.
Zuleika. Like team
Yeah.
pageants is just a preparation to go to the
Yes.
big league. Team
Practice.
pageants are nothing. It's just practice.
Yeah.
Unless it's Team USA, that is the only relevant team pageant in the world. The other pageants are obsolete because honestly, it's just a
Yeah.
preparation to go. You just win that crown, go
Yeah.
home, and then just come back just to pass your crown. You do nothing with it.
I agree
So
with you. I think it is important for girls to try out, like, to try out before you actually jump into like big league, like
Yes.
Miss Universe or Miss World. Always try a smaller pageant, whether it's like a minor pageant, like Miss Eco, like some pageant that is like a holiday. Like
Yes.
2 weeks holiday, do some fun, go to Egypt, just be a habibi and like enjoy and like ride the camels, do some photo shoots. And that's just to see how the experience will be, because that is not a serious pageant, right? Then after, maybe if you want to do a bit bigger, I mean, it's not, let's be honest, it's not a serious pageant. They're just in parties. I was helping one girl to do Miss Eco International. She was telling me, George, we have party every night. There's no judging, it's just parties. Anyway, going back to the topic, this preparation, you could do other pageants, maybe
George is
like
frozen.
Miss Teen, and just
yeah,
try out. And if it's something you want to continue, because, am I frozen? Hold on.
Yeah, your face
yeah,
is
you are
frozen.
so frozen. Is
You've been frozen for the
hilarious.
last 5.
Okay,
Oh, there you go. You're fine.
yeah, no,
Am I back?
oh,
Am
You're
I back?
yeah, you're.
Okay, sorry. All I was saying was that just
I,
just join these minor pageants as preparation.
Okay, now you're just
oh,
Then go
mumbling.
to a bigger league. Because if you just join the big, oh my God, what is it called?
oh.
How about
Okay.
now? Am I back?
I think
Am I
the
back?
Filipinos
Your
are
face is still
attacking your
frozen.
sign.
Hold on, let
Okay,
me
now you're
change the
fine.
internet. Am I back?
I mean, your face looks flawless. I think some Filipinos are attacking you because you won Miss World.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Question, pageant Empress. I thought your accent sounds British. British. How come you live in Thailand?
Because I'm British. I
Do you
am
want to
British.
address that? Okay.
Yeah, I'm
That's
British.
the
I'm
answer. There
British
you go.
Asian, but I moved to Thailand recently because
Somebody
I fell
said
in love with the country.
he's Nepalese trying to be British.
Well, do you want to see my passport to prove my point? Yeah. I was born in Hong Kong. Then my family moved to the UK when I was a kid. So I'm technically British Asian. Yeah.
Okay. There you go. He's British Asian. Julia makes her money with the brand rights for Dancing with the Stars, which Eric Morley created. Miss World is meant to self-finance every year. Otherwise, Julia won't pay her money into it. That may be, and also I really believe that they also have offshore accounts. That's how they make money. Okay, they have investments and stuff. They have a lot of money. Miss World organization has a lot of money.
Yeah,
Oh
right.
yeah, I mean they
Yeah.
have a lot of sponsors, and I heard, and I'm gonna say allegedly because I don't live there, but apparently in there's people that literally bet big amount of money, like horse race. They do the
Yes.
same thing for the candidates who they think is gonna win. Like it's part of the movement, and which I really like that part because I know at least that money is gonna go there. I mean,
Yeah.
how the organization is gonna help the winner with the projects and stuff. You know, I
Mm.
remember when Philippines have I think it was a tsunami or something, and Miss World went there and give a big nice donation. And when
Yeah.
Haiti has the catastrophe, they went there and help out too. So this is not something that they just pull out. You know,
And
you need to
also, we
have
have to remember,
yeah.
Madam Julia and the Miss World organization, they do charity gala dinner for the beauty of the purpose. They do in
Yes.
a lot of places, so they raise a lot of funds, a lot of
Yes.
money, and
Totally. Auctions.
they do not
Yeah.
just invite any random people. They invite diplomats, ambassadors, politicians from different countries, and they raise a lot of money, sometimes like millions of dollars, and that goes to the Miss World organization. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Charlie says Eric Morley created Come Dancing, which the BBC relaunched as Strictly Come Dancing and sold around the world. The credits read as with the authorization of Julia Morley. Okay, that makes sense. George is British Chinese with a
Yeah.
Thai blood. You know, George can identify
You can
himself
say whatever you want.
whoever he
Yeah.
wants. Okay.
Yeah.
Kia Ora
Yes.
from New Zealand.
I don't believe in labels. Yeah.
In your opinion, who is El Tocuyo in this year's Miss World contest? For me, it's Miss South Africa. Her non-placement exclusion is shocking. I think we pretty much agree. South Africa, isn't it? She's Miss El Tocuyo. George, you're frozen again.
Uh,
Yeah. Am I frozen? Okay, let me change my internet.
um,
One
Okay,
moment.
do it again. Reboot.
let's see. Yeah, reboot.
Reboot.
El Tocuyo.
Reboot. El Tocuyo, I would think
Hmm.
South Africa. Because
You
she was
know
like
what
kind of like
about?
hyped. She was hyped like all
But
over.
what about
And then just
Mexico? Mexico always do a good
no.
job.
Nobody
No, no.
nobody has Mexico on their list.
Well, I'm just
No.
asking
Mm-mm.
because for me, what's
It's
kind
South
of
Africa.
interesting because
It has to be
Mexico,
South Africa, I think.
but I
South
think South
Africa.
Africa was hyped. Spain,
No,
Spain, yep, I had Spain too.
Spain was
yeah,
Ralphie
Spain
had
on
Spain on your
everybody's
list.
list. Spain
yeah,
was on my
She
list,
was in
but
our both of ours. Yeah. We had
yeah.
Spain
yeah.
in
I
both of our
like
lists.
Spain. I was surprised that Spain didn't make it.
Okay, let's talk about the results. All right. Actually,
All
no,
right.
before we do that, can we talk about the hosts? What do you think of Stephanie as a host? I think she did a good job.
I thought she did good. Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
think they had a good chemistry between the male host and the female host because,
Yeah,
yeah,
totally.
last year, I'll be honest, I love Megan as a host, but that guy was terrible. I think his name is Karen. He was so bad.
Oh,
It
Karen
just felt like
Johar,
he was
yeah.
trying to do,
Karen Johar.
yeah, it's just
Yeah.
Johar, sorry,
He was
but he was just
a little
terrible.
flamboyant.
He's not good.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
But
mean
you know
it's
what?
fine.
He's
Like
big. He's a big
we're all
he's a big
We
producer.
are all,
yeah, we're
you
all
know,
this, but like I really want to see
but
someone who's a bit more professional in terms of being a TV host. So, yeah.
Anyway, so Stephanie Del Valle, I think, did a great job. I'm sure she'll probably be returning in the next edition.
Probably.
The co-host, the male co-host is Sachin
He was
Kumbar. He did a very
very
good
good.
job too. I love his
it was
Yes.
good.
You know what? He reminds me of our good friend Melvin, because Melvin talks like that in
Oh
English.
yes, I
Very,
was
very
wondering. He reminded me of someone.
very
Yes.
Yeah,
educated, very articulate. It has this like really kind of almost like so much almost British twang to it, to that diction.
Yes.
But man, did you see his hairdo? It's like this pump. He was like this pompadour. Like you wonder,
No, not
is
just the
that
pompadour,
hair?
the volume of
The
his
volume.
hair.
yeah.
It's like so well textured.
But it looks so thick, and I wonder, Ma, are all Indian men? Do they all have like thick hair.
I mean, he's Indian. They have a lot of hair.
I haven't seen any
Yeah.
bald
Yeah.
Indian men.
I think it's
they all
yeah.
like have thick
Some
hair.
of them have a
And whatever
It's the
they're
hair.
eating, I
Yeah.
thick
want it.
hair.
Okay? Whatever they're eating, just
Yeah.
have thick hair. Because my hair is like very thinning now.
Just
So I
give me
want
some
thick hair.
curry, maybe some
Same.
curry.
What? What, Wilfredo?
Yeah, I mean, it's
curry.
Indian food.
The curry.
All right, so we both agree both co-hosts did a fine job, okay?
Yeah.
And what do you think of the venue?
They're absolutely brilliant.
Do you
Yes.
like the stage? I thought the stage was
It was
great.
good.
The
Love
stage
it.
was beautiful.
Love.
It's not like
It's
an
so good.
upgrade. Beautiful.
Was it better than last year's though, do you think?
Yes.
You
Yes.
think? You think? Okay.
I think
Yes,
for
much
me,
better. Much
much
better
better.
than last year.
because I was a little scared. Because I was like, last year I was expecting more. I was like, okay. But this year I was like, oh yeah, we're good. We are good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they had.
You know,
they
I think
kept
it's
the
funny
same,
because
no, they
No, I was
kept the
gonna say,
same
like, it's
setup
kinda
with
funny
the United Nations
the
with the
UN.
flags and the chairs
Yeah.
in the back. Yeah,
You said on the in the video too, because this year I had like very low expectation from Miss World because after the Miss England was kind of like talking crap about like Miss World and things. So I didn't really have a lot of expectation in terms of production. So I thought the stage was so beautiful. It was so big. It could easily be like an award ceremony, like Oscar stage. It's massive. So I thought the India should host Miss World again. Like maybe another state if they want to go to maybe like I don't know Mumbai, like any other place. But I think it was beautiful, the incorporation of the Indian culture on the stage. Yeah.
Well,
Totally.
apparently, allegedly, there's a little bird with the feather, a little Krishna bird, said that Julia Morley
All
was saying
right.
that she wanted to bring Miss World back next year because there's other beautiful areas in India that she wants to
Yes.
expose. So
Yeah.
I am not mad. Is Miss World happening in India again? Because I'm sorry,
They should.
India,
They should explore. Yeah.
Yeah,
India
it's a huge
is
country. It's a
the
big country.
birth country of the best Miss World in history.
Just don't hold it close to Kashmir, okay? Where the tension, the conflict is going on. You don't
Yeah,
want that to happen.
but for me, I believe that India
Yeah.
is like the
Hold it in Goa, where Melvin lives. Goa, in the southern part.
yes.
Yeah, the
Yes.
former
Near the
colony,
All of
beach.
them are gonna
former
Yes.
Portuguese
We need to
colony.
say it.
Goa.
Yes.
Go, Goa. Let's hold it go.
I think hopefully that it happens again in India. They have so much to offer culturally speaking, and
Mhm.
I still remember when Miss World 1996 happens in India. That was like out of a Bollywood movie. Like that was beautiful. Like
Mhm.
I think last year was kind of like okay, but this year was like okay, you regain it. You did a great job. I think they did a good job. Everything,
Yes.
and I love the part about
It
seeing
was
the
very. It was
delegates.
very. I thought it was very well organized. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
However, I have to be honest. They still lack promptness as far as public relations is concerned because I told you that I had a correspondent for Critical Beauty in India, Sandeep.
Mm.
And then I had like contacted Enrique like twice through WhatsApp and asking him, what's going on with my correspondence press pass. Your press pass person is not responding. So it took a while. And to this day, Enrique still has not read my WhatsApp messages. So I can only assume that he's been very, very busy, which is understandable and whatnot. But I really
Wow.
wish they would have a more prompt, quicker more efficient public relations department, which by the way, Miss Universe has always never fails to have a good public relations. So that's my only critique of the Miss World organization is as far as public relations goes, they're kind of like average. So can we talk about what else can we talk about? Okay, what do you think of the guy who did the entertainment? That young kid. What was his
The
name?
young kid, I forgot his name. He's a
Ishan Cotter. He's hot. Ishan
yeah, he's a
Cotter.
rising star.
That's
He's a
yeah,
rising star. He's
yeah,
giving me Bollywood vibe
yeah,
all the way through.
yeah. That kid can dance, and he
Oh
looks really,
yeah.
really very hot. George, he's frozen still. What happened
Oh,
to George?
I don't know, but now it's your only you and me.
Um,
Well, can the Filipinos stop attacking George Internet, please?
Steven Sparkin, is it just me or was the Indian audience boring? The crowd only came alive when Thailand and the Philippines were called. Uh, I didn't even notice.
No.
Did you notice?
Okay,
I mean,
I'm
they're
gonna
like
be honest with you.
they're
Again,
like yeah, they're very calm.
People need to learn. Even when you watch Miss India pageant, the judges are very funny. I love the hosting, the dance, and everything. But when you see the people sitting, they're more focused. I mean, this is not a concert. This is the pageant. This is not. You are not in the back of your house doing a quinceañera. Like, what? I mean, I don't know what people expect. Like, they want that every person that goes to a pageant, they need to have sounds, the instruments, everything. It's like every culture is different.
What do we
Okay?
think? What do we think of Christina's farewell? Oh, actually, entrance in the beginning, wearing the
Oh.
beautiful, gorgeous ball gown, Cinderella dress.
Wow.
Talk about a princess.
Wow.
That's a
It was done by Leo Almoda, right? The
Leo
Filipino
Almoda.
fashion designer. It was
Yep.
absolutely spectacular. One of the best evening gowns I've seen in Miss World stage. And wow, like she looked like a goddess, like, dropped from heaven,
The
like an
goddess.
angel. Yeah, a goddess on like landing on this planet
And when
Earth
the
just to grace
camera
us.
and when the mirror close up to her face, oh my
Ooh.
God.
So beautiful.
Where did this
Wow.
gorgeous girl come? Can we say that she's officially the most beautiful Miss World ever so far? I mean, we love
Yes.
we love Opal, of course.
I mean,
I
there
would
are a
think
few
one
others,
of
but
them.
yes.
Yeah, something about Christina.
One of the
One of
most.
them.
Yeah,
But
one of the
Yes.
most.
One of the most, but the one before,
Carolina.
like
Carolina, yeah,
Carolina.
blonde.
the Miss World Barbie. She's
Wow.
more beautiful than her, in my opinion. She's like a
Her face is very
catwalk.
sexy. Carolina has a very
It's just
sexy
beautiful.
I actually, I
It's
think
just
that
beautiful.
I think they're both beautiful, but I actually prefer Christiana because I like more like the ethereal, like like an angel look,
more like demure,
demure.
meaningful.
No, both of them are
Yes.
beautiful. It's just from the blonde ones, the other one
Yeah.
I like is very
Because you're Latino,
fashion.
you like sexy look. Latinos like the sexy, exotic
The
look.
Russian
Yeah.
girl. The Russian girl
Yeah.
from
Okay, I almost say a
2008.
comment to you, but I'm gonna shut up right now. You know what?
Ksenia.
I'm gonna say it to see what happens. I like you. Are you Asian? So that's my response. There he is blushing. Yes.
The crowning moment was pretty awkward, though. They must have practiced this for a long time. So why was there so much delay and awkward silence? Was there a delay?
No.
No, there was not. Was there?
I don't think so.
No.
Was there a delay? I don't recall because as soon
I don't
as
recall any delays.
well, I thought this is one thing I like about Miss World is that the crowning ceremony. It didn't
Yes.
feel rushed. It was
No.
done in a very elegant manner. You don't
Yes.
see the finalist jumping over the winner and hugging her and embracing her, which is so Miss Universe, okay? But see, and they have a throne where she
Love the
gracefully sits
throne.
down, and then you have
Yes.
Christina gracefully, elegantly putting the crown on the winner's head and whatnot. And then Opal gets up, goes to the center of the stage, waves to the crowd, comes back. That's the format of the ceremony, the crowning ceremony. And I thought it was beautifully done, wonderfully done.
I like that
Yes.
better when the moment the camera can catch that glorious moment for the queen to have the moment,
Yes.
and then they hold hands. I prefer that than having crazy people going and almost breaking the crown and being
Oh yeah, I don't like when girls like run to the winner. Like I want her to have a moment to shine. Whether it's like 5 minutes or like few like seconds, at least let her have that walk of glory, so we can actually see and capture that moment. Because I really don't like. I think was it Zozabini? There was one of the girls who literally got the crown and goes from like jumping from the back, trying to like drop the crown. So that was way too messy. I don't like it. Like I keep it classy for Miss World. That's what one thing I like about Miss World.
Keep it classy, keep it elegant.
Can I address something that I just read? I'm so sorry. I know this is your show, but I just read something that kind of upset me right now. Stephanie, you're messing with the Puerto Rican, number one, and number two. Since when weight has nothing to do with talent? Stephanie is right now signed by a modeling agency, and she's a full figure model. There's a ignorant person saying Stephanie needs to lose weight before they pick her to be a host. She was Miss World. Since to her, Miss World got a lot of money. They created
Yes.
the Beauty with the Purpose ambassador because of Stephanie.
Mm-hmm.
Her weight has nothing to do with her talent and her beauty. You can have some extra pounds and be beautiful, full figure, and still beautiful and talented. That is degrading to a woman to try to say that, oh, she needs to be skinny in order to be a host. Excuse you? That is so disrespectful. I hope you are not fat or ugly or hello, because I hope you're an elephant. Continue. I
All
hate
right.
that
Are
stupid
you happy
people.
now? Now that you've able to release?
Yeah, thank you. I hate those comments.
Do you
Body
remember?
shaming, like,
Do you remember Miss USA 1997, Brooke Mahalani
Mahalani
Lee?
Lee.
Her national pageant answer when she won, she said, like, what would you tell to the young girl like who won the like I forgot the exact question, but like she said that I will always be the girl who won that title, regardless if I have a big nose, if I bigger,
If I grow
smaller,
up,
taller,
grow
shorter,
tall,
but down,
I'm
I'll
still the
always be that
same.
girl.
Yeah. Mhm.
And I will be a
Or
good
that-
ambassador and good role model for all the young girls out there. So guys, please be a bit more mature when you're like body shaming girls, because Stephanie will still be that girl, even if she gets like 100-year-old. She will still be that woman who inspired a lot of young girls through her story as Miss World 2016. So just have a bit more class.
Yeah, let's just
right?
be sensitive.
Yeah.
And
Just be classy.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean nobody can change the fact that that Stephanie won Miss World. I mean she's gonna be
Yeah,
Miss
you
World.
cannot change
I mean,
She's gonna be
history.
Miss World
she
forever.
wasn't competing.
Correct.
If you tell me that she's
Yeah.
competing for the title, yes, you need to have
Yes.
the standards for a beauty pageant. But she already won. She is working. She's banking money.
Mhm.
Let
Yes.
her
And
be.
she's happy. She's happy
And
with
she
with her
is
As
life.
long as she's
happy.
happy. Yes.
Very
If you
happy
tell
with
me
her life.
that, if you tell me that she was competing this year, I will be the first one to be like, okay, lay out of the mofongo, girl. What's going on? She already won. She can feel happy with herself. People fluctuate in weight. And
Yeah.
and healthy doesn't mean skinny. I work in cardiology, and I have a lot of
Yeah.
skinny patients that have high cholesterol levels and dying, and I have patients that are literally obese or overweight, and the blood pressure is on point. So body
It's all
shape is
relative.
not equal healthy.
Yes.
It's about your
Correct.
genes, who you are. Because there's like in Africa, I saw a documentary that there's a village that they feed the girls because it's sexy for them for a girl to have curves. So
Was
they
this in
overfeed
East
them.
Africa? Was this Somalia? I forgot.
I
One of the
But
Eastern
not
African
Somalia.
countries.
so
No.
they
Somalia?
overfeed them
Maybe
because
I've
they
seen
need
a
to
video about
Congo,
this.
the lower part
Yeah,
of Africa, the
they
Congo.
Yeah,
need
like
to overfeed them.
I
Yeah,
remember it was
Burundi,
being plus
Uganda.
size big was
Yeah.
like the beauty standard in that country. I was
The
really
beauty
surprised.
standards,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and because babies, like to be able to have babies and stuff, you need to have big hips and stuff. So they
Yeah.
will overfeed the girls. And that shocked me. But
Yes.
again, the,
I
Stephanie
think
or any
I think
person
to
is
me
not
personally,
competing.
it's dehumanizing. It is. If you treat a
Yeah,
woman like that, like as if it was like,
It's like treating like as an object,
yeah,
not like a
exactly.
human.
I don't like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
exactly. This is not about she's competing. She already won compete, and she did better stuff than you. What are you doing behind a keyboard?
all right, moving on. Yeah. Oh, Naveed. Hi, Naveed. How are you? How are you, dude? Ishan Khater is the name of the guy who did the
Oh,
thing.
did you
And
remember
he,
he was in
and
Netflix
uh,
series? I
yeah,
think it's
this is
called The
what he said.
Family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Royals, the actor. He's the lead actor of Royals on Netflix. That's
Oh,
what
it's the Royals. Yeah,
the
but
Royals.
I've seen him in a Netflix series. He's really cute there. Yeah.
Oh, Hiniba says, can Miss World get a proper crown for their princesses? Can we talk about those ugly tiaras? I'm
Oh
sorry.
my God! What? I'm sorry. That was awful. That was like
What was that?
What was that
It
about?
looked
It
like
looks like a
it
little,
looks
like hairbands, like a
like a little,
hairband.
you know
like
yes,
Timu.
hairband. Timu,
No, that
something
looked
like
like a
Walmart or
hairband.
like Claire's. Like you know
Wasn't
those
even a
cheap ones you can
tiara.
buy.
Was like
Yes.
Can someone give us details about those cheap-looking tiaras
No.
for the
It was
princesses?
a hairband, not even
Yeah,
tiara,
it was a
Rafa.
hairband, not a tiara. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They gotta
It was
go.
awful. Yeah.
They gotta go. Um, EJ Belge, I see that slapping meme on your screen, Rafa. Are you referring to the Macron? Uh, and is Brigitte really a trans woman? Candace Owens says so. You know what? That's debatable. I think Brigitte Macron is a man. I believe.
Who?
Do you know, guys, the
Are you
meme?
talking about
The
Was
meme.
French minister
The
on the
French
and the
minister, the Prime
airplane?
Minister Emmanuel Macron, who is married to a much older woman named Brigitte Macron. And there was a video that went
Oh, I
viral
saw it.
that Brigitte
Yes.
slapped Emmanuel
Yeah.
on the plane just before. As
Yeah.
soon as the door opened, the plane,
Open, right? Yeah.
it was caught on tape. It was caught on video. So,
That is
and there's
sad.
a famous American conservative commentator, Candace Owens, who's made a series of claims of videos claiming that Brigitte Macron was actually born as a man and that she had covered it up. Because remember, Emmanuel was Brigitte's student.
Student, right? She was a
Yeah.
teacher, if I'm not wrong.
Yes,
She's a bit
and she
older
was
than him. Yeah.
she was a teacher. And then rumor has it that she actually seduced him, and
Oh, that's
as a
no.
man when she was a man. So I
Oh,
don't know.
Rafa, the answer about the tiaras.
Yep.
Somebody said those tiaras were pearls of what? Hyderabad, and it is called the city of pearls.
I
Okay.
mean, I
Well, I love
love this
pearls.
story. I love pearls, but they could make it into
It,
beautiful design and
yeah,
actual
it's the
like
design that
It
tiara.
could look like a
Yeah.
nice
spectacular.
little. It was different. What
It
Yeah.
was
doesn't.
I wasn't expecting it like that. I wasn't caught me off guard.
Okay. Okay, so the only advantage that I see with this type of design is that you can wear it during a formal evening outing or something. If you're doing the red carpet, I guess you can put that, to embellish your head, but it's not a tiara, it is a headband. Okay?
Yeah.
Headband. That's all I can say. Moving on. Moving on. Okay, his brother is hotter. I don't know what they're talking about. Wilfredo has a point. Stephanie needs to lose weight before they pick her to be a host. You know what? It is what it is. It's gone. And I don't think that's not no, because
She's a
they
host.
decided to pick
Yeah,
her.
she's a host, not a
They
contestant.
decided to pick her
Yeah.
because of who she is, not because of her weight. Okay? They
That's it.
chose
That's it.
Stephanie because of her amazing hosting skills and not because of her weight.
Yeah.
Okay?
And she did a great job at Miss World. I remember on those uh really with the purpose galas, they said that Stephanie, that's the reason why
Mm.
they created the position for her as ambassador of Beauty
Mm.
with the Purpose,
Mhm.
because she was one of the few Miss Worlds in history, and I think she was that literally when she was
Mm.
there, they will raise a lot of money. She has that people skill, and that's one
She's
of the
bankable.
things that
Right.
that that when Katrina competed against Stephanie, Katrina is a Miss World versus a Miss Universe. But when you see that top five, you see Puerto Rico, this angel, that innocence, that she knew how to
Mm.
literally trap people. She had that the same essence of Ethiopia. When she
Yes.
spoke, you can see that magnetism. And then you see Opal talking that I cannot
Mm.
get tired of seeing her. It's just make me smile to see a beautiful poised woman winning what she deserves. And it's not because it's Thailand, it's not because George is from Thailand, it's just I am happy to see a beautiful, poised, well deserved Asian queen winning a confident crown
I think we
that
all
will
are.
allow her to do her job. I
Yeah.
think, and I'm not taking Miss Philippines, because honestly, Miss Philippines, I think she would be a great Miss Universe. She was my favorite the year with Michelle, those two. Uh, but this was Opal's time to show people that if what other undeserving organizations say, what is yours, and she
Mm.
deserved it, and
Mhm.
Yeah.
she really deserved it,
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
it just I'm happy for that.
Yeah.
it's written in the stars,
Yeah.
whatever you want to call it, karma, cosmic justice, poetic justice,
Yeah.
etc. And if you want to talk about best the most stunning redirection. This is one of the best, greatest redirection ever.
Correct.
From being dethroned to winning Miss World.
Yeah,
Can't
if
beat
it's
that
meant
from
to be,
history.
it's meant to be, right? Like, yeah, maybe in her life, she was not supposed to win Miss Universe. She was supposed to win Miss World, and this was her moment. So, and I know a lot of people are saying like, why me and Rafa, who support MGI, are promoting or talk about Miss World. You have to remember, we as pageant pages, we support all beauty pageant, regardless of the ownership, the leader, whoever is running the pageant. We're here to support the girls. That is the most important thing. So
If I
we should not.
if I hear one more stupid comment from crazy
Yeah.
Filipino fans, okay, in my video reaction, I say all these horrible, like
Yeah.
stupid, dumb comments coming from Filipino. Rafa, why did you not support Krishna? You're Filipino. You're supposed to support Philippines. Excuse me?
We're here to support the girls. Yeah.
My page is not about promoting Filipino beauty queens. It's about promoting international queens. That's why I
Correct.
always highlight. It's the same thing with Georgia's page.
Yeah.
We
Also,
focus,
one thing that is really
everybody.
bad, I notice happening in this toxicity of pageantry world is nationalism should not be the priority in order to support the candidate that is deserving of the crown. And that's why I usually don't even have like Thai contestants or even like British girls in my list. But when was the last time I had Miss UK in my like hot list? Never. Like, I didn't remember it. So I think we should support the girls who we believe deserves to win the crown and who performs the best, regardless of the sash that she's carrying on the chest. Because if you are being so nationalist and toxic, because I've seen that happen time and again, especially through the Rachel fans who is attacking us saying, oh, why are we supporting Miss World that is happening in India? We do not hate all Indian beauty queens. We love Shrita Sen, Aishwarya, Diana Hayden is one of my favorite to support. There have been a history of incredibly talented Indian beauty queens. Just because we did not agree with what she said in the video, accusations regarding MGI, it doesn't mean we hate the whole country. So we have to keep that in mind properly. Just be a mindful human being. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say, because I'm being bombarded like hundreds of comments saying, you hate India, you hate India. I do not hate India. I just dislike Rachel. Yeah.
I'm just tired of that. Is that the reason why me as a coach, I'm working in organizations, and as part of this amazing blessing family of critical beauty, thanks to Rafa and Noemi, of course, that introduced me to Rafa. I need to say a thing, I always say it. When you work in this industry, no matter your position or even a fan, you need to stop fanatism, being a fan, and being objective. Because when
Correct.
fanatism, I don't know if that's the correct way to say it, fanatism, block your vision, you stop to being objective, you stop to be intelligent. Just because I'm
Yes.
Puerto Rican, that doesn't mean that I'm going to support every freaking Puerto Rican girl that represent Puerto Rico. Yes, I would be like, yeah, I mean, go for it, good luck. That doesn't mean that I'm going to have you winning. I didn't have Puerto Rico winning. I have her in my top 8, maybe top 4, because her evolution was fantastic. She's beautiful. She did a great job. I didn't have her winning because in myself, I knew Thailand was the one that deserved to win, and she is a Miss World, and I stand by it. I don't hate countries. I don't like in India. I don't hate India queens. I still supporting Rachel until this day. I would say that she won fair and square. She was the winner that night. That is my opinion, and I will stand by it. Well, we are humans, like I said in that live. Both part of the equation of this problem when it comes to Grant and Rachel, both of them are missing information. There's some things that are not clear from both ends. Period. But we're not here to be hating a country just because. I mean, people need to. I mean, stop being so sensitive just because we don't support a delegate. We might not like her because, period. We think when we analyze objectively, we have our opinion about the delegate qualification wise, not as a person.
Or behavior wise, or the attitude.
Yeah.
We may not agree with the personality.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We try to be objective as possible, because if I'm gonna be a fanatic, people will hate me here. All of you will hate me because you will be like, "Oh, you just want Puerto Rico to always win." No, I'm clever. I even said it earlier in this live. when they were talking about the winners for Puerto Rico for Cosmogram and whatever, I was like, well, I said nothing else because I'm like, if I judge by the pictures, I need to see the pageant though. But judging by the pictures, ooh, this is gonna be a year for Puerto Rico for those pageants.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
I can not I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
I'm a professional. We are all professionals and we are
Mm.
objective. And
Yeah.
again, like Rafa said when he posed a live that is coming, a group show, I'm sorry, or a panel. If don't wear, in my own version will be, don't wear your panties. Don't come here with a sensitive heart because we're gonna say things that you might not like.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Exactly. Totally agree. Well, the way I see it is that if I were part of, let's say, Miss Universe Philippines organization, and if I were not a vlogger, yeah, then yes, I would be obliged to support the Philippine candidates. That's only logical. But if you are an international pageant coach, if you're an international vlogger, okay, you just cannot support one girl. Either you support one girl or the rest.
Yes.
It's if you're an international pageant coach, you have like contestants, customers coming from all over the world. You train them the same way, you treat them exactly the same way as if they were all
Exactly.
your daughter
Students. Yes.
students.
Hmm.
Daughter.
This
Yeah.
is this is why I like Rachel Flores, that
Mhm.
famous Filipino international
Yes.
pageant coach from the Queen Maker, because he
Yes.
treats all of his international customers as if they were all his daughters. He doesn't
Yes.
play favorites. He treats them exactly the same way. So he cheers and supports all of them, regardless of what country they come from. It boils down
That's
to
how
that.
it should be. Yeah, I think that's how
That's
it
the way it
should be
should
because
be.
yeah, when you're blinded by like nationalism or patriotism, sometimes it becomes super toxic. You get so blinded by it that sometimes you forget to see the other girls are also equally hardworking. They have put so much preparation, determination into that pageant, and they won deservingly. And people just call it's a cooking show, or they will just say something really toxic or negative towards the results, which I completely disagree with. Yes, you may not agree with it, but it doesn't mean you have to drag the winner of that particular pageant just because of your personal biases did not win that particular title, which I see often happening. So let's just be a bit more mature about it. We're all adults here. We're all over 18. We have a personal job. If you're not happy, continue supporting your candidate next year. Hopefully she wins. Better luck next time. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maria Cristina Garcia. Hola, mi amor. How are you? Supporting only your candidate breeds toxicity. We should laud
Hmm.
beauty queens regardless of her ethnicity. Isn't this why
Thank
we're
you.
pageants? Thank you.
Thank
Opal's
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
deserving. Let's be happy for. Thank you. Thank you. We should be happy for Opal, and we should also be happy for CJ. Okay?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
We should all be happy for CJ. I hate when people say, "Oh, she's only accepting a giveaway crown." Like what?
Why?
What do you mean
That's
giveaway
not a
crown?
giveaway crown.
It's
This
like
is not like,
a
hey, do you
consolation
want this
prize.
crown? No, that's part of the contract. You're the first runner up. If the winner
And
cannot fulfill her
CJ and
duties for any
CJ
reason,
will and CJ will be finishing a job that the original winner failed to complete. Period.
Unable
exactly,
to fulfill the duties. Correct. So she
I
has
wasn't
Right.
taken
able
over because the winner could not.
to
Yes.
You know what?
to do the
Sometimes
things for
I
any
wonder,
reason.
here's a suggestion for Papa Nawatt. Papa Nawatt, if you're watching, love you. Um, could you possibly maybe postpone the Miss Grand International maybe until December so CJ could have like a longer reign?
He's not gonna do that. Remember, Miss Cosmos is gonna happen in December.
Oh,
Part
we don't
part.
care about Cosmo. It's still
I
great.
care about
Yeah.
Cosmos.
I'm
I
just
care
kidding.
about Cosmos.
Like Noemi is watching. How dare you, Rafa? Come on, Noemi, show us your claws. Show us your vampire law, your vampire
That is
power.
funny.
Oh my God, Rafa, let me say this, please, please. I just have a fake comment. Thank you, Rafa. Who's this, the stupid person that I'm boring like Stephanie? Thank you for the hateful comment. Oh my
I think
God,
I
let
know.
me drink
I think I know who that
again.
troll is. I think
Oh my God,
she's
thank you. Oh, I'm so boring that you are so upset with what I'm saying. Thank you, sister.
Well, don't
Teacher,
leave. Keep watching. Keep watching. It's good for the algorithms. Okay.
exactly.
Yes.
Just stay
Yeah.
here. I'm so
Keep
boring
posting
that you need to
comments, please.
continue posting comments. Come on, go ahead, boy, girl, whatever you are. Leave your group.
Isabella, full tank says, hello guys. I love you all. I love, 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 love this channel. And we love you back. Mwah. Thank you for watching.
Yes.
Ba, 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 ba. Noemi, is Cuba participating in this world? Noemi says, no, Cuba does not compete in this world, which is
No,
unfortunate.
no.
And it should. I don't see. This is one thing I don't understand about Miss World. George, do you have an answer?
Also, yeah, I think it's
I
because of the
haven't.
political system and all the
Mhm.
history. Also, Pakistan and Russia have been banned from joining Miss World due to the current affairs happening in their respective countries, which is something I completely disagree with. I think pageantry should not be political. Yes, we should let the contestants from different countries, whether it's a war-torn countries like Ukraine. If Ukraine can join, I think we should have Russia in Miss World because
I think so
Ukraine
too.
made like top 8. So I don't think we should get like sympathy votes for some contestants or countries and not treat everyone equally. Because if it's going to be a UN Olympics of a beauty pageant, everyone should be treated equally, regardless of their country's conditions. So I think Pakistan and Russia should be there this year at the Miss World competition.
I think so too. I agree. It just doesn't make
Well,
any
for
sense. All this virtue signaling, I just don't understand. Why would you allow Somalia to compete given that there's a war on women and young children going on in that
Mm.
country, in Somalia? Why would you allow, let's say, I don't know, Mexico to compete when there's a war against women, femicide?
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
killing women in
especially in her
Mexico.
hometown, the Miss World Mexico's hometown. She talked about it in a video.
Yeah. So I don't
It's
think you
a
should
huge
punish.
war problem, like a
Yeah.
crime problem. Sorry. Yeah.
I don't think you should punish innocent Russian women or innocent Pakistani women or even Cuban women for not from competing in this world. I just don't. That's why politics is just so stupid. When you
well, the thing is, like the problem with Miss World, and for what I understand, because Noemi applied for the license long time ago, and they were in communications, Miss World, and if Noemi, I know you're watching. If I say something that is wrong, correct me, please. But for what I understand is Miss World like the candidates to come straight. They want the country to celebrate the pageant because the beauty, the purpose, and things like that. And sadly to say, because of political reason with Cuba, they would not be they would not be able to do that because the government needs to be involved with the pageant production and everything. And it's like a silver lining, and that is the reason why there was not like an agreement, because technically Cuban government needs to be involved in the creation and or celebration and selection of Miss World Cuba.
so are you
And we
saying
all know,
the Somalian government is involved with the selection of Miss Somalia because she was crowned in the UK?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
So
yeah,
Yeah.
that
yeah,
doesn't make
but
any sense.
Yeah.
yeah, but I'm talking about the conversations that Noemi had,
At
because
that
Mm.
time.
getting
At that time.
Cuba
Yeah.
for Miss World. Of course, every country is different, of
Okay, Noemi,
course.
try again. Try applying again for the Cuban
Apply
license.
Yeah,
again.
See what
because
Yes.
it would be
happens.
amazing to see a Cuban queen uh is having the platform that she deserved uh in Miss World. Would be amazing to see a Cuban queen competing in Miss World. And I know Noemi has been trying to get that license because they talk and they have greatest back and forward conversations, but when you need to have Cuban tourism government and the government involved, that's when the iffy part comes. Is very again, it's
Right.
politics, exactly to say.
Yeah.
Banning candidates from countries just because of the problems that they're having. That's something that me personally
Yeah.
I don't like, because you're not going to penalize a person that have something to offer for the community on international level just because.
Mhm.
That's my opinion. I mean, a pageant is to technically showcase how you can build relationships one by one among
It's
sisterhood.
all about spreading goodwill. And some
Yes.
pageants are doing exactly the opposite by banning some of these countries just because there's
Yeah.
war going on in these countries. So
Yeah.
it defeats the purpose of goodwill. Okay, somebody's saying Rachel is a rich Navid. Rachel is rich, spoiled, lazy kid, period. Yeah, I think we all agree. now all the evidences against her are, have resurfaced and stuff. So yeah. With CJ being an accomplished dancer, I'm so looking forward to seeing the opening of this year's MGI. CJ, what? Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
CJ was at a dance rehearsal and Michelle got the call to step to the role after all. Great, great, great. Pakistan never participated in this role. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. Even with this tension between Pakistan and India that has been going so long, Pakistan has never, 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 never competed before. Maybe they tried to apply, but without success and stuff.
Right.
There was some woman by the name of Sonia Ahmed. She runs the Miss World Pakistan, I think, in Canada, and then she brought the contest to Pakistan, but it didn't go anywhere. And she's an
Right.
awful, horrible woman anyway. Nobody wants to work with this Sonia person, etc. Miss World is still an international organization under the oversight of the Met Office. Julia is from high society, and I cannot go against that. Okay, interesting. Poland and Ukraine made it there for politics. Well, of course, Poland and
That's what I was thinking. Like,
Yeah.
what was Ukraine doing in the top six? I think they were Ireland should be in there, or like Wales, like a contestant who was actually performed well throughout the pre-activities, because Ukraine did not even place in, I don't think, in any of the fast track, right? So her being there, it's kind of felt like a sympathy vote. I'm sorry if I'm offending Ukrainian
no,
viewers,
that's what I said in
yeah,
my reaction video. It was
yeah,
a reaction.
it sounded like a sympathy vote.
It was a sympathy vote because Russia attacked Ukraine. All these hundreds and thousands of Ukrainians fled to Poland. Poland received them warmly, and that's why they
Yeah.
created this special bond. Now Poland and Ukraine are against Russia. And Belarus did not compete because Belarus sides with Russia, and they were
Russia,
banned
right.
as well. That's the case. So all this politics is just really, really stupid. Somalia's foreign office probably approves Miss Somalia. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to compete. Well, I haven't heard any official announcement from the Somali government actually approving her. So I heard Marco Rubio will be the national director. Yeah,
Oh
shut up,
God,
Trinidad and Tobago. You're so silly,
I
girl.
can't.
Okay. So Noemi says incorrect. They require a letter from the Ministry of Tourism with the government does not support pageants. Okay. Well, that's too bad. That needs to change. That needs to change. Will be amazing to see the debut of Miss Saudi Arabia and Miss United Arab Emirates at Miss Universe and Miss United Arab Emirates competed last year in Miss Universe.
Yeah,
She did.
2024 for
She
the
had a
first time.
beautiful evening gown. Yeah,
Yeah,
she was
the
stunning.
Saudi Arabia, it's still nebulous, it's still vague. We don't know because there's so many, people pretending to be directors of Saudi Arabia, but
Yeah.
they turned out to be like fake and stuff. Bahrain competed last year. Lebanon has always been competing.
Yes.
Iraq competed like 3 times.
Mhm.
Turkey every year in
Yeah.
Miss Universe. I was kind of expecting Poland. All right, okay, all right. Oh, okay, so good. Noemi, she already spoke with Enrique about Cuba. That's good. Hopefully there's progress and stuff. All right, what else did we miss? I think we pretty much covered everything. Ba, 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 ba. Who did not who okay. Any surprises? Well, of course, South Africa.
Yeah.
Argentina.
Argentina
Argentina.
was a surprise. South Africa was a surprise. Ba, ba, ba. Italy? Nigeria to me was a surprise.
What about Lebanon? Did you have Lebanon in your list? I didn't
Lebanon
have
was
her.
not on my list. Another surprise,
Yeah.
but I'm glad she made it because I met
Yes,
her
I'm
in
happy
person.
for her.
I met her in person in Miss Universe, and I think she finally she picked the right pageant. Okay,
Yes.
Tunisia. Happy for United States, Athena. Woohoo, USA, girl.
By the way, I want to talk about her evening gown. Like, why was it so
You like
long?
it?
She was dragged. I love
She
the
was
gown, but it
dragging
was
it.
too long. I
It's
wish she was not holding it.
beautiful,
Yeah, what was
like,
going on
what
with that?
that girl? What are you doing? Like dragging. It was just too
To
big.
be, to be honest,
Beautiful,
USA,
but
I
I
was
love the
like,
gown though. Yeah.
I was like, it. She had pageant experience here in USA, so it was like okay, suspected, but at the same time, I was like, yeah or no. I was like 50% hooray, and my other 50% is like,
I think her national gown was better than the one she wore at Miss World. Do you remember she had like a Cinderella style ball gown?
Yes.
It was like blue with the gradient, dark blue on the bottom. I think that was much better than the yellow one. Was inspired by the Beauty and the Beast, but it was like too long. So like she's grabbing it. I was like, no, do not hold it. Like Naomi Campbell, she's like, drop that
Yeah.
tray. Like do not
Drop
hold
that
it.
tray.
Yeah.
For me, the only thing that I found so tacky, I was like, I think they went to Paris City to buy the national costume.
Oh yeah?
Huh?
Yeah, the USA national costume with the little shorts and the cowboy hat. That
Cowboy.
Oh
was,
It
yeah.
was
I
cliche. I
was
didn't
like,
like it. It was terrible.
when I saw that, I said, please, God, tell me that she's doing
I
better in the
mean,
competition.
yeah.
I didn't like it. I felt
Yeah.
like they went to
It
Paris City
looked
and bought
cheap. Yeah, it looked cheap.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
That was one thing that shocked me because I was expecting something better, especially with everything that is going on. I would have
Yeah.
dressed her as woman rights or something like with the
Yeah.
olden days with the sign of rights to vote or
Yes.
woman rights,
The
something.
suffragette, yeah.
I
Mhm.
want to
Yeah.
see a USA contender dressed like the olden day woman with the big gowns and the corset that they cannot breathe and they lose like 20 pounds just because
Southern
with the
Belle.
sign. Yeah, like
Southern
Oh, that
I
would
Belle.
be
want them
good.
to with the
Yes.
sign that say "Rise to Vote." That would be
Or the
an
Statue of
amazing.
Liberty. The Statue
Oh,
of
I'm
Liberty
tired of the Statue of
costume.
Liberty.
But we do that every
Honestly,
year. That's like
Okay,
done
fine.
to like
I'm so
death.
tired of the Statue of Liberty.
Or
I
what
Wonder
about
Woman.
the 4th of July fireworks or the
I'm so
American bald
tired. We
eagle
have other stuff that we can promote for the United States.
or a
Like,
Native American headdress? Big
That's a
one.
bit
but you know what?
controversial.
A Native
I,
American tribe.
well, no.
Unless she's native, I don't think we should be going with
Yeah,
that.
because
Yeah.
I
No.
saw Shandy Fantasy in Miss Universe, beautiful Miss US, one of the most beautiful Miss USA ever,
Stunning.
and her national costume was Native American. I'm
All
like,
feathers.
I was like, girl.
Yeah, but she looked hot. She
I mean,
looked
she looked hot.
amazing.
I
She
mean,
looked
she's one of the
amazing.
most beautiful Miss USAs ever. After that, Olivia Jordan, like
Yes.
Blonde Bombshell, they are amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
But when I saw her with her national costume, I was like, oh no.
No. No.
You're not even native. Like, there's no way.
No.
Like, you're Barbie girl. You're like Malibu Barbie. Come on, girl. But national costume for USA, we have so much to offer, especially in this time about women's rights. That would be
Yeah.
the best platform to dress in something to like. Other than that, I was like, oh, okay, she
All
made
right.
it.
Another surprise was Belgium. I don't know where she came from. Belgium.
But Belgium did place in top model. She was
Top
top
40.
8 in top model.
Yeah, but
Top
that's
2.
it. Top 40. She
Yeah.
made the top 40, but that's it. Botswana,
But this,
Botswana, no surprise for me. She was on my
No
list.
surprise.
I always like Botswana, Dominican Republic. She was not on my list because she was talking too fast in her BWAP project. Estonia, she made it. Haiti,
Yeah.
another surprise. Did you guys have Haiti?
No,
No Haiti.
did not notice her.
No Haiti. Jamaica, no surprise. Malaysia, I'm happy for Malaysia, but
very
I did
happy.
not expect.
Yeah.
I did not
I mean,
expect
she
Malaysia.
did good in the other challenges, and
Yeah.
she's very well spoken. Yeah, so not
When
really
you think
surprised
of it,
that she
though,
made the cut.
all of the Southeast Asian girls except Cambodia and Myanmar
Cambodia,
make
yeah.
make the cut. Yeah.
I mean, that makes
So,
sense after listening to how they spoke during the head-to-head challenge, because they were both quite, young. And I think you saw like Myanmar, she truly broke down during the head-to-head challenge, which makes sense because of was happening in the civil war happening in the country. But I think if you're selecting a candidate to represent country, at least have some kind of maturity. Even if they could be like 18, 19, but at least be mature and like go to represent your country
Yeah,
well,
not like
because
South Africa.
she's a child. Yeah, I think she was like 17 or 18, the Miss Myanmar. She's a
oh
kid.
yeah, that's true. That's true. And even Cambodia, she's very young. She was not the original
She's
Miss
a
World Cambodia.
baby.
She was a replacement. Did you know? Also, Namibia
Yeah.
was a replacement.
Stop
She was-
selecting kids for Miss World.
did you know Namibia was not the original
Oh, really?
Miss World Namibia?
Who was the original one?
She,
let me go
she
Google it.
stepped down personal reasons and they
Really?
picked this
Okay.
girl, Selma, whatever. Okay, somebody wants to talk about the guy. Let's talk about the gowns. Who do you think is the best gown?
I love, okay, not because he's here, I love Puerto Rico's gown. Like,
Yes.
I love Little Mermaid, and I'm not a big fan of the movie. Whatever, you can call me whatever you want. I'm not a big fan of the live action movie. So to actually see a girl that looks like Ariel with the beautiful red hair, fair complexion, and that, the mermaid style. I
She
was like,
stood out.
she
Puerto
looked
Rico stood
breathtaking.
out because of that
It
red
was
hair.
so beautiful. You know what? I know like you want her to go for Miss Universe. I actually want her to go to Miss International because I think she's more suited for Miss
she
International
could pass for
crown
Miss International.
because of that
That
beautiful
porcelain
princess
skin.
look.
That porcelain
I thought it was
skin.
just so stunning. Yes.
Yeah. All
So
right.
one of the best was Puerto Rico for me, in my
Yeah.
opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, Wilfredo, you need to convince Valeria to compete in international.
No, I don't want her to waste her time to
Okay,
that pageant. She can go
whatever.
to Cosmos or something else.
Okay, what do we think
She's
of
beautiful.
what do we think of Miss Philippines gown
She
by
is, yeah.
Rian Hernandez? Rian Hernandez.
It was very simple, but she carried
I
it really
love
well. Despite like I'm not a big fan of like simple gowns, but she carried off it so well that I kind of liked it by the end of the night because
it
it was
really
too simple for my
complemented
liking.
her sexy figure too.
Yes,
Yeah,
it did.
I
But
love
I,
it. I
I,
love it.
I, I think that was the idea because she is like Zuleika Rivera kind of. She screams sensuality
Mhm.
already. And
Yeah,
in Miss World, sensuality doesn't sell. You need to be more elegant and poised. So they needed to do something
correct.
simple. Like for example, when Miss Nigeria competed in Miss Universe in Puerto Rico in the year 2000, she had this red dress or whatever. But when she went to Miss
Yeah.
World, she went with the green, simple dress and elegant. She ended up winning. So
Mhm.
Yes.
simplicity is something that, like Noemi said, less is more. And sometimes you don't need enough. If you have the beauty and you
Yeah.
can just put something simple that make you look ethereal, good to go.
Mhm.
Like you don't need. And I feel like they did a great job doing a dress that wasn't like in Miss Universe Philippines that
Yeah.
you can see her sensuality, that
Yes.
energy. They needed to technically put a dress to turn it down in that way
True.
she
Yes.
she can sell that part in Miss World because in Miss World you don't win with all the theatricals. You need to be elegant because you're gonna be living and surrounded by people. Uh, you know, they're elegant. So
I I also wanted to give a quick shout out to Miss Brazil. I thought the gown literally was a a representation of the crown. The colors. I don't know if you guys remember her gown so much. Miss Brazil. So her gown was like almost like a pastel blue, and
Yes.
it went down to like darker, deeper, rich, like royal
Beautiful.
blue. I thought it was so beautiful.
Beautiful.
I thought she looked stunning. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm glad she got a title because I thought for a minute, oh my God, I feel bad
Yes.
for the Miss Brazil organization because again they've been setting amazing Brazilian girls. It's a back to
yeah,
back Miss World America. It's Brazil too.
Yes.
And top
And
eight.
top
So
eight
that was I thought that
placement.
was very
Yes.
interesting. Fantastic.
Brazil do
Correct.
pretty good in Miss World. It's one of those countries that is very well
Yes.
Because they
expected
have
to
a
make
great
it to the final.
organization. They have a great
Exactly.
That's it.
organization,
Like
which is now run by Enrique Fontes' sister. Yeah. So, but is it her name was Martina? I think Martina. Yeah. So yeah, Enrique used to run it by himself, and then actually his sister was the vice president. And now that he stepped down, because Enrique Fontes now works full time for the Miss World organization. Okay. So his sister took over. Okay. Now, can we talk about Poland's gown?
I liked it. I
You
actually
do?
liked it, except
Except with that
she
little
needs
green
to
thing.
cut that neon green. I don't know what was that. It's like a toilet paper stuck on the back.
Was that even
Cut that out.
necessary? That wasn't
What
necessary.
was that? It was like a napkin. It was not necessary. The gown itself
It
was
was like an
enough.
afterthought.
Keep
Like,
it simple.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
girl, you don't need that little
And it
green
was like
thing.
stuck. Like when she was walking, I was like, what is stuck behind her? Like that should not be there. If you
I
remove
feel
that, I
like
actually like
that
the
was
gown.
extra material. I said, girl, we need to use everything. They pay for everything. Let's just
No.
put it right here. I was like,
Nope.
oh God, what is that? What is that? Between your nervousness and the gown, no. You go back,
I
step
like
down.
I like Martinique's gown.
You
Yeah,
do?
I do. I
I
Yes.
do.
thought,
I do
mm,
because something about it that's kind of like avant-garde-ish, like very. I've never seen this type of gown
even like
before.
the ruching and the
Yeah,
drapery,
something
right?
like that. Yes.
It was
And
pretty,
she's
but
very tall, okay? And
yeah,
I like the fact that she was sporting her natural hair, the afro hair.
that I liked.
Um,
Yes,
Which I love.
which I really,
yes.
really love. But you know what?
Mm.
At the end of the day, I don't think she's a beauty queen. She's like a top
She's
model.
a model. Yeah, I was thinking
She's
she
a
should
top
be a
model
good
type.
Yeah,
model in the
because you
Yeah,
can
future.
like
see
Yeah.
that.
Nigeria. Like Nigeria is a top model. Oh,
Mm.
okay. Whatever happened to Cote d'Ivoire?
She completely went
Could
to
she
the,
be
like
Yeah.
out
could
of
she
the
be
radar.
another Miss El Tocuyo?
Yes. She should be there because everyone in my comment section was like, Cote d'Ivoire. Like, where did she
But you
go?
know what?
Did not even
You
place
know
top
what? No, no,
40.
no. You know what? I wasn't surprised because Miss Puerto Rico did beautifully. So they were taking pictures of her every day, her outfits,
Right,
and one of the
right.
pictures is with Miss Cote d'Ivoire, and I was dying laughing because the comments were like, "Ooh, Miss Photoshop."
Well, it is.
She
She does.
did it.
She likes to face
She
tune.
She likes
she
Facetune, yeah.
did
Yeah.
she did not look. I mean, I believe you Photoshop just to fix here and there, but when you
Like
see
blemishes, like in acnes, you can remove them, but
exactly,
that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
that's it.
But
But
the
when
whole
you see
body,
the Photoshop and then you see the real person with
yeah, like
you see Puerto Rico like
she looks like
this,
an
and I say,
alien
why? Who's
almost.
that one? And when I read that culture, what the heck? It's like went from she
She
looked
looks
like
like
the
an
mother of
alien.
the person of the picture. I'm like, oh girl.
And
Oh,
everybody,
I'm like,
yeah, I mean, everybody wants their bodies elongated, slender
Yeah.
stuff.
It's like an
You will
AI.
never see,
Yes.
a girl photoshopping her body to look heavier. They all want
Yeah.
to look thinner. Okay.
I just
Can we
got.
also
Go ahead.
can we point out the street one of the big fan favorite with like literally I was getting bombarded in the comment section was Miss Sri Lanka also did not make the top 40
Oh
despite
yeah,
like
I
so
was
much
gonna say
support
that.
by her country people did not even make the top
Yeah.
40. So what do you think of that?
To
I
me, it
don't
was a
know that one's
surprise. Totally.
a
I
surprise.
don't know what happened. I really don't know what happened because she was.
Yeah.
I mean, the Indian press, loved her. They always, interviewed her and
Yeah, they
whatnot.
loved Sri Lanka. Yeah.
And said everything. Yes, I was really, really surprised that she did not make the cut at all. But I think there are other pageants out there. Maybe she may want to try out. I can see her competing in international. Yeah, definitely. Okay, going back to the dance number, when that
Yeah.
Indian dude guy Ishan performed, I noticed that all the female dancers were light skinned. They're all fair skinned. Whereas the guys, they were between cafe au lait and
Okay.
chocolate
Hmm.
complexion.
Maybe it's because of beauty standard. I think we all know that at least in Asia,
Yeah.
we like them fair skin. I
Hmm.
hate to say it, even in Thailand, look at the commercials, the billboards, you have to be like A4 paper white. You cannot even be my skin. Like I'm quite tan. If you this skin does not sell, at least in Asia. So I think maybe it's the same in India, where they want girls a bit more on the lighter complexion.
Hmm.
Well, the
I could
thing,
be
well,
wrong. I could be wrong, but I think that's what
to
it
be
is.
honest with you, as somebody that watched a lot of things from India, that's something kind of normal when you see the movies and the dance. You can see a lot of fair skin, blonde ones
Yeah.
dancing, but the guys' sexiness, dark skin is like
Yeah.
yummy.
Like darker complexion. Yeah.
So
Mm.
darker complexions and things like that. Yes, they have some that are not that fair skin female dancers, but mostly when I see movies in Bollywood, it's like a combination where you see a lot of fair skin and blonde ones and things like that. So it's something that you kind of notice interestingly, of course. But one thing that I like about the dancers, at least in Bollywood and movies from India, uh, is that you can be full figure, but you will dance with that sari like there's no tomorrow with pride, and that's one thing that I love. Like when I see movies, I'm like, "Look, go ahead, girl," and they dance better than the skinny bitches. Bam!
So
I
as you
also,
said,
I
body
also,
positive.
yeah,
Yeah, like yeah.
I also wanted to mention, the opening number. I thought it was amazing. You could feel that you were in India, actually,
Yes.
Mhm.
I
because of
loved
the
it.
very strong, very colorful, like local colors of India, especially of
Yeah.
Hyderabad and Telangana. So yeah, I really, really appreciate it. The some of the dancers, they were like holding this big, humongous bulbs, like light bulbs or something, towards the beginning, and that sort of like created this very illuminated frame on the
Yeah.
stage. I really, 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 really like that. So what else? Let me see. Um, I think we pretty much covered everything, right? They did not mention. Oh, they of course they did not mention the controversy about the Miss England who left. She was totally forgotten. She was
But I
totally,
will say
totally forgotten.
one of the question was about her though. Do you remember? Let me go to the transcript. One of the question for Miss Poland was, what truth about this experience in Telangana would you share that no headline or rumor could ever explain? That was indirectly referred to Miss England.
Yeah, I,
No
when
rumor
I heard
should
that
explain.
question,
Yeah, that's
I
about Miss
was
England.
like, oh, but apparently everything was resolved, everything was just pressed and was alive. So
Interesting. Naveed says most background dancers are foreigners in Bollywood. Oh, really? Okay. So they
well,
prefer
yeah,
they prefer
because
light-skinned foreign dancers instead of local dark-skinned
Yeah.
dancers.
like at others you see a
Got it.
mixture when it comes to girls. Like
Yeah.
I've seen it. Like yeah.
Well, Jacqueline Fernandez is a foreigner.
Oh yeah, she's
Hmm.
from Sri Lanka. Yeah, that's technically
She's
a
a
foreigner.
Hmm.
foreigner, you know. Interesting about another fan comment that I saw was that Opal's final question that was asked by Sonu Sood. Um, the question was, what did the Miss World her journey taught her about the truth and personal responsibility in shaping how the stories are told? I thought the
Correct.
question was very, very esoteric. Okay. Yeah, that's the
Hmm.
question right there, George. Thank
Yeah.
you. So, I don't know. A lot of people were saying she did not really answer the question. She was sort of like
Uh,
she was sort of like dancing around the question with a very vague answer.
I think
I
that
think
the
When you
start,
read,
she when you read the transcript, I'll send you the starting point. She says that it's about the responsibility how the stories are perceived, right? So of course the question is about the responsibility and the truth of shaping how stories are told. Sorry. So it says that how she started almost like telling a story, like narrating a book. Then she goes on to you could be an inspiration or a role model, regardless of your age, whether you're a child, as an adult, and you could also be a role model to the people next to you. And also it says, lead with great gracefulness through your actions. So technically, yes, she did not give a very clear, straightforward answer, but she did answer the question, which was telling story. And she talked about her beauty, the purpose slightly, about helping other people, regardless of their age, because of course her project also helps elderly people. So I think she did answer the question. It was not as straightforward as like a Miss Universe answer that we like. Yeah.
okay.
and I think that she appeals to where she was
Yeah.
because when you
Well,
watch where she was, sometimes like the way that they ask questions, they kind of miss very spiritual stuff and
Yeah.
positiveness, and that's why she went because even in the top eight, when she and Philippines was there and they asked about you were chosen, what you will do, you were chosen like the
Yeah.
continental queen. Her answer was beautifully answered, was very audible, very like, okay, I got you. Like
Yeah.
she knew, uh, yeah, the garden, taking care of
yes.
the garden.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
was, her answers were very
Poetic. Like
It was
it's like a
spiritually
it was very,
poetic. Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah, poetic.
metaphysical. Yeah.
Correct.
And I
Yes,
noticed
and that
too,
was a good line.
yeah, while she was answering the question, the camera zooms on Manushi and
Yeah.
Namrata, and they look at each other and
Yeah.
they both smiled as
Yeah.
if they themselves understood Opal's answer. And
Because
then Manushi looks at Julia and Julia smiles and they all look happy together, you know.
I
So
because
think
that's the
there's a
way, because it's what
yeah.
it is.
There is a
Go
commonality. If
ahead,
you think
Josh.
of like in Indian beauty queens, the answer is very philosophical. Like Sushmita
Mm-hmm.
Sen's answer was also kind of like it's not a very straightforward answer, but if you think logically, it makes sense. So maybe that's how the Indian beauty queens who were in the panel, judges panel, understood it immediately. It's not only about helping other people; it's about the tiny little steps of kindness that makes a positive impact. And I think that's how she said it. But of course, it was done in a way that is like a storytelling. Right? I think it was really beautifully done with elegance and gracefulness, and that is something we have to remember. Miss Universe is not Miss World. Miss World winners are completely different, and it's all built on elegance and how you present it, because you have to work with children. And I think how she spoke, it touches not only the hearts of normal people like adults, but also children will be able to understand. I think that's how she won that crown. Yeah, sorry, go on.
No, no, that is the reason I was saying that we need to remember where was the pageant celebrated, the
Yes.
judges, because I saw
Yeah.
that camera going when she started talking, and I was like, yeah, she won because when you watch Miss India pageant and the way that
Yeah.
they speak, that philosophy, those spiritual teachings, is part
Yes.
of their culture, and it's like when Jesus was talking. to the people in parables, because that was the way that they would talk,
Yes,
stories and things like that,
parables.
and
Yes.
that was a teaching. So
Yes.
right there, teach you uh, as that national directors, when you're gonna get a girl to compete, you need not to only prepare them how to speak in a way that everybody understand, but at the same time, remember where the pageant is gonna be celebrated, who's gonna be
Yes.
judging, in that way when you talk, they will be able to get it. That's something that if she would be in a different country answering that way, maybe the outcome would be completely different.
Right.
But because what's in India, these Indian queens or Indian members of the judges, they were able to look at them and say, "We got it."
We
Because
got it. Yes.
for us, is we know how you're talking, we understand your message right
That's it.
away. Because I saw that shot, I said, "Ooh, confirmation, she's
Yeah.
winning."
Yeah. Also, maybe
It's
because of the
like,
religion, like you said, because like Buddhism is still celebrated quite heavily in India. Of course, Hinduism is a big part of India, but also Buddha was enlightened in India. We cannot forget that. So it's still a huge part of the Indian culture, and they did visit like Indian holy sites in Telangana previously. So maybe it's just part of the culture that really helped them to understand and made the message even clear through Opal's message.
the more I
Yeah.
think of it, the more Opal's answer remind me of the answer that Manpreet Brar, Miss Universe India in
But
1995 gave.
naturally,
So
Yes.
I'm looking at the internet right now. The question
Yes.
was, if you found yourself in a situation where you were being discriminated against because of race, what would you do? And she replied, there is a saying that goes, if your back is bent, only then will somebody climb on it. So stand up straight and nobody will ever climb on your back. That's all.
If she was
but
American,
She
she will
could have
not say
won.
that.
India could
Yeah,
have
she could
won
have won.
back to back
Yeah.
in
Yes.
yeah,
1995 with that answer. Okay,
Yeah.
she could have won. But I guess there were more judges that voted for
Prefer
USA.
Chelsea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Chelsea.
But that is the thing. Like sometimes when people are judging, you need to know how to interpret things, to learn that sometimes spiritual messages, that philosophical messages, sometimes that poetic messages, they have so much meaning that you don't
Yes.
need to be loud. You just can't just expose romance, speak from the heart to
Yeah.
get people. You know, it's like a romantic song, a romantic melody. I
Mhm.
Yeah.
mean, when you hear songs from India, the very romantic ones, just the instrument without a voice is carrying a story. So that is the reason why when you hear these girls with a message, not everything needs to be loud. Not everything needs to be like if I'm shouting I miss work, I promise I will no, don't yell in my ear. Do not cry.
It's
You
not the
can again,
US. Yeah.
poise and elegant. Poise and
Correct.
elegant. Period.
Yes.
I prefer a poised and elegant woman that people will listen and will respect her than somebody that is screaming by emotions and it's just that emotions.
Yeah.
You have
Correct.
control.
Yeah.
So again, she did amazing.
Uh, Carlo, hi Carlo, says Rafa, did you notice that the candidates who made it to every round of Miss World were called out in alphabetical order? So when Lebanon,
Yes.
when
Yes.
Lebanon was called for top five for Asia and Oceania, Indonesia already knew. Oh,
Yep.
okay. I felt bad.
I wish they
I'm
didn't
still,
do it like
I'm
that.
still feeling bad for Indonesia.
Yeah. It kind of killed the suspense when
Carlo,
they do in alphabetical order.
you deleted your message. I just read it. Too late. Um, yeah, a lot of people thought that India would be in the top eight. Yeah, but it was so very competitive. There were so many
Very
amazing,
strong.
great,
Yeah.
great contestants. It was very,
By the
very.
way, I just want to give a quick shout out to Miss India. Her gown was spectacular. Like, did you guys saw that gown of Miss
Who
India? It was,
designed her gown? Does anybody
I
know?
think it was a Vietnamese designer, if I'm not wrong. I forgot his name, but she tagged it. It's a Vietnamese name, so I think he's from
Okay.
Vietnam, and it was absolutely beautiful. I didn't really like the hair; it was a bit too flat for the gown. Maybe she should have a hair up like Opal because the dress was just to die for. It
Five
was so
four. Yeah,
stunning.
yeah,
Yes, I loved it in this gown.
definitely. I think we pretty much covered everything, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think so.
Yeah, I think we pretty much covered everything.
it
So
was a
what's
great live. I like
all
it.
right?
It's been like 3 hours, Rafa. We talked for 3 hours.
I know as usual, Julio could not make it, and okay, Sandip, I'm gonna kill Sandeep. This. I invited him 3 times for a chat. He was the one who actually wanted to be here, but now, you know, he he didn't show up.
I
He's probably
wanted to meet
he's
them,
probably
but
still
it's
in bed
okay.
anyway. What time is it?
It's jet lag.
What
Just give
time?
him a
What time is
break,
it? It's
Rafa.
nine.
You say he
It's
got like
nine
5 hours
thirty-four.
sleep.
It's 9:34. 9:35 in the morning in India. All right.
He's probably tired.
Yeah, it's probably time. It's like 5 hours. 5 hours of sleep. So
Yeah, let him sleep.
yeah. All right. So I think that's it. Okay, okay.
Oh,
Rafa, you did not answer my question. Bagya, what was your question? Because there's
Rafa,
so
can I
many
say
there's so many
one last
comments.
thing?
Again, if
I
you
want
wanna
to,
if you want me to read
uh,
your comment, you need to pay
yeah,
for
pay
your comment
him.
to be
Oh my
highlighted.
God.
Yeah, I
Help
just
this
wanted to
channel
say
grow.
a quick message to, especially if you're like Thai fans or people from Thailand watching this live stream. I just want to say that through Critical Beauty and Pageant Empress, that we're here to uplift Beauty Queen. I know there's still a lot of division with the Thai pageant community, especially between MGI, MUT versus Miss World Thailand organization. I just want to give a quick announcement that we're here to support anyone, regardless of what sash you're wearing, what pageant you're competing in. I think the most important thing for us here is to support the candidate, because she has worked very hard for this moment, especially Opal. So it doesn't matter which management or national director is holding that franchisee. We should just be here to be graceful and support her in this reign of Miss World. So that's what I'm going to say, because I know there's still some people who are a bit negative that Opal won the Miss World crown because she's not from the same leadership as the other one. So I think she is here to unite all the Thai fans, despite the differences. Or you don't even have to be Thai. Despite your differences in pageantry, I think we should come here to support all the ladies out there and empower them and uplift them. So that's all I want to say in the end. Yeah.
George, thank you. That was beautiful. George, did you see I uploaded my Instagram a reel that Sandeep sent me? Did you know Nikhil Anand
I
attended the
saw
pageant?
him.
You
He
see
was
that
there.
one?
Yes.
He was
He
he
was
was
with the
holding
national
the
actor.
flag with the
Yeah.
Thai sashes guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this guy looks familiar. He's like wearing sunglasses. Oh
Yeah.
my God, that's the national director of Miss Universe India. Like, what is he doing
Yeah.
there? You know?
Well, he is from
And I
India, so
asked,
maybe
yeah,
he went there. Yeah.
was Rachel there with him? Do you think? No.
I wonder.
You
Maybe she
wonder,
wants to go to Miss World.
maybe.
I mean, in in the live that we did, when she won, we even said that her sister is beautiful, that she should go to Miss World, get
Yeah.
ready because she's gorgeous.
Her
So
sister, yes.
we never know. We cannot. I think experiences help people to mature and change and learn
Yes.
from experiences. Um, I stay neutral between the case of Rachel, with the things that continue coming out to light. I believe that hopefully this will help her to mature. This is the thing that she needs to work with because she's beautiful. I think she have a presence that if she knows how to use it, will be able to impact and help others if she is willing to. I
Yes.
believe that fans in general need to literally take a Xanax because at the end of the day, we were not there. Only both parties know exactly what happened at a 100% level. We only have pieces from both of them, and the
Yeah.
evidence that are being given from one side towards the other one made one of the sides to look bad and vice versa, but not also that evidence, but other people from other years kind of supporting racial status. So at the end of the day, again, this is a case that we can only go by the information that we get allegedly, comments and things like that. But at the end of the day, only it's like any type of relationship. It's like a
Mm.
relationship is like a chef and the kitchen. Only the chef know what is inside uh that container that he's making the soup. At the end of the day, only the people that are in the kitchen making dinner know exactly what is happening, what ingredients was used to make a meal. Is the same thing. Doesn't matter how many evidence one side or the other side prove. we will never know 100% exactly what happened. At the end of the day, we need to wish the best to Rachel, her family as well, but also understand that pageant systems are completely different. And I prefer to have a girl that have a voice, that have a platform that would be able to to work for it as Miss World, to be in a pageant that technically what they're looking is for a superstar. They're looking just for a star. They
Yeah.
technically are not looking for an ambassador anymore. They're looking for a superstar, for a show business, for a show queen, not a show girl, a show queen that make money. So every pageant has the standards. Not every girl is for every pageant. So
Yeah.
we just need to support whoever. Support Thailand as the
Yes.
winner. Support CJ as the first runner up. And
Yep.
now she is going to take the mantle as Miss Grand and continue the job. And that's it. She wanted to get back. She had the opportunity. She's going to do a great job. And if for some reason, God forbid, something happened with CJ and more drama happens, then the second runner up continue until the next queen is chosen. Period. I mean that is this is a business. That is in the contract, just going down. If the person that doesn't want it, the second row will want it. I mean, we cannot be disrespectful and say, oh, she's taking the leftovers. This is not a leftover. This is part of the contract. Like that is disrespectful to say because CJ has nothing to do with what went down between Nawatt and Rachel. Period. She
I
has nothing
disagree.
to do.
I totally disagree. I'm sorry, Wilfredo. I love you, but I totally disagree. All the evidence, documentation to prove hard copy, I already posted in the official Facebook page of Miss Grand International. Go look at it. I mean, they look credible. They look. Even Mommy Teresa posted screenshots of her text
I
messages
saw.
exchange with
Yeah.
Rachel. So the whole world knows that she's a liar. I'm sorry, she lied. Her truth video is nothing more than a
Sympathy vote.
yeah,
She wants sympathy.
it just that truth video of hers, that literally she basically shot herself in the foot by making that video.
I
You know,
think
she
that,
has to this
whatever
day she has
happens,
not shown evidence or proof
I I would have respected
for
Rachel if
mere
she had gone
allegation.
gone gone down gracefully. Like, regardless if she wants to withdraw or like resign. If she had just said that much, full stop. If she had not made a video accusing of all this allegation, I would have much more respect for Rachel. It's just that she kind of it was a downhill for Rachel after she posted with like hundreds of accusations against MJ organization, which they have supported her and treated her as a daughter. I will
They
feel
gave her
ready, like,
all the time. They gave her a
yes,
lot of time to, to consult with a lawyer. Remember,
yes,
the
there
text
was a
message
lot
taking
of,
like a
yeah, there was like
months and
7 months.
months,
Yeah,
7 months,
so
for her
I
to get
think like she should
going.
not have made that video. That really kind of made me see her in a different light, which I'm not very happy about, because going into Miss Grand International last year in Bangkok in person, I was there to support Rachel Gupta as Miss Grand International. She was my number one choice, and to
Oh,
see
mine
her
too.
to kind of, yeah, to see her kind of go from like, oh, this, like, I see her in this high level, like a winner, to now go like, oh, maybe she was telling lie. I supported her for so many months, and it kind of feel like, I don't know, like I kind of feel like disheartened, because when you are there to also, I spent, I'm gonna be honest, I actually spent some money voting for Rachel too, and there are a lot of Thai fans who did like spend money to vote for Rachel, and to her to come forward and kind of like distrust us, and like kind of we felt abandoned almost, that she kind of like, oh, none of you were there to support you, support us, it was just her family to support her in this journey. It felt like we were not there, even though we spend our hard-earned money to vote for you in Miss Grand International, only for you to say, oh no, no one is there to support us. It felt like distrust, like when you are there to like support someone, but they like don't even care about or appreciate
Yeah.
what you did for them. It felt like that. That's the reason a lot of people are upset with Rachel, especially this
Yeah,
video
she
that
I
she
mean,
did.
she
Yeah,
deceived a lot of people.
that
yeah,
is the reason why I said I hope that she learned from this experience. I guess, like I said, I stand by she winning, but the things that went down
yeah.
wasn't good, and I don't want to attack her or attack. That's the reason why I say both parties just need to leave them alone, and that's it, because that's
Just move on.
between them.
Yeah,
Let's celebrate the new Miss Grand. that is CJ, that's going to be crowned soon. And that's it. I don't say that the evidence provided by Grand Organization is not making Rachel look bad, because I would be lying if I don't say that. It's just for me at this point. I feel that people just need to hope the best for both parties and for her to grow, move on, and embrace CJ,
Correct.
and celebrate Opal, and that's it. I think that's the
I think we have
message
to
that I
move on
want.
from this. Yeah, like
Yeah,
I'm
because
so over this drama,
Me
honestly.
too.
yeah,
It's like
yeah.
getting tired.
Yeah,
I'm
move
not
on.
blind. I know that she hurt people.
And the fact that we have a beautiful Miss World, basically,
Exactly. We have to
Rachel's story.
celebrate her historical
Oh,
win, right, for Thailand.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
I need to go back to my happy place again and go, hold on. Thailand won.
Yeah.
I'm so happy.
And also we're going to have Miss International coming
Actually,
soon.
Rachel's
So, yeah.
video has surpassed over 1 million views, and she has thousands of new subscribers. So she's making money out of this truth video. All right, moving on. Bagheera Rafa Nawatt made horrible comments on India in the past when Femina was holding the license. So you guys, please watch the video clip. The only horrible comments that we saw of him about India was that when he and Teresa first visited India, and he was sort of like, pretending that he was playing the what is that thing?
Instrument?
That instrument, with a cobra coming out of the basket.
Even like a snake charmer.
He was making a snake charmer. Yeah, he was making all these like stereotypical.
Yeah, that was not necessary.
Yeah, it was. It was stupid. I think it was very stupid. And I think the whole word pretty much,
we agreed.
He likes to play antics like that. I don't know what. Maybe he did it on purpose, just to get publicity and stuff and everything. Yeah. So we know about that. But let me see. What did you say? Yeah, we know about that, and a lot of people, did not like that, and I hated it too. It was very childish of him. Can someone explain what duties or contracts did Opal break from the Miss Universe Thailand organization? Nothing.
Honestly.
They claimed that she had to be dethroned because she decided to participate in another pageant, Miss World Thailand. Okay, that was the reasoning. That's about it. It was very petty and stupid. Okay. All right, good. Moving on. Okay, I think that's it. We pretty much covered everything. Miss World Thailand's question was not more powerful, authentic, and meaningful than Miss World Ethiopia. She should have been the winner, Ethiopia. Yeah, okay, well, that's a matter of opinion. The judges. Oh my God, we have Sandip finally. He woke up.
We have a new guest.
Yes,
right at the end.
Oh my God.
At the 3 hours time.
Here.
We were about to say goodbye.
Yeah, we're about to meet. Oh, you woke up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I can't with
this.
One second, guys. Good morning.
Finally made it.
He just woke up.
So sorry. I am so sorry.
That's fine. Everybody. Wilfredo.
Shame.
Hi, Wilfredo.
Wilfredo.
Hello.
We have Joyce from the Pageant Empress.
Hello, everyone.
We've been waiting for you.
Yeah.
I know you just got back home, like what? How many hours ago? 6 hours ago, I think.
5.5 hours. I landed at about 11:30, reached home at about 12:30. Then about 1 hour to settle down, and I dozed off. I put up an alarm, and then here I am.
You made it. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, you
you're
made
here
it
with
the last
us.
10 minutes of the show.
This is just hilarious.
Yeah, so we want to know how your experience was like. Tell us about it.
How was my experience?
Is there any tea to spill that you want to share with us?
Not really. There's no.
Not really.
First of all, it was like it was a closely guarded secret. Too much of security. You don't want to say anything. You don't have access to anything. Miss Universe is much more easier to navigate, in terms of information. Because when I went to Thailand in 2018, you had access to a lot more information and a lot more backstage passes and rehearsals. Here, it was strictly no. I was staying right next to the. So I had options of taking two hotels. Either it was the contestants' hotel, or B, I'd stay at the hotel right next to the venue. Since I was going closer to the what do you call it, contest, I thought I would have access to the exhibition center, convention center, where I would uh, go and attend the rehearsals. No, they would not allow anyone. So I literally had to and I
Wait a
wanted
minute.
pictures.
I thought you had a pass to attend
No,
the
we didn't.
rehearsals.
No, we didn't have the pass for the rehearsals.
Oh, okay.
I received my pass for the finale 2 hours before it was starting. So you can imagine.
Oh God.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, yes. And I was assured that I would be getting two passes, but then I actually got one. So I had another pageant friend of mine who flew down from Cochin. That poor
Yes.
chap was sitting in the hotel room and watching it on YouTube. I felt really bad for him.
Hmm.
So in
Okay.
order to get pictures for Rafa and everybody, I tried my best to get pictures of the stage and venue. So eventually, what I did, got hold of one of those laborers who was working inside. I said, "Dude, I'm going to pay you some money. You go inside, take pictures and videos, send it to me through WhatsApp, and uh,
Is
uh,
that what you did? Is that how
I did.
you
Yes, I
oh
did. So
oh
that's how
my
I actually
God, clever
that's how it worked.
you.
It was very funny. I said, "What am I doing at this age of my life?" You know. But then, any for you guys, anything for pageant fans, because we all are really excited.
Yeah. Oh, that's too funny. Well, I'm glad you're back home and you returned, safe. Did you have any chance to take pictures at all with the new winner, with Miss Thailand?
No, no,
No.
no, no,
Okay.
no. We couldn't, because as soon as the show was over, everybody went in front of the stage. So after about 10 minutes, it was a security line. As you could remember, I sent you a picture where the winner was right in front of me.
Yes, you did. I saw that. I posted everything that you sent
Yes,
me.
yes.
Yeah.
So the organizers asked everybody to go back. So
Hmm.
they all left the stage. And
So,
we
so okay. So I think there was a coronation party, I think, right after the
Yes,
show.
yes.
Okay. So you didn't go there. You didn't have any chance to go there.
There's no chance.
So
We would like.
were there any vloggers or even Indian vloggers that were there? Did you notice?
Of course, there was
Like
a
the
lot.
pageant gurus, were they there? Were they there?
No, no, Melvin was there, but I couldn't see him because he was busy
Okay.
studying.
He was doing his
Uh,
own thing.
I think
Did you spot Enrique from a distance?
once I did see him,
Okay.
once, but then that was it. Thereafter, I couldn't. They were very, very busy.
Yes.
I think because it was a state event,
Hmm.
right? And there were a lot of VIPs coming. The chief minister and all those high profile people, there was a lot of security. I mean,
Yes.
Thailand was much more easier. Mr. World was like a cakewalk. We could just go and talk to anyone. But when it
Right.
came to Miss, it was really, really bad. I
Hmm.
mean, it was kind of disappointing.
Yeah. Well, you sent me a video of as soon as Opal's name was announced as the winner, you shot a video of Thai fans' reaction, right?
Yes.
I
Okay, so
thought that was I
let
thought
me
it
tell
was
you.
great. Do you have
Let me.
other videos to send me?
I said. eh, Okay, let me tell you. You know who are the real celebrities of the pageant? It
Oh,
wasn't the contestant, it wasn't the winners, but the Filipino and the Thai fans. The Thai fans were on my left, and the Filipinos were behind me, right? And as soon as Thailand or Philippines was called, the Indians who were around me, they were just videographing the Thai and the Filipino fans. They said these guys are crazy.
yeah. One of our viewers actually mentioned that how come the Indian audience looked bored, and then whereas every time the Philippines or Thailand was called, you hear all this uproar and noise
Yeah,
coming
it
from
was
the
like
Thai and the
The
Filipino
crowds.
fans.
There's
Yeah.
no question. You cannot deny the fact the Filipino fans are one of the best pageant fans in the world, and the
Yes.
way they support, right?
Hmm.
They don't just come alone. They come in. You know what do you call it? There's a word for it. Mm. They come in packs. They come in packs.
Like a pack of wolves, like a pack of mad wolves, you know.
They come in packs. But the way they support that girl, man. I mean, you have to also give it to their attention because we are at a distance and we do not know who that girl is. But in that one spot of video, whether it was at Miss Universe or in India at Miss World, they could spot their girl from a distance and they would start cheering. They were like that sharp. So they know the dress, they know where the placements are. We have to find like where they are, but
Yeah.
they were always on point.
That's interesting. That's interesting. So okay, so what do you think of the results? Are you happy with the results?
We are happy for reasons more than one.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay,
Okay.
you know what Nawatt has done, right? He's removed sophistication from pageantry. He's removed class from pageantry. I personally believe that if there's a conflict, you can always do that gracefully. Even if Rachel was bad, you could have just kept your mouth shut, just be more graceful. Pageants are above society, above, it's a matter of an ideal in India, we look at it, to be good and great. That's why you're there. It's a fantasy title. You are supposed to uphold that fantasy. The way what he's done to Suchata, we had all the more reasons. Me being an Indian, Suchata, you should win, right? So of course, and let me tell you, as Suchata looks 10 times more beautiful in person than on camera.
I know that because I saw her in person in Mexico when she was in Miss Universe. That's
Mhm.
why she was,
Seen her.
one of my favorites. Yeah.
Yes.
Stunning.
I
Yeah,
mean,
you
camera
can't
doesn't
miss
do
her.
justice.
Yes.
Camera doesn't do justice to her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Camera.
And so you did like the stage,
Okay, so I have a problem. I have a
the
bit of a critical
production.
I have a bit of a critical eye. So I have I've seen the great stages of Miss World, let's say in 1999, 2000, from all the China stages, and they were just amazing. With the invention of the LED screen, it all kind of fucks up. Miss World has really been bad with the graphics. Like last year also in India, the graphics behind were cheap. The same were really substandard in Mr. World. But this year, they really spent money on the
Yes.
LED screens, but also on the beautiful graphics. At some points in the stage, you could make out that this was actually of an Oscar standard graphics that was being presented. And you should have seen that curve, that curve. I was literally admiring it. The graphics that the stage looks much better in person than what's
On
actually on
TV.
television.
Mm-hmm.
Like a mirage.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it was a mirage.
Wow. All right. So what do you think? So what do you think? Oh, the outgoing Miss World, Christina.
She's every inch a beauty queen.
See?
So we all agree.
We all
Yeah.
agree. She's one
Yeah.
of the
Seen her.
most beautiful Miss Worlds ever.
She is
Yes.
that like she's that Barbie doll. I
Yes.
remember when I was in Mr. World,
Mm.
she was judging Mr. World, and after the contest was over, all the pageant fans went up to her, and she has a habit of wearing elaborate dresses, right? And few of those and as she was leaving, few of those pageant fans were actually stepping onto her train. Not an inch of expression on her face, an epitome of grace, right? She just kept on smiling and no uttering, nothing. And the same thing was here, all the very welcoming, come take pictures with me, not a frown. You should have seen her hair, the way it was done. It was looking like perfect. But I don't understand. Why do you need two dresses in a night? Where's sustainability?
Interesting. But I mean, she's perfection. I've
She's
never seen a
perfection.
bad angle. I've never seen a bad photo or image of Christina.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
And I also met the designer. I spoke to the designer's assistant for that big ball gown while I was
Leo.
waiting.
He's
Yes,
Filipino, yeah.
yes. So his assistant was Mr. Sume, and
Leo Almodel, yeah, is his name.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. So that gown costs about 12,000 to 14,000 US dollars.
14,000 US dollars?
Yes, I saw it. He showed me the contract, and I asked him.
So she actually bought the dress. She paid for that
No,
dress.
no.
Oh, it's
It's a collab.
alone. It's
It's a
alone.
collab. It's a
Oh, it's a
collab.
collab. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I
Okay.
asked her because I really wanted to understand the economics of pageantry. How does it work? Do they really pay? They said no, it's a collab. I said, then what if she doesn't wear it? Well,
Yes.
you have to pay the price for it. It's a written contract.
Okay. So
If she didn't wear
she
it,
doesn't get to keep the dress.
no, nobody gets to keep
Okay.
it. As a matter of fact, I did ask him also about the Miss World prize money, and he said that of what I heard from him, it's again allegedly in your term.
Allegedly. We love that word, Wilfredo.
Uh,
Allegedly.
yeah, allegedly, please.
Yes.
Of what I've heard, that Miss World now does a 3 years contract with its winner, and the prize money is $1 million.
US dollars.
US dollars, yes.
Yeah.
Over is it for 3 years or is that for 1 year? How
It's a
long
3
did it take?
3
3
years
years.
contract.
Oh,
But
okay.
estimates. How much is that?
But allegedly, the previous winner, somebody did a research. I'm gonna say allegedly, but apparently the previous winner, the whole winning moment was almost $2 million because she did a great job.
That's a
Yeah,
lot of
Miss World is banking.
You get a bonus.
Yep.
Yeah, bonus.
Yeah, because the previous Miss World just gorgeous, beautiful, and the next one another blonde, beautiful girl. So hopefully Thailand had the same
Oh
blessings or
yeah.
more.
I think
I
Opa
hope so.
will
I
make a
hope
lot of
so.
money. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
And
Wow.
that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking
Wow.
about.
That's a lot of money.
Here. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of
300,000 USD. That's a good amount. Yeah, if
Yeah,
it's for
that's
3
what-
years.
Yeah. So assuming if it's a 3 years contract, it's 1 million
Yeah.
US dollars. Assuming it's a high, they have to pay a lot of taxes. 30%. So they
Yeah.
still have $200,000 gone. You have $700,000 spread over 3 years. That's approximately 225,000 US dollar per month. Goes up to approximately 15 to 18, or let's say 20,000 US dollar a month is what they're getting in their bank. 20,000 US dollar per month in their bank account after cutting taxes. That's a lot of money at an age of 23 or 24.
You know, if you're business savvy, you can easily invest that money,
Yes.
in stocks and stuff. And you can be a billionaire for all you know, like in less than 10 years,
Yes.
Stock or real estate, because
Real
housing prices is so expensive. So if you're clever, you could buy like 3 houses with that much money. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Especially in Thailand. Like if Oppo is brave, like smart, she's from Phuket. That real estate in Phuket is extremely expensive. Literally, like the Russians are buying the houses in Thailand. So
heard
like
about
she will be like White Lotus. She could build her own White Lotus mansion. Like, did you guys watch the White
Yeah.
Lotus? Yeah, she'll be rich.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Plus
but
the
that's a
traveling.
good amount.
And plus the travel.
Wow.
Plus,
14
yeah,
14 million,
plus traveling.
14 Wow, that's a lot of money.
That's
Wow.
a lot. But this is again allegedly. Because of what, if you do the math of what I knew when Priyanka Chopra, Yukta Mukhi, and Agbani Dorego won, in those 3 years, they used to announce they're getting 100,000 US dollars. It was live on television. It's on record if you look at the videos. So if in the year 2000, they made 100,000 US dollars a year. It's 25 years later. That's quite if you index it,
Mm-hmm.
it's still giving. Whereas of what I do not know how much money a Miss Universe makes per month. Do you have any idea?
Oh,
We
sorry.
don't know.
Definitely not that much. Not how much
Not
you just
that
said.
much.
Child. I
Okay,
think
so,
that if they made $30,000,
But maybe
in 1
when
year,
Nawatt finally takes over Miss Universe, maybe
Then maybe, yes, it's
we'll
possible.
know how
Yeah.
much money. Yeah. But
because
do you know if the Miss World winner still gets to live in an apartment in London?
I did ask him, he said he will find out with Christina and let me know.
Okay. All right.
I wanted him to ask 3 questions. One was about the salary. The one is where do they stay in London, right? And the third question was I forgot my memory. I'll remember. I'll tell you. I asked him 3 questions. So one was salary, one was the prize money.
Or are men allowed to enter the apartment? Boyfriends, maybe?
No.
No.
Oh, and yes. And the third question was whether there are 2 crowns for Miss World, one the fake one or one the real one.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
the replica.
Oh, yeah, the
Right.
replica. The
Yes.
replica.
So these are
Yeah.
3 questions I wanted him to ask. So he's currently in Agra. The guy who styled him. So he's gonna, once he wakes up, he's gonna give me the details.
How much does a Miss World crown cost? Do you know?
Allegedly, it was insured for £1 million somewhere in 2008. I remember reading it. So, from a comment by John A, who used to be a very respectable pageant blogger in Mississology. And he was a nonsense guy. And today, last evening, while
An idea, George?
It says
No.
100,000 from Times of India article. This is from last year.
okay.
It says,
yeah.
but it could be more because this. It says when
think
the
it would-
crown was made, it
Because,
was 100,000. the
I thought
USD,
it was
but over the time
200,000.
probably got up. Yeah,
Yeah, the
I was
value
telling
I
the
thought
link.
probably
it,
just went up.
The value probably
I
went
thought it
up.
was
Yeah,
200,000 the value.
No, no, it's got to be
you can
expensive.
check. You can check from there.
So
It's from Times of India.
it has never been
But
broken.
it was designed by David Morris, firstly for the Miss United Kingdom contest,
Yes,
right? And
Yeah,
then
now
yes,
yeah, okay, now I
here's the
remember.
story, right?
Yes.
correct.
And then
That sounds
Yeah,
familiar. Yeah. Yeah.
and when Lucy, I think 1972, when
I think it was 72. Yeah, let me
yeah,
double
when
check.
the
I think
Australian girl, I
72.
think Belinda
They're
Green,
saying somebody's saying $100,000 for the replica as the replica cost, around $100,000 for the replica only. Okay. Interesting. But it's a beautiful crown. It's like icon. It's very iconic. It's one of the
I
most
had no
iconic
idea. I
crowns
had no
ever.
idea that they have a replica of the crown, to be honest, because I remember when Stephanie was Miss World and they have the big hurricane in Puerto Rico,
Uh-huh.
she had the crown with her
The real one.
as is the real one. So
Okay.
for as of right now, I had know that they have a replica because
Did
normally
you
the
know?
other.
Did you
for
know?
the crowning ceremony, they use the original one. But
Mhm.
apart from that, when you travel for normal, so for example, you go to a holiday, not a holiday,
Yeah,
for a pageant, local pageant, or for a community service, they use the replica because it's very
Okay.
expensive.
it
That's
makes
what I
sense.
heard.
Yeah,
I read.
Yeah, because of the expensive, cost of
yeah.
it. You want to
Yeah.
don't want to take the risk of having it
I mean,
stolen. But
I thought
wasn't
about it,
that
but
do you remember that episode when Manushi Chiller won? She at the airport where everybody tried to grab was it
Oh
Julia Morley
yes,
who grabbed her
Yes,
crown
yes.
for safety
yes,
because people
yes.
were trying
Because
to
of the
steal it away
press,
from
they were like
her?
Rohit
literally
Khandelwal.
yes,
Khandelwal was Mr. World who was shoving them inside the
protecting
car.
her, right? Yeah,
yeah, Mr.
Yes,
Word.
I remember seeing
yeah. He
that.
was
Yes,
there. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow.
but
Interesting.
but what's funny is Diana Hayden, Miss World 1997, is from Hyderabad. They did not invite her.
Was she
Rohit,
there? Was she
no, she
present?
Did she
wasn't
come?
there.
No.
No,
She didn't
it
come?
is father. No, she
Why?
wasn't.
So
I don't
all we saw was Manushi,
Manushi. Yeah,
Stephanie, who else? Former Miss World. Well, Christina, of course, and then who
see them.
else?
Only three
that's
of them.
true.
There was very low attendance of
Yeah.
Yeah.
title
And
holders.
when
Usually,
they said
This.
they had money,
usually they invite like at least 6 or 7.
and
Yeah.
they said they had
Yeah.
money, they had real gold money from the government, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've sent you pictures of from the airport, right? When I landed, how beautiful it was decorated. That on the streets, everywhere, it was so well publicized and in a very sophisticated manner, right? It wasn't like a blush job. Like, for example, last year's show in Mumbai was an embarrassment for me.
Right.
For India, I used to feel embarrassed. Low quality stars, poor stage design. It wasn't elaborate stage, but it wasn't poor quality. So it was more like a Bollywood show, right? Horrible host. I didn't like it. He's a very famous Indian director. And the place, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, he used to hit in the ear at the towards the end. So, but this is
Wow.
also good. I had doubts whether he's gonna do a good job or not. But towards the end, I realized he's actually doing an excellent job.
Yeah.
I had doubts with Stephanie whether she would do a good job or not because we are used to Megan. But she was a pleasant surprise. Was she perfect? No. But was she bad?
Yeah.
Was she unacceptable? No. She was acceptable.
Yes. I'm sure they will invite her back next time. I
Shit,
think.
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
how she was holding hands with Madame Julia during the crowning, that shows that she's very caring, and Madame Julia clearly likes her. So, like, yeah, I think we'll see her again, maybe next year.
For sure.
I,
Definitely.
so when I'd gone for the Mr. World contest in Vietnam, I, I was staying in the hotel, but I never saw Julia or Steve. I saw them only before starting of the contest in Pageant. And as soon as the contest was over, they immediately rushed her out. She's old, she's weak, and she still looks healthier in pictures and cameras. But when you see her
Hmm.
in person, she's absolutely frail. I mean, you have to give it to her energy and a desire to work at this age of 85. I
Mm-hmm.
salute her. Plus, when I was coming back to India from Ho Chi Minh, I bumped into Steve, Julia,
Steve
and
Douglas.
Steve Douglas. Yes, they both were on a wheelchair. The entire Miss World team was there, and I looked at her. She looked so small and cozied into that wheelchair, and I felt so bad for her. You see that old grandparent,
Yeah.
in your house. my heart went out 10 times. I respect that woman because her work speaks, her work speaks for itself. And when she opens her mouth, she talks grace and she doesn't talk nonsense. Even when she opens her mouth, she has something good to say. So, I saw her. Then I said hello to her and she smiled at me and I said, I'm from India. And then I kind of cracked a joke at her. I said, ma'am, you know what? You worked really well for 85 years. Your Beauty with a Purpose project is really good. You are still very beautiful. And now that the Miss Universe contest has removed the married and children's clause, you can run for Miss Universe. And
What did you say?
she smiled. She said, thank you, thank you, thank you. She was smiling. She was very gracious.
I mean, she looked beautiful for her age. Come on.
Her skin is still so good.
Yeah,
So
and
she really takes good care of her skin.
she's a very elegant woman. Like she lasted. It's a big long run. I mean, she's been with the pageant since the get.
Yeah.
I can't imagine anyone else taking over Miss World.
Yes.
Do you think it'll be her son who will take on the responsibility of the Miss World pageant, Steve Douglas? Do you think he'll be the next one in the line?
Yeah.
So
Who has a criminal record, by the way.
Yeah.
Every saint has a past and every devil has a future, Rafa. It's okay. Let's just leave him behind. Let's look at it.
Fine. Move on.
Yeah. So when Steve Douglas started somewhere around 2008 in the South Africa contest, he came more into prominence, the backstage role. I never liked his voice. And then the way I'm looking at it, the recent productions of Miss World and Mr. World, I think he's doing a good job in terms of because he's absolutely in control of the production. I saw that in Mr. World as well as in Miss World. Okay, but there are a few things to tell you also about the Miss World contest. So coming back to Steve, he is in control, and there was a certain lack of dynamism in the post-production. We cannot deny it. The final telecast isn't as sharp as the pre-JK and era of Miss Universe, right? The reason why I used to like Miss Universe and Miss World was because it was a no-nonsense show, very crisp to the production, and it is a television show. It's an entertainment show. No bragging, no wasting of time. But in the last 10 years, it did become that. Miss World productions were really boring. But in the last 2 or 3 editions, they have taken that good step and it's actually becoming dynamic. They're perfecting it.
Well, they finally listen to their fans. They finally
Yes.
listen to the public. Yeah. And that's the only way. If you want to attract new followers, you'll have to amp it up. You have to put more energy into your productions.
And they're earning really good money. I mean, other people are just talking about sponsors here and there. These guys have real money in their bank account, right? And they also have a cause to support it, where other people are actually fighting for cause only in the name, and you don't see people actually doing. I mean, I really find it really annoying when I see a beauty queen who's actually sitting in front of a computer and applying makeup and showing to the whole world. I don't think it's needed for a very highly publicized title as that, right? Whereas these girls are actually not doing that. They're actually on ground doing work. And when they're not doing it, go back home, do something for yourself. Because of what I know, what Aishwarya said, and one of Manushi also said, that they don't really stay in London. They're called to London or to a particular place where they're needed. And when they're not needed, you go back home and do your own business.
All right. So so everything, the whole show went smoothly. There were no hiccups, no mishaps, no accidents, none of those stuff.
Yes. So after the show was over, I went onto the stage. And the stage floor was wobbly, right? Me being a guy wearing proper shoes was finding it difficult to balance. The floor wasn't that great. So no wonder some of the girls were actually kind of shaking on stage. But nobody fell. And but girls were a little wobbly.
Oh, was it the first round, the Americas? One of the girls' train fell on the stage,
Armenia.
Right? Is it Armenia? I forgot which country it fell.
Yeah, she was like struggling. I forgot about that. Yeah.
No. Before that, in the Americas, there was a girl. Someone's train, like the back of the fabric, it was on the floor for like the whole round. I forgot the country. So there were some mishaps. Yeah.
Okay.
But that can be ignored. Ignored. It happens all the time at the national costume parade. So regarding the whole show start, so I was there at 5:30, and the show was started at 6:30. So the introduction that you see the girls in their national costume was actually recorded in front of us. At about 5:45, all the girls came out and they said, we're gonna play this introduction because they need to do their costume change and they need to time it well. So they played the girls paraded and the host came before time. They recorded it, and as soon as the show started, they played it. It was done in front of us, but 45 minutes before the show.
Interesting. Wow.
And also the Archana Kocher show that was there, the girls coming in Indian attire, that was also pre-recorded.
Yes, a lot of pre-recorded videos,
Only two,
I
only
noticed.
two.
Yeah.
Only two.
It makes sense. They have 100
I mean, just to
contestants
save
to change
time.
the wardrobe. Yeah, it will take a
Yeah.
while.
Yeah. And of course, they every time they would call somebody who makes the top 40, they would show was it a top 8? They would show the video of that
I have a
person. So
question.
everything
I
has
have
been
a-
like prepared before.
Okay, I know it's a very controversial thing to ask, but what is your take on this continental system? Let's go one by
Do you like
let's
it?
go
Do you
one
like
by
do you like the continental system?
No.
You don't like it, see?
But, the reasons why twice. They have got two reasons. If you really want to have a continental system, why can't we have continental judges? Two from Americas, two from Europe, two from
Yeah.
Asia.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I was going to say that because when I saw the judges panel, it was like majority Indian local judges. So I thought like, how is this going to work out? Because like, I think only 3 non-Indian judges, right? Madam Julia, who was the other one? I forgot. There was a lady who works for the crew member
blonde
of the Miss World,
woman.
the blonde, and there was one more. So I thought like, how is this going to work? Because contestant-wise, it's quite diverse, and you're even putting in continental system, which means it is like section-wise. So I think, like you said, Sandeep, I think we should have more diversity in terms of the judges panel, which is something I've said this for a while in the Miss World. They always do this. Like the majority of the judges are usually the local people or the local, of the host
Celebrities.
country.
Indian.
Celebrities, sorry, yeah.
So the way I look at it, it is not it is we who choose the judges who choose the winner. If it's a very heavily American-based judging panel or a heavily based Asian judging panel, you get that kind of winners. So you have an even approach, have two from them. And I also get it because you need representation. The whole world is been the soft power of the West, a version of beauty is ingrained into our mind, and the Asian way of beauty is ingrained in Asian peoples of our mind. We all are privileged with certain kinds of perception of beauty, right? And we all want to push our agenda. But if you really want to see that one special person, or let's say 5 special person, let's get the diversity through the judge's eyes, not through a token system, right?
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
if you really want a top 20, first of all, I don't like the top 40 again. Why do we need so many? It's very difficult to remember.
Well, because there
Top
are
4, I think
100
top 20 would be sufficient. I know there were a lot of contestants, but top 20 would have been more than enough with the
ask me-
contestants we had.
If you ask me today who were the top 10 in Miss World 1999 or Miss Universe 2000, 2001, I'll tell you who they were, probably with their names. But if you ask me who the top 10
see,
or top 20 were,
You know what?
Yeah.
I agree.
can't.
I don't
I don't even remember most of the names.
I
Yeah,
don't remember Ethiopia or Ethiopia's name or Martinique's name. I don't remember.
same. I need to check.
don't
with
Yeah,
remember
I don't
at
remember
all,
countries. I don't even
you know.
remember names.
Nothing whatsoever.
So
But but all I remember is let me see. Well, Philippines, of course, and Thailand. I think in USA and Puerto Rico and I think that's about it. 4.
I know Ireland and Australia's name because they both have the same name, Jasmine. So it was quite
Oh,
easy to
okay.
remember. Yeah.
Okay.
Miss Philippines, Lima, I saw her in person as well as on video, both because you're seeing the screen as well as in front.
Yeah.
Miss Philippines looks like the contestant who's ready for top 5 at Miss Universe.
See,
Charlie.
Miss Universe caliber. Yes.
Yeah, she's
I
a
just
Miss
wanna read
Universe
that-
caliber.
Comment from Charlie. Charlie Goldberg. Charlie, you know a lot about Miss World. You're giving me all these like historical tidbits and stuff. He's saying Steve Morley is in poor health. The grandkids are not interested in the pageant. Her grandkids have very successful careers. Miss World will be sold when Steve and Julia pass. Donna Darby is famous. Oh, yeah, Donna Darby is a famous choreographer, and she was one of the judges.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's her. The lady, the blonde hair.
So
You
yeah,
know what? If Madam Julia wants to adopt a new grandchild, I'm more than happy to be adopted. I mean, I'm British myself, so like we are keeping in the family. We don't have to give it to foreign
yeah.
nationals. So
Can you
give it to
imagine
me.
George taking over Miss World organization? Woo!
I
Oh,
mean, my house in London is not that far from where Madam Julia lives, so like it's like maybe 20 minutes drive, not that far,
Oh,
so
okay,
it's
there you
sufficient.
go.
good.
Yeah,
So
so
we can
just
be
adopt
part of
me.
the
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we can
we're
be
gonna
part
be
of the
there, right? For
committee.
free.
Yes.
We can be a part of the committee of Miss World, so we make
Yes. It'd be quite
sure.
diverse, right?
No,
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're gonna be your permanent judges, okay?
your
Not
Yes.
permanent judges,
sure.
it's like you
Selection
receive a
committee.
biscuit.
Selection
Yes.
You
committee.
see,
And you're gonna
I'm
be like the
final.
CEO every year,
Yeah,
the board of
and
directors and stuff.
finally, Cuba will have a representation without the
Yes.
government
And I'll finally
involvement.
let Russia come back to Miss World.
Exactly.
Russia
And
and Cuba and
And
Pakistan
Cuba,
and
Pakistan.
yes,
Yeah.
and all
So
the
many
other
other
war-torn
countries.
countries and
Yes.
stuff, and no favoritism,
and then
okay?
and we only gonna have just 15, 20 finalists. That's it.
And no
No more than
continental
that.
system. I'll remove that continental system away.
We can
Thank
have continental
God.
system for the first cut. We can have continental for the first cut. Thereafter,
Yeah.
it's 11. I remember when the Miss World was in India in 1996, the winner was Greece, but we had Colombia and Brazil as the first and second runner-up respectively,
Mm,
right?
Mm-hmm.
It was
I
all
remember. I remember.
I
Yeah.
remember.
There were a
right.
lot of Latinas in the 90s Miss World in India. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, so the first two were runners-up. Again, if you look at Miss Universe 2005, apart from Natalia Glebova, the remaining four were Latinas: Mexico, Puerto Rico, uh, Venezuela, and there was one more,
Dominican Republic.
Dominican Republic.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
we remember them. So, so that's what it is. I mean, let's give them a fair chance. And also, one thing which I would like to see in Miss Universe would be in the Miss World contest would be the Steve Harvey kind of a conversation, kind of a calling out of people, right? Remember when Steve Harvey used to call the semifinalists, he would have a small chat, make it fun loving, right? I know the whole
Yes.
it's a presentation ceremony, it's not a competition anymore.
I think in the 90s in the Miss World they used to do that, like a small interview with the contestants and the host.
Yeah,
Do you remember? Like sit down and like a chat
Yeah,
with the host. I think they should
1990s.
bring that. And also, I think
yeah,
Priyanka Chopra's
because
year they had that
Priyanka
too.
Chopra sit down with
90,
I think they should
90.
bring that back. Yes.
I would
yeah.
love that. I would love that.
But
Yeah,
I'm
nostalgia,
just thinking
definitely.
in this day and age, in a very fast paced to life that we have, will that sit down conversation make sense? I think people would be bored. All right. So the Steve Harvey pattern is much better. Or like, for example, the Lara Dutta kind of interview in the top five. You're standing and they're having quick conversations. That would be nice. What you did in 1999 and 2000. That would be a wonderful way. You get to know the contestants a little bit, the fun side of them, the personality that reflects. And the top five questions, first of all. What's your take on the top five final questions? Weren't they heavy?
It
They
felt like I
were
was watching Miss Universe.
they were loaded questions. We were
They
discussing
Yeah.
were.
very loaded.
Yeah.
When
And
they
I'm
asked
still
the question to Miss Mauritius, I was like, oh, okay. She is dead.
yeah, I
She's
mean,
gonna die.
hardly any one of them really answered the question, their respective
no one,
questions.
no one.
Yeah.
No one
They-
answered because it was unexpected totally.
Yeah, those when they start asking these questions, I was like, oh, sweet Jesus, they're not in Miss India people. They're like, and then you see like, let's see, Mauritius,
But you know
Poland,
what?
Martinique.
If
I'm
India
sorry,
had
Martinique.
made the top four, I'm sure India would have probably emitted
Oh, she would have.
anything an
Should have,
amazing
yeah,
answer.
She
dominated
Indian
would
that
have
girls
put.
usually
She
journey.
would
dominate.
have put
Yeah.
out her
Yeah.
book. See, according to Siddhartha Gautam Buddha,
Yeah, she would recite the
actually
Buddhist.
was recited and
Yeah.
boom. I don't know. It was kind of funny for me because the first question for Martinique, that poor girl tried to speak English the best she could, and then Poland. I said, "Oh, these questions are not going. It's not easy for these people. Like, if you don't master English and you have these questions, that was bad. I feel sorry for them."
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing they did not use an
Hello.
interpreter. 'Cause this year, right? Did they have any interpreters last year? I don't remember. Everybody spoke English, pretty much.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Miss World is the only pageant where I actually get to see Latinas speak English, which is quite rare because in Miss Universe, no Pablo English, so they always have like
would have an
Spanish to
interpreter.
English. Yeah,
They
even
would
if they
watch
speak
the
English, which I
translation.
know a lot of these Latinas, they're so smart. They know how to speak English, but when they go to Miss Universe, they're
They
like,
buy
I don't
time.
speak English at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, if you look at it, remember it was 2000 and 2020, the Andrea Meza year, when in the first Q&A, Andrea spoke in English and she was faltering. But the moment she switched to Spanish in the next half, she made it look effortless, right? We don't know what it was. We can forget about what it was, but it did look effortless. Okay, I think.
But the thing is, like,
That's-
one of the things that we tell our girls, at least when I'm coaching somebody, if they have an interpreter, I go like, just go in
I know.
Spanish, girl. Just just answer on your native language if they have an interpreter, because even if the judges doesn't understand, they analyze your body language, they analyze everything, so it's easy, like, and it's been proven, like, if Miss, like the year that Olivia Culpo won Miss Universe, even though she's very commercial, but if Venezuela would have answered in Spanish, maybe she wouldn't make it and win the title. As sometimes just because you are bilingual, just go with your strength. If you have the availability to have a good interpreter, just go for it because you feel more confident about it. But if you know that you can answer in English the same way as your native language with the same confidence and body language, go for it. But if not, don't even try.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
Like I really loved Martinique. She looked exotic, tall, and she would have made a fantastic supermodel, right?
Yes, that's what we're
Mhm.
talking about. Yeah. She's not a beauty queen, she's a top model.
And
She's a
and it's
supermodel.
and I remember when Agbani Durego, when she came out in a final walk to
Mhm.
crown Azrakin, look at that white dress, smart hair. She looked like a runway model, and she would have come out as a runway model after next year, right? It's only that she spoke French, or let's assuming that there are a little bit of competition on the final night to shine
Mm-hmm.
their personality. That's where she gone down in, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
I
I don't
forgot.
know. I feel Martinique, even though
I,
look like a model,
yeah.
she's gorgeous.
I forgot to mention Senegal. I don't know if you guys noticed Senegal, another top model. The one of the you don't like Senegal? I just like her look.
No, I don't remember
Also,
her. I don't know how she looks like. That's it.
Me either.
no, she's afro and she's white dress. Yeah. So but other than that, we don't feel bad for Cote d'Ivoire not making the cut for the obvious reasons, right?
Photoshop the wall.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, guys, let me ask you a question.
Uh,
What in your mind was the highlight of the Miss World contest?
The highlight
Of the Miss World, if you were supposed to think about one thing that was a striking memory from the Miss World
from this
2025.
edition, yeah, Miss
Yes.
Armenia getting stuck in her black gown. That was the image. I know she stayed. I mean, she was like struggling for like 2 minutes. Like, come on,
can somebody help
Wilfredo,
me, please,
poor
sister?
Wilfredo,
Armenia.
What's your highlight for this Miss World
Oh
contest?
my
Like somebody
God. Can you
tell
imagine
me.
Miss Armenia, like, when she becomes a grandmother and our grandchild's gonna ask her, could you please talk to me about your Miss World experience, Grandmama? Oh yeah, you don't want to know. Let me show you the video where I got stuck in my gown. Yeah, that's my legacy from Miss World.
That reminds me.
Okay,
That reminds me,
Wilfredo,
Miss
what's your
USA.
highlight?
Oh, Christina. Christina, definitely. Her entrance and her exit were the two major
The,
highlights.
George?
that gown, especially when she went to give the crown.
Those two gowns, yeah.
And
I
yeah, I liked
mean,
that too, but I would probably say the crowning because it's a historical moment for Thailand,
For
like winning
Thailand.
the first ever blue crown. So also, I noticed the hairstyle on Oppo. It reminded me of the Indian beauty queens from the 90s, especially Miss World,
mhm.
where they used to have that hair. So when she come out in the introduction wearing that, I was like, maybe that hairstyle is made for the crown, like because I wasn't
Is
sure
that her
until
real
then.
hair or just a hairpiece?
It's a hair. It's a hair on hair. Yeah,
It's
she has
her own
long hair,
hair.
so yeah, it's her
Yeah,
own
she had
hair.
the
So
she had the style of Ashwarya Rai
Yes,
and
I was gonna
yes,
say
that's what I
Miss
that.
was
World.
thinking.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
when she came out, I was like, maybe she might win. Yeah, I was like, because a lot of girls had like hair down, like curls, and she kind of stood out because of the hairstyle. Yeah.
Mhm.
But you
Was
know
she
what?
the only one who had that hairstyle? I don't recall other
I think
girls
so.
wearing
I don't think a
hairstyle.
lot of them had hair up like that. No.
Yeah.
It's a very
Okay.
outdated,
Hmm.
outdated style.
No
The
ball
re-
girls this year. Did
okay,
you
in my
notice?
Oh
opinion,
yeah, and there was no Bollywood, right? Like not
No
heavy
ball
Bollywood this
girl.
year.
No waist.
we had
No.
we had Bollywood. We had Bollywood. Ishan Khattar, the dude.
Oh right.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
we're
I
talking about
forgot.
him. He's
And
Yeah,
hot.
he's cute, very
He's
cute.
very cute.
Yeah.
nice. He's a good
He needs
dancer.
he
And
needs to compete. He needs to compete in Mr. Global
Mr.
He's in
Global or
supply.
Mr. World, yeah.
or
His
Mr. World
father,
or even Manhunt.
Yeah.
his brother is a famous Bollywood star. His father is a legendary Bollywood actor. His stepmother is also a very famous legendary actor, and his step grandmother is also a very famous Bollywood actress.
Well, isn't that the only way you can become an actor in Bollywood? Is that you have connections and stuff? You'll
True
never.
family.
It's very rare for an outsider, to become
No,
a Bollywood star.
no.
It's
Just
depend because
1 minute. One.
Yeah.
I'll just put it. Sushmita Sen, outsider.
uh-huh,
Ashwarya, outsider. Priyanka Chopra,
Lara
outsider.
Gupta.
Yeah, but
So
those
with
are
a
all beauty
Beauty
queens.
queens.
But
Yeah.
there's
no,
all
I'll
beauty
come.
queens.
These are names you
So
know.
they're
These are names you know.
outsiders.
Okay.
Shah Rukh Khan, outsider. Amitabh
Uh-huh.
Bachchan, outsider.
Out,
There's so many of them. You do get a chance if you're talented. You see, you do get an
Yes, but that's
exposure. But
rare. It's not
no,
often.
no.
Yeah.
Bollywood, the you have to you see, always a narrative which is given everywhere. For example, if you talk about Miss World, they always say they are sexist, it's degrading girls in bathing suit. Nobody else talks about any other pageant in the world that degrading women, but it's only Miss World which gets attacked left, right, and center by the press.
All right.
Right?
Yeah. I want to know. Okay, I got a
Okay,
tap.
one. So my highlight for the entire Miss World finale was Rafa complaining about the 11 minutes of Miss Poland video.
Yeah.
Remember the way Rafa
Yes.
was complaining all throughout, even in his
And you know
review.
what, Sandeep? She did that on the finals too. She went over the time limit for 2 rounds, top 8 and top 4. She went on and on and on.
But Rafa was the what do you call it? His expression was the highlight. Forever I'm going to remember. Miss Poland, 11 minutes. 11 minutes.
Okay, so she was the highlight for you, Poland.
You were the highlight. You were partly the highlight. Yes, you were saying something. You were saying something.
Oh, what was it? Oh, yeah. About remember that Nawatt got bashed for posting a before and after of Rachel Gupta, the before and after boob surgery. And
Yeah.
people were attacking him, and I reposted it on my Instagram, and of course I also got attacked. And then some former Indian beauty queen made a video about it, condemning Nawat for posting a close up of Rachel's, enhanced breasts and stuff.
Yes.
And this beauty queen was saying, "Oh, how this is very degrading for women. It's very sexist. It's immoral. Men don't have the right to post stuff, on the internet and whatnot and everything." And it just dawned on me, Bollywood movies are replete with sexy Indian women with showing their cleavage and dancing sensuously. So what's the difference? Isn't that double standard?
It's a
You
difference
know?
about there's a difference. There's a difference. The difference is whether I want to do it. It's my choice, and it's somebody else is actually sexualizing me. It's about consent to sex and rape. You understand the fine line? I do it, it's my body. I want to do that. My job entails me to do it. I don't want to do it. Right? Where here is a man who's eyeing at my boobs and making my boobs as my identity. Well, it's her problem. Who are you to talk about it? I was absolutely furious on that man. Nobody's smelling of roses. Neither Rachel is smelling of roses, nor Nawatt is smelling of roses. There are issues. That man has a big mouth. There is a cultural difference. If I was supposed to sit with him, I won't even have a conversation. I won't even acknowledge him if he walks past me. Right? I would still acknowledge Donald Trump, but I would still not acknowledge this guy. Because there are reasons where Donald Trump has also shown grace. Right? This man doesn't talk of grace. He's always, and I have nothing against him. But he is just a too loud a character bashing when Miss Grand International started. We are the best. You don't really need to talk it. Listen to Julia, what she says. We all are the same. In the same boat, we all are together. This man, I am the great, we are the best. You're bad, we are good. That's not a good thing to say. You're good, I am good. I'm doing my thing, you do your thing. We don't like it, fine, let's go for it. We are really not privy to the whole conversation that's actually happened between Nikhil and Nawatt. We just hear of what is being said. But I do know what was said was that if the moment the winner of Miss India, when the moment Rachel won Miss Grand International, she became the property of Miss Grand International, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Nikhil has spent money preparing her. And the next year, he's supposed to pay even more. He's losing a lot of money. The reason why a Miss World and Miss Universe winner, the national directors are exempted from their next year's fees, franchisee fee, is because they are incurring a loss with the title holder, right? Just to compensate them. And here, they are not getting access to the girl, the winner. If I'm the Indian national director, I lose out on my girl, and next year I have to pay even more, where I'm not even using that girl. So that doesn't make sense, right? If I need a
Interesting.
replacement also, I still need to
Doesn't
invest
this happen in Miss Universe too, Rafa? Like if your country wins, you have to pay more, right? Yeah, like the franchise fee
Well,
goes higher
no,
Oh yeah, that's
them,
in
that's
Miss Universe.
normal. That's
Yeah.
but
normal
I think
anyway.
what Sandip is talking about is like if the country that wins the national directors the next year, they don't need to pay because they just won, so they can recover the money that they more likely would not get because their girl won, so it's no longer their property. They would not be able to work contracts that they have
right.
kind of lined up for the rest of the year because they now are part of the international organization.
Right.
So I know Miss Universe. I don't know if they're still doing it though, but I know before, and that was one of the issues that we have with Magali Febles in Puerto Rico when Ingrid competed, and they said that she didn't pay the franchise, and they were like asking where was the money because when Suleika won, 2007 was free, so whatever she had money she got coming in 2007, she could have put it together with 2008 and pay the franchise, which
That makes
she didn't, and she lost the franchise for that reason. Because at that time, Puerto Rico was paying, I think, $80,000, kind of at that
Mhm.
time because of the winner and stuff. So I think that when it comes, that I believe that that would be a good incentive. Is like, okay, if your girl win as a director, because I know some pageants, if you win, their director will get maybe $10,000 like a prize because your girl won. Plus next year fee, you are exempt because you just got a winner. But you already know that that will give you a moment to kind of put that whatever winnings you have for through the next pageant, you can put it together for the pageant that will come because the fee is going to be higher. So you have something, a caution already to back up that increase in fee because you just won. So I guess that was
this makes sense. This makes logical sense. But you see, what I'm understanding with Nikhil's case is that his girl won. He no longer has access to the girl, and next year he has to pay maybe double. I do not know the percentage. He has to pay more money. That doesn't make business sense, right? And I don't know how profitable these pageant businesses are because I haven't done the economics. But as a businessman myself, I'm just trying to put two and two together, which is bad. And regarding the Rachel controversy, which I also feel bad is, unlike Miss Universe who travels, unlike Miss World who travels all throughout the day, throughout the year, how much work is Miss Grand International doing? If she's not working too much, you can send her back to her house. At least she can do something, right? Because in India, if she was in India, she would make a lot of money. She would build up on contacts. I mean, if I was employed, if I was Miss Grand International and I had nothing to do and I was just sitting in a house, whether it's in the city or outside, doing nothing, no freedom, I might as well be in India and I would make tons of money and I can give a portion of the money to Nawatt because it's frustrating sitting alone. You cannot deny that Rachel is.
But that's exactly what she did though, without telling them.
Yeah, I was going to say she did do that.
Yeah, she did
but
that.
without getting the permission of MGI. So that is
Yeah,
violation
so
of the
a
contract.
violation of the contract.
Yes,
Yeah.
which is a violation of the contract, but the contract is also whether it was given time to her to read or not is secondary.
They gave her plenty of time to check with her lawyer.
Mhm.
Yeah, several months.
Teresa posted a screenshot about that, right? About the contract. Look, are you okay with it? Did you check with the national director? And she said, yeah, it's fine. And she also talked about she doesn't have, I think, the Schengen visa, which she
The
says
visa,
she has it on the.
issue. Yeah.
It says she doesn't have it. She needs to apply for it.
I have a question. I'm a businessman. I've seen legal lawsuits in front of me. What you see on screenshots can be presented as evidences, but they are not admissible in the court of law.
But it
Right?
can be in Thailand because it's a Thai law.
It can be. It can be.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
At
but
least here. Yeah.
Yeah.
allow me to finish. So in India, there's something called the Indian Evidence Act, right? It will be taken as a prima facie evidence, but it will not be substantiated in the court of law. I really need to submit my cell phone in the court of law, and it'll go through a forensic lab check, and then only it will be taken as an evidence, right? So if someone is sharing screenshots, it could be either of the two people's agenda, right? But one thing which I did see very critically was that Nawatt had shared 2 or 3 screenshots of communication or a letter from Rachel to Nawatt. That is Indian legal language. I think that Rachel sent a legal notice to Nawatt through her lawyers before leaving it. And when Nawatt got, it's my assessment,
Mhm.
when he got the legal letter, he got furious. How can this girl send me a legal notice? Because big corporates are also airheads, right? And he said, you do not know who I am. I'm just conjecturing it. You do not know who I am. I'm the one who's given you the title. I'm going to sack you. Get lost. Right? I think that's where the friction actually happened. It's actually legal. I've taken those screenshots with me. I'll send it to you. It's actually a legal letter, legal notice to Nawatt. And now when Nawatt talks about how you do not just send a letter, you give evidences. No, in a court notice, you don't give evidences. You give no evidences in a sworn affidavit to the judge, not to the person opposite. Because if you're giving the evidences, you're actually giving him time to refute. All right.
Well,
That's how.
different countries have different laws. So, but it just so
That's the
happened
law.
that this Thai law applies for this contract. She has when you sign a contract under Thai laws, you should abide by the Thai laws. Period.
I
Simple as
agree.
that.
I That's what I'm telling you.
She doesn't have a leg to stand on. She can do whatever she wants. She will not win.
Neither. I mean, what Rachel did, that video was not, you can quietly go just because Nawatt was creating a scene. She had no business to make that video, right? She created a spectacle for herself. It wasn't needed. It was unnecessary.
Well, she
In my
shot
opinion,
herself in the foot by making that video.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. And what she's also done, in my opinion, is after putting up that video, she's lost her credibility in Bollywood. People would be actually wary of working with her.
Nobody will ever want to work with her. People are saying, well, maybe she should compete in Miss World. Do you think Julia Morley will want her to compete in Miss World? No.
In
No,
Julia
Madam
No
Morley,
Julia will be
pageant, no pageant
furious to
will
have
ever,
someone like her.
no pageant will ever
Yeah.
accept her. Her pageant career is over.
No. Yeah.
in one way, you know what? She doesn't even need it. She got publicity when she won Miss Grand International. She's got even more publicity after she's resigned. Many people know her. She might not become an A-list celebrity, but she could become Urvashi Rautela, right? She's still making a lot of money.
Yeah, sure.
So,
Now
that,
Urvashi has a competition because Urvashi is always like the number one. She's the first one to
Yeah.
get the most amount of titles, first actress to win like beauty pageants, all of that. Now she has a
the first girl
rival
to wake
next to
up
her.
at 9 o'clock. The
Yeah,
first girl to eat breakfast at 7 o'clock.
I don't think Urvashi will want to share attention with somebody else. No. I mean,
No.
she has her own icon, okay? Nobody shares this beautiful staircase in Cannes with another girl named Rachel. Okay, it's just me, Urvashi. I am your queen, you know. That's too funny.
So funny.
All right.
Oh,
What? Somebody's saying Sandeep is a rational person. Josh and Rafa are just trying to suck Nawatt without using brain. What? What are you
what?
talking about?
No, no, that,
Leave the topic of MGI. Indians don't care about we fans. We fans care only about Miss World and Supra with Cosmo now. Oh, honey, you do care about Miss Grand. Otherwise, you wouldn't be posting
You
and
would know.
attacking me, okay? And attacking me and George. So you do care about Miss Grand. Don't lie.
Again, we're going back to this group of fanatics that objectiveness go out of the window. And this is like I always say, is like you see this group of people that if a pageant doesn't go to favor their contestant, oh, it's trash, it's a cooking show. But the minute their contestant make it well or win, oh, your Jesus, this is the best pageant system ever. Hallelujah.
Right.
Like, come on.
And they call it a cooking
Like,
show. If your country doesn't win the contest, you call it a cooking show, okay? And the other way around. It's just stupid. It's just ridiculous. It needs to stop.
it's just too
It
much
needs to
fanatism.
stop.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's like I said before, hopefully both parties
Mhm.
go their ways.
Yeah, if you don't like the
Yes.
results, then create your own pageant, okay?
Yes.
Make your own
And
pageant.
it's
and
kind of
have your girl
funny
win-
because
and have your girl win
yeah.
every year.
You know those fans from like particular countries who are like, oh, it's a circus, it's a cooking show. The next year, like it's literally like within a couple of months. Papa Nawatt, we love you. We won the golden crown. Like, you know, please
We won
visit
the
us.
golden
Literally, it's the
crown,
same. Yeah, it's
yeah.
like it's this recycle happening every year. It's funny.
But you
It's
know
part
what?
of
how
the
many
pageant culture.
you know
Huh?
how
Yeah.
many
I haven't.
times how many Filipino fans are like, oh, Nawatt is a mean person 4 years. Oh, now Papa Nawatt is amazing just because CJ is gonna be Miss Grand for 5 or 4 months. But if not, we hate you with it. Oh, come on, people.
Yeah,
It's
it was
a
the same.
job.
It was the same thing when Nawatt went to India, okay? And then he made all this stupid, silly, childish stuff. You know, Indians hated him. And then when Rachel won, Indians all of a sudden started liking Nawatt and NGI, okay? So it's like a cycle.
So I have an approach. So this is a problem comes with this comment section, right? It's a comment section. It's not a conversation section. People make it a conversation section. So I have a proposal to the whole world. Please, world, listen to me. You see, the world doesn't have money. A lot of people are craving for money. Why don't you monetize the comment section? You just have to pay $1 for every comment that you make,
They're
right?
not. I haven't
No,
seen
wait.
anybody donate to this live chat.
No. Wait a second. You see,
They
what will
don't like
happen
me.
in one moment, the whole world will become a better place. You see, the moment you have to pay money, the whole world will become a better place, and the government can actually tax that money, right? The government makes money. Just monetize the comment section. Anybody who wants to comment has to pay $1, just $1. And come on, you have your voice. Does your voice doesn't have value? You don't
Come
want to
on,
put.
help. All right, I
Yes,
know there's some Indians watching this chat, okay? I know I'm very popular in India. Could you
yes, you
please,
are.
guys, help me even become more popular in India?
Let me make you popular right now
I
because all
need I need at least 10,000 new subscribers, preferably from India. Please,
will get
Indian
you.
fans
I
go.
can get you 200.
Okay, great. Amazing. Do it, please. I need my channel to grow in India. Because apparently the Filipinos don't like me enough, okay? But you Indian people can love me. Where did you
I
go?
don't know. Oh,
So,
uh, if he's in a hotel,
what?
if he's in a hotel,
Sandip, are you in a hotel, Sandeep? That's a nice hotel.
I like the bed.
No, I think it's his apartment or
Ah,
condominium,
okay.
I think, in Calcutta. He actually lives outside Calcutta, not too far from where you said you live not too far away from where Mother Teresa's
Yes,
Sisters of Charity house. Yeah.
missionary charity. Yes.
Nice.
Okay. Okay. That's
It's like
great.
5 kilometers or about half an hour drive from my house.
Nate, thank you so much. Says I donate 1 million British pound to Rafa. Yeah.
Let me make Rafa famous in India right now. I can get you 200 followers with my friends and family, but it is all thanks to Rafa that he being in the United States arranged my pass to the Miss World contest being in India. If it wasn't him, I would not get my pass and I wouldn't see Miss World in India.
There you go.
Oh,
You go. So anybody who wants a Miss World pass, you know whom to contact, right?
Me.
Right? Yes. It was nice. Imagine last year I had my hotels booked, my flight tickets booked, and I was booked in the same hotel as the contestants of Orica, and I did not have tickets. I messaged everyone, I called everyone, I couldn't, and later on I found out every Tom, Dick, and Harry who was a little influencer was actually getting it, and I was like, take me as a volunteer. It was embarrassing, but what can I say? So, is it true that Miss World doesn't sell tickets ever?
They don't sell tickets?
No.
Wasn't that
There's no.
invitee only? Like this year was the invited people, like invited
How
guests
do
only.
How many people do you think attended though? Do you have any
3,000.
concept?
3,000.
3,000. Okay. So it's a
Oh,
pretty
wow.
big venue. That Thunder, it
Yeah.
looks huge.
Yes, it's a
Yeah.
big venue.
Pretty big.
Everything was good.
Yeah.
One thing which was bad was when you go for a movie or for an event, so the stage is lit, and when the audience is sitting, that place is dark so that you can have a good viewing experience. But in our case, the even the audience was slightly lit, so we were having a bit of a difficulty seeing it. If the audience part was dark, we would have had a much better visual experience. When
Exactly.
we were in Miss Universe, when I went, the audience was completely dark. It's only the stage that was lit, and we had a good experience.
hmm Thank you, Nas. Finally, somebody donated $44.90 MYR. Is that Malaysian currency? MYR?
I
Malaysian ringgit.
guess.
Hello from Malaysia. I love your unbiased and expert and sometimes shady take on pageantry. Special shout out to Miss Noemi. She's my favorite.
Oh.
Nas, thank you so much. I really, really love you. God bless you and your loved ones forever and ever. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Okay. All right. Blue Wolf said something in Filipino. Okay. If I cannot
Oh,
read
Blue
it,
Ball.
okay, but you know what? This is YouTube. This is not my idea. This is YouTube's idea. And what this is why we have vlogging. People flock to YouTube to earn money, to earn income. I'm not doing YouTube to earn a living. Okay, I have a real job. This is just a hobby. It just so happens that you can make a little money out of vlogging, out of making a YouTube channel. Okay, so I don't hindi ko alam, hindi kita naintindihan. O, kung itong problema mo na yan. What else? Charlie. Yeah, they do sell tickets, says Charlie. They sold tickets up to 3,000 in China and made so much money, but not in India. Not this time. I guess
Not
it
even
depends. I guess it depends on the negotiations, I think, with the host country and also with the Miss World organization. Okay.
or maybe we
So
Indians give them so much money that they don't need to sell tickets.
Because of her batching or whatever her name
all
is.
right. So Sandeep, I have a question for you. Would you want the next edition of Miss World to take place in India again?
Hell yes.
Where?
Huh? In my
Where?
city? In my city?
In Calcutta?
You know what? Actually, Calcutta is a beautiful place. You would be surprised to know that Calcutta, the west of the world was ruled by the Britishers from London, and the east of the world was ruled by from Calcutta. So we have got some really good monuments, some really iconic structures, and our chief minister has built up many stadiums which require a lot of exposure. So actually, if Steve Douglas, if you're listening to us, please contact our chief minister. I mean, the amount of money that you require is actually peanuts for my government, right? For to host the show. They would just sneeze
Whoa.
and not that kind of money, right? It's not much of a problem.
Would you be willing to be the mediator or the negotiator between Miss World and India and
I mean, if I want,
Calcutta?
if I want, I can, but then they have
I
better
mean, they'll pay.
content.
I'm sure they'll pay you for your service.
Look, I can do it for free. As
No, 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 nothing is free. You need to take money.
uh,
You need to take money.
Calcutta is a West Bengal. My city is a good place. I mean, Rajasthan is an amazing place. The government of Rajasthan, the tourism, everybody visits Rajasthan. So Rajasthan is a beautiful place.
Yeah,
Like
but
you
it's
said,
too close to Kashmir, though.
no, it doesn't matter. You see, this war that was there, it was sad that it happened. It wasn't really a straw, but a kind of a street fight between my country and their country by a rogue who actually, came to our house and created some kind of burglary and killed few people. Be that as it may, it was deplorable, but it isn't that. India is a very secure place,
Okay.
right? So when it comes to security, you really don't need to worry. And the way I look at it is the moment you hear about crimes are always happening all around the world. It's sad when the crimes are not reported. If the crimes are being reported, which means the administration is actually working, right?
Mm-hmm. That's
The
true.
security,
That is so true.
so it is. So Rajasthan is a beautiful place. The city of Jaipur, amazing place. Would be a nice place. Then the state of Goa, all the foreigners want to flock to Goa. That is a beautiful place. New Delhi has amazing stadiums. New Delhi hasn't hosted the finals of Miss World. That would be a beautiful place, right? So we have a few beautiful places. So
Mhm.
I don't mind India being, the China for the next 3, 4 years. I mean, honestly, if I may tell you that it was shocking for me to hear last year when Julio messaged me that how would you feel if India hosted Miss World? And I said, listen, it's not going to happen in my lifetime for sure. And the next day it was announced that India was hosting the last year's Miss World. I was like, what's actually happening?
I don't have a problem with that because China hosted Miss World like what, 5 times?
5 times.
Yeah. So I don't see any problem why India shouldn't. If you have all the resources and the manpower, hey, yeah.
I
I
mean,
mean, this is also another good thing for, for for pageants to flourish in India. Because I know, pageants are not usually very big in your country, but I think, little by little, eventually it'll grow.
you see, it's a very bittersweet thing. It's not actually a bitter, it's a very weird relationship between pageants in India. The way I look at it, it is we are not that big crazy people who are talking about it, but we are also not criticizing them left, right, and center. All right.
Hmm.
We take it in this true spirit of a pageant that you know what, it's a fantasy title. Somebody's worked hard, and in with the hard work pay, comes fruition. Enjoy it. I mean, why should beauty be criticized?
Hmm.
If you're really criticizing beauty, then you should criticize all the cosmetics company, right? Who are spending billions of dollars to make you feel insecure that you're not pretty. So, and but the moment anybody who wins in India, right, they're an instant star. Look at Harna Sandhu, look at Manushi Chilla, and as a matter of fact, the press, even the current
Yeah.
Miss World has received all first-class press were there to cover her, right? A great reception. I was even shocked that we are actually giving that kind of a reception in this day and age, where the concept of beauty pageants are in its retirement age. Let's put it this way. But then the whole thing is being revived, right? And the opportunities are endless. I mean, if you have Hollywood there, Bollywood stars are also making a lot of money. Some of the Bollywood stars are richer than the A-list Hollywood stars.
Where is Noemi? I think where Noemi's gone. She returned to, I think she has to work tomorrow.
But what's the problem with China? Why is China no longer hosting it?
Mm.
I think they lost interest, or maybe it was a contract or some sort, but we'll see. Just reading some of the comments here. Oh my God, we're the French-speaking audience. Bonjour, Rafa, je te regarde depuis la Nouvelle-Calédonie. Je suis fan. Bisous, Brie. Somebody's watching for la Nouvelle-Calédonie. Mais pourquoi, ma
Yeah.
chérie, tu ne peux pas représenter ton beau pays, la Nouvelle-Calédonie, in the house. Bisous, bisous, bisous. Blue Wolf. Haha, Rafa, you misunderstood my comment. Sabi ni Miss Grand Friends. Whatever. Priyanka was heavily involved in bringing Miss World to Telangana. She just bought a house in Hyderabad. So, oh, really? Interesting. We love Priyanka. I love Priyanka. One of my favorites,
Hmm.
definitely. South Africa hosted Miss World 9 times. True, which is a lot. Yeah. Wow. All right, we're gonna wrap this up because it's 1:30 in the morning where I
Yeah,
live, and I have to get up early and prepare
me
for my
too.
next interview.
Now Rafa knows how what I feel when about waking up early in the morning.
Well,
You
I
know
will forgive
what?
you. I have forgiven you, Sandeep, for being late. But next time, be prompt, okay? Be
Can you
prompt.
can you make it? Can you delay it by half an hour more so it's much more easier for me, so I don't have to wake up at 6:30. I can wake up at
Which means, okay, well, see, what time do you usually get up?
I get up at 5 o'clock, then I go off to sleep at 5:30. That's my body clock.
Okay, all right. But what time did you wake up now, today?
Today was late, 9 o'clock.
Okay. So
Yeah,
that's
my
usually
traveling.
that's
That's not my
usually
usual.
that's an exception because you just arrived home and stuff and everything and you're
You
jet
see,
lagged, so that's understandable.
I was looking forward to spend time with Sandeep in this show, and then he just decided to show up the last minute. This is gonna
I
be the this is gonna be the meme of critical beauty. And when we were saying goodbye, Sandeep showed up and kept us here for another hour.
Yeah. So what is the next pageant that we can discuss? We can talk about Supranational. Are you guys interested?
Supranational. We have Mr. and Miss
Yeah.
Supranational.
So you
Yeah.
guys are following Supranational?
Yeah.
Wilfredo, are
And
you
Miss
gonna be
Mr.
following Supranational?
Mr. India at
I'm
Supranational
following
is hot.
Supranational. Yeah, because I've
I don't think
interviewed
he's
two
gonna win.
girls from
Yeah.
Supra.
Yeah.
So I'm really cool. All right,
If
so
Mr. India, if
start
Mr. India, one moment, if Mr.
right.
India is listening to us, he's a great, good-looking guy, but he needs to add personality. He's this quiet, soft guy. I mean, you really need to bring up that A game where you're friendly and you have that X factor, that star quality. He's this quiet, demure Miss World guy. Dudes, show up, man. You're a handsome guy. You can win the title. It's just that you have to have a bit of a personality.
I-
I just have an advice to the guys that compete in pageants. Can you add masculine and sexy? Because lately, every male pageant I see runways that is like Miss Universe. It's like, what is going on? Like, who's training you? Just put heels on. It's like they just walk fit. I'm like, oh my God, I
I
can't
think they're
do
joining the
this.
wrong pageant. You know, the one who have a bit of like pizzazz, or like, you know, the one who has a bit fierce. They should be going to Mr. Gay World. There is a big pageant called Mr. Gay World.
Exactly.
Go to
Mr.
that
Gay
one.
World is there. Go to that. I'm so
Yeah.
tired to see guys that say Mr. Such and Such.
Did you see the one from Palestine at
you're
Man of the
you're talking
World?
about Man of the World, Man of the World Palestine.
Palestine. Yeah, I was like, wow.
Yes.
I didn't
But you
see
know
that
what?
coming.
He won the Mr. Congeniality Award. Yeah.
Okay,
You know what
good for
happened
him.
to him, because everybody was making fun of his body because he was flabby, and also his like
Uh-huh.
feminine his feminine movements. So he went on his social media and he became very emotional, started crying. I came to this pageant, not necessarily because I wanted to win, but I wanted to prove to myself, that I can do it, that I can show to the world that, this is about me, this is my personality. And if you don't like it, that's fine. If you like it, that's great. But he became very emotional and he broke into tears, became viral. So in a way, I felt bad for him. But yeah, if you're going to compete in the pageant, you're going to be judged physically,
Yeah.
pure and simple. You have
I mean,
to
but
you have to have a thick
the,
skin, you know.
the
C'est
Anybody
la
thing
vie.
is like there's a pageant for everything, and I don't say that
Yeah.
you cannot be gay and competing in a straight pageant. I'm not because but
We
there's
had,
some
remember
Your
male
sexual
Mr.
contest
orientation shouldn't matter.
Yeah, yeah.
exactly,
Also, we had
but
Mr. Supranational Mexico, who's gay. Do you remember? Was it last year? Last year. And he came out with like openly gay with his boyfriend.
Yes,
So, and he's
exactly.
quite masculine.
yeah, it's just I
Well, in
feel like
Supranational Italy 2022, he was openly
Him
gay.
too.
yeah,
Yeah.
And
but
Mr. Global Croatia, they were partners
Yeah.
mhm.
before, you know.
It's
They
just
came together.
there's a way that like yeah, no.
All right. I think we're all dozing off. I'm getting tired. I'm losing my
Yes.
voice. Okay, I'm going to say goodbye to everyone. Thank you, viewers, Critical Beauty, for your patronage, for your loyalty, for your fellowship, for your company. And please, if you haven't subscribed to this channel, please do so right now. Like, comment, share with all your friends from all over the world. Make it grow. This is your community, not my community. This is our community. Let's help each other grow. All right,
Rafa
people.
should
All
Rafa
right.
should say Rafa
George,
should say
thank you. Thank you.
Rafa should say, as is customary, now you should like, comment, and subscribe in the order.
This sounds like Lily Singh from Superwoman. Like and subscribe. Whoop.
Woo! All
Bye,
right. Thank
guys.
you, people. Have a wonderful weekend and go back to bed, Sandeep. He probably did.
Yes.
Bye,
Bye bye, guys. Take care.
Bye, George. Bye, Wilfredo. Bye, Rafa.
Bye.